Chapter 41, A Chicken Leg for a New School Beauty. Hearing Lu Yang say this, Chen Hao's face suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Yang warily while protecting Zhou Coco behind him. He said to Lu Yang in a panic. Lu Yang, what do you want? Don't mess around. Zhou Cuckoo is my girlfriend. She won't go with you. She's just my girlfriend, not my wife. Besides, what if we were married? Chow Chow liked married women too. Chen Hao, you can leave now, but Kiki is staying with me. Lu Yang said nonchalantly. No way. She is my girlfriend. You want to steal my girlfriend? I am the student president. My family has hundreds of millions of assets. Are you worthy of competing with me? Besides, what are you better than me? Coco won't fall for you. Chen Hao said angrily. Although he was afraid of the knife in Lu Yang's hand, he couldn't help but lose his temper when he heard that Lu Yang was going to steal his girlfriend. As the student president, he was a high and mighty presence in the school. Which student didn't greet him respectfully? Not to mention that his family also owns a company with assets of over 100 million. He is a genuine second-generation rich kid. He usually drives a BMW to school. In the past, he was a show-off at school, basking in the adoring glances of everyone. Now, this loser Lu Yang actually dared to steal his girlfriend in front of him? How could he, Chen Hao, tolerate this? If the other party had a knife, he would have killed Lu Yang on the spot. Impossible? What's impossible? I, Lu Yang, want the woman. Do you think you can stop me? You're so powerful, with assets worth hundreds of millions, but I see that you're pale and weak, with no strength in your body. I guess you can't even lift your little brother's head, right? What's the point of having such a beautiful girlfriend? Can you satisfy her? You don't look like you've eaten in days. After the apocalypse, you haven't found food yet? Lu Yang looked at him with a playful expression. Chen Hao was embarrassed by Lu Yang's words, which hit a sore spot. He stammered and said, So what if I haven't found any food? My girlfriend is not going to be with you anyway. Our relationship is very good, don't even think about it. Really? That's fine. I was going to try to take it by force, but now that I hear you say that, I don't plan to do it anymore. I want to see how good your relationship is. Look, what is this? Lu Yang took out a vacuum-packed chicken leg from his pocket and then opened the packaging to reveal the chicken leg. The fragrance instantly wafted into the nostrils of Chen Hao and Kiki. Cece. Chen Hao and Zhou Coco sniffed their noses vigorously, greedily sucking in the scent of this long-lost food. Both of them couldn't help but keep swallowing their saliva. They were so hungry. They had been hungry for 4 days at school, and finally couldn't take it anymore. They came out of school to look for food, but after 2 days of searching, they still hadn't found anything to eat. They only found 2 mice in the sewers, which they killed and roasted, and ate them all up. But these 2 mice were not enough to fill their stomachs. During the process of searching for food elsewhere, they were almost caught by the zombies. They also lost a lot of energy while running. Now, the 2 of them are completely empty-bellied. They smelled the aroma of the chicken drumsticks and began to feel a sharp pain in their stomachs. A chicken leg for your girlfriend. Do you agree? Lu Yang said playfully. Chen Hao had just vowed that he and his girlfriend were very close and would never be separated, so Lu Yang wanted to see how much food this so-called love was worth. As expected, after hearing Lu Yang's proposal, Chen Hao's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. But soon he shook his head. No way. Coco and I have been dating for a whole year. How could my girlfriend trade me for a chicken leg? What kind of person do you think I am? My family has hundreds of millions of assets. I've seen all kinds of things. Chen Hao's face showed a determined look. Hearing Chen Hao say this, Kiki's face was full of emotion. Originally, she thought that this rich boyfriend was just playing around, so they had been dating for a whole year, and Kiki still treated Chen Hao as a boyfriend during the trial period, and had never let this rich guy get the upper hand. The 2 had never had intimate relations. Now it seems Chen Hao's feelings for her are real. In such a hungry situation, he wouldn't even trade a precious chicken leg. It is no exaggeration to say that when she saw the chicken leg again and smelled it, even Kiki wanted to take the initiative to surrender to Lu Yang. Now that she saw Chen Hao's determined expression, she suddenly realized how shameful her thoughts were. How could she betray herself for a chicken leg? I must learn from Chun Hao. Never give in to food. Just as Joe Kiki was determined to stay with Chen Hao, he unexpectedly held up 5 fingers and said to Lu Yang, "If you want my girlfriend, you have to pay more. 5. Unless it's 5 drumsticks." Hearing this, Lu Yang froze in place. At first, he looked so determined that I thought he wouldn't agree, but I didn't expect him to want more chicken legs. He is the president of the Chun Hao Association. He hasn't forgotten to bargain at this point. 3. Otherwise, forget it. Lu Yang said without a doubt. Done. Chen Hao quickly said, afraid that Lu Yang would change his mind. Lu Yang took 2 more drumsticks out of his pocket and threw them all at Chen Hao's feet. Chen Hao quickly bent down to pick up the chicken legs and stuffed them into his clothes. The whole operation left Joe Kiki next to him dumbfounded. 3 chicken legs? This boyfriend has sold himself out? Just now, I was secretly touched in my heart, but now it seems that I was moved too soon. She angrily said to Chen Hao, you. What do you mean? If I don't eat something soon, I'm going to starve to death. Do you want to watch me starve to death? Aren't you women just used to venting for men in the end times? It doesn't matter who you vent to. I've been dating you for a year, and I've given you at least 1,000,000 gifts, but you never went to a hotel with me. What are you pretending to be pure for? I've been sick of you for a long time. A few days before the apocalypse, I wanted to rape you, but I didn't know you were stronger than me. I was so hungry in the following days that I wanted to eat your flesh. If you weren't a sportsman, I wouldn't be able to beat you, and I wouldn't be able to keep you until now. Now I can trade you for 3 chicken legs, which means you are valuable. Understand? Go and be happy. Chen Hao finished speaking, grabbed the chicken leg, and quickly ran to the safe area next to him, afraid that Lu Yang would regret it. Hearing Chen Hao say this, Joe Kiki was heartbroken. She never imagined that in her boyfriend's eyes, she was just an object that could be discarded at any time. At the same time, she was a little relieved. Fortunately, during the year of dating, she had always kept her body pure and had not let Chen Hao get to her. Otherwise, she might have been abandoned long ago. This rich second-generation boyfriend is just playing around after all. She finally saw through Chen Hao's true character. Joe Kiki was so disappointed that she looked ashen and walked over to Lu Yang step by step. Look, this is your boyfriend, he sold you out for 3 chicken legs. Lu Yang said with a smile. This is the end of the world. This is reality. 1 second ago, they were inseparable, as strong as the sea and the rocks. The next second, 3 chicken legs sold his girlfriend. Give me 3 chicken legs too, and I'll sell myself to you. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Joe Kiki looked at Lu Yang with a vacant expression. Having been sold by her boyfriend, she had lost the light in her heart. She didn't care what would happen next. Let's just fill our stomachs first. At worst, I'll die. I'd rather die a full stomach. Here, take it. Lu Yang gave her a chicken leg and said, Don't worry, you'll never run out of chicken legs with me. Not just 3, but 300. I won't sell my own woman so easily. Now let's go to the supermarket and raid it together. Lu Yang was about to take Joe Kiki into the supermarket. Before entering the supermarket, he deliberately controlled a zombie to guard the entrance of the supermarket to prevent anyone from entering. Chapter 42, The Messenger. After entering the supermarket, there were hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. And since there is no place to hide in the supermarket, ordinary people who enter the supermarket will probably be surrounded and killed by the zombies very quickly. However, Lu Yang entered the group of zombies like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. He surrounded hundreds of zombies by himself. He swung his long knife, and every blow cut a zombie in half. Seeing Lu Yang's actions, the originally very sad and pale-faced goddess of sports, Joe Kiki, instantly showed a look of shock in her eyes. He's so fast. He's so strong. How did he do it? Hundreds of zombies were like leeks waiting to be harvested in front of him. How strong is his athletic ability? Even the most powerful athletes would be unable to compare with him. His speed and strength are beyond the limits of ordinary people. He has surpassed the limits of the human body. Is he a Superman? As a sportsman, Joe Kiki knows better than anyone else the limits of human beings. Liu Yang's speed of swinging the sword, his reaction speed, and his speed of movement at this moment have absolutely exceeded the limits of human beings. Looking at Liu Yang's movements, Joe Kiki's face even showed some expression of admiration. As a former athlete, she naturally has a greater fondness for men who are strong in sports. At this point, Liu Yang is no longer considered strong in sports, but has surpassed the limits of human beings. This is naturally worthy of admiration. Which woman doesn't admire the strong? At this moment, Joe Kiki even felt a little lucky. If she continued to follow Chen Hao, she might starve to death sooner or later. Only by following someone as strong as Liu Yang can she survive. In less than 10 minutes, Liu Yang had killed all the zombies. He looked satisfied. Using this knife to cut zombies is simply a pleasure, a release. Liu Yang, how come you are so strong? Joe Kiki couldn't help but ask the question in her heart. Because I'm already strong, I have other aspects that are even stronger. You'll see for yourself in the evening. Liu Yang said with a mischievous smile. Joe Kiki heard what he meant and her face turned red. She was very shy, but also a little bit looking forward to it. Liu Yang teased Joe Kiki a little, then began to search for resources, putting everything in the supermarket into the dark space. After doing all this, he began to take Joe Kiki to the next supermarket. Then he repeated the trick and cleaned out the supermarket. After both supermarkets were cleaned out, Liu Yang took Joe Kiki back to the villa area. The deduction is over. The process was perfect, without any unexpected incidents, and even with the added bonus of Joe Kiki. A goddess of the sports department is hard to come by. Even Liu Yang was looking forward to having children with Joe Kiki. So after the simulation was over, he immediately began to act according to the simulation process. He finally brought back the goddess. When he returned to the villa area with the goddess, Su Xiao and the others had already gone to the villa area to exercise. Since the entire villa area had been cleared and made into a safe zone, they liked to play in the villa area after dinner, playing basketball, volleyball, etc. Therefore, the entire villa was empty at this time. You can choose a room on the first floor to stay in, then take a shower and tidy up. Tonight, come to my room and I'll show you another one of my strengths. Liu Yang said with a mischievous smile to Joe Kiki. Knowing this, Joe Kiki nodded shyly. Although she had been prepared for this, she was still a little nervous when she followed Liu Yang back here. But she still felt a little nervous. Joe Kiki had been in a relationship with Chen Hao for a year, but she had never held his hand. Now that she is about to have intimate contact with someone else, she is inevitably a little nervous, but also 10 points of anticipation. On the volleyball court in the villa area, He Yushir and the others were playing volleyball. Everyone is sweating and having a great time. In the end times, being able to play volleyball in the sun is a real treat. However, they did not notice that an eagle was circling in the sky, more than 20 kilometers away at the Black Tiger base. The falcon said to Black Tiger, "Boss, I found it. I saw Zhang Jingyu in a villa area more than 20 kilometers away, along with several other girls. They must all be female students from that villa area. They are all beautiful." Upon hearing this, Black Tiger's face, which had been so ugly, suddenly lit up like a blooming chrysanthemum, and he laughed, showing his yellow teeth. He couldn't help but say happily, "Several female students? I'm rich, I'm rich. I'm not only going to catch Zhang Jingyu, but also those several girls. All of them will be my concubines. Falcon, you can pick one first when the time comes." "Thank you, boss." The falcon also licked his lips lewdly and began to pick up the girls using the eagle's vision, thinking about which one to choose. At this time, Scar-Faced Rat had also followed the tunnel to the supermarket where the giant bear had been killed. When he climbed out of the hole, he found the giant bear's body still lying nearby, now smelling bad and covered in maggots. He quickly walked out of the supermarket and followed the zombies that had been killed along the way to find the villa area where Liu Yang was staying. Since Liu Yang had killed his way to the supermarket, he was able to find Liu Yang's residence by following the corpses of the zombies. The gate to the villa area was closed. In the guardhouse, two people in suits, sunglasses and masks were sitting in the middle. Those were the zombies controlled by Liu Yang using his zombie control skills. Now his zombie control skills have reached level 2, allowing him to control level 2 zombies, and the number of zombies he can control has increased to 2. The two zombies in the guard room are the ones he specifically controls to guard the door. In order to avoid attracting attention, he had specially dressed the two zombies in suits and put on masks and sunglasses. If you don't look closely, you might think they're real people. Even the scarred rat was fooled. He shouted directly at the zombie, "Brother, open the door, I'm here to deliver a message." The zombie didn't respond, but the voice reached Liu Yang's ears through the zombie. Liu Yang turned his vision to the side and saw Scarface Rat. He felt a little strange at the moment. Oh, this guy looks familiar. Right, isn't he one of the dozen survivors? I killed all of them, didn't I? Did I miss one? Liu Yang was a little stunned. At that time, he instantly killed everyone on the other side, and he thought he had killed them all. He didn't expect there to be any fish that escaped. He just didn't know what the other person wanted. Did he want revenge? He rushed from the villa area to the door with his knife at lightning speed. Scar-faced Rat saw Liu Yang and immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Because he knew that if Liu Yang wanted to kill him, he would be killed in an instant. So he immediately said after raising his hand, "Young hero, I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm here to give you a message. Black Tiger has discovered your location and is coming to get you." Oh? Liu Yang narrowed his eyes. Then he opened the door and let Scar Rat in. He said coldly, "Tell me about the situation at the Black Tiger survivors base and why you came to warn me. You'd better be specific. If you can't convince me, I'll kill you." Chapter 43, I can't wait a second longer. After Scar Mouse entered the villa area, he saw the eagle circling above the volleyball court. He pointed at the sky. That is the hawk's eye of one of the superpowered people in the Black Tiger base. He is using the hawk's vision to check everything here. You have all been targeted. Especially the female students. Black Tiger is the most lustful. The Falcon should have told him about the situation here. If it were just about revenge, he might not have come. After all, the journey is long and dangerous, but now that there are so many female students here, and he is so horny, he will definitely come. Really? Liu Yang frowned. Then he waved his hand. An ice needle condensed in the sky and instantly knocked the eagle down. In Scarface's view, Liu Yang just waved his hand and the eagle fell. He couldn't see what Liu Yang had done. His face showed a look of shock. What a powerful superpower. The eagle was flying at least 100 meters high. The other party just waved his hand and it was shot down. He couldn't even see what he had done. His skills are at least S-level combat abilities. Scar-faced Rat was even more grateful that he had made the decision to come here to report the news. Otherwise, if he really followed Black Tiger and the others here to attack Liu Yang, he might not even see him before he was killed. At the Black Tiger base, Falcon, who was observing the situation here, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and he fell to the ground in an instant, covering his head and rolling around. What's wrong? Falcon, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Black Tiger was shocked. Shit. My spy has been killed. He was shot in the head. I didn't have time to withdraw my consciousness. The pain is spreading to my head. The Falcon's face turned pale, and even his lips were trembling. The real feeling of being shot in the head made him very scared. The eagle you control can fly hundreds of meters high, even a sniper rifle is difficult to hit, and it can be headshot? Black Tiger's face was solemn. I don't know. I was just observing the female students when they were killed in an instant. I couldn't see who shot them or how they did it. Falcon said with a lingering fear. Black Tiger also remembered what Scar Rat had said. When Scarface came back, he said that the psychic was very strong. More than a dozen elites were no match for the opponent, and they were killed in seconds. It seems that it wasn't a lie. We must hurry and ask him over to find out more. He immediately told his subordinate outside the door to go get Scarface Rat. I have something to ask him. The little brother immediately went to find Scarface, but saw an empty room. He immediately came back to report. Boss. Scarface's room is empty, and everything has been taken away. Upon hearing this, Black Tiger's face changed. What does this mean? Did he escape? Betrayed our base? The little brother's back was covered in cold sweat, and he said in a trembling voice, I'm afraid that's the case. That guy is really strong, to the point that Scarface betrayed us? Black Tiger frowned. He felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. At the same time, a serious look appeared on his face, and he didn't know how to decide for a while. On the other side, in Liu Yang's villa area, Liu Yang asked Scar-faced Rat, Black Tiger is a womanizer, right? But there are plenty of women in the end times, so he doesn't need to take risks, right? Scar Mouse nodded and said, there is no need to take risks. But Zhang Jingyu is the woman he likes, and the whole base knows about it. He definitely wants to get her. This is not just about a woman, it is also about his face and his authority. If he can't get Zhang Jingyu, how can he be the boss in the base in the future? So he can do without the other women, but Zhang Jingyu must be taken. Zhang Jingyu is now my woman. Liu Yang said coldly, dare to covet my woman, I want him dead. How far is the Black Tiger base from here? If he wants to come here and attack me, how long will it take? The Black Tiger base is more than 20 kilometers away. I told Black Tiger that you are very strong. If he wants to come against you, he will definitely have to gather all the elites in the base. That will take at least a day. Because some of the supernaturals are out searching for supplies, they may not return until tonight, so if they are coming, it should be tomorrow. Scar-faced Mouse analyzed. Tomorrow? I can't wait until tomorrow. Dare to hit on my woman, let him live until tomorrow, is an insult to me. I'll set off to the Black Tiger base to kill him, you lead the way. Liu Yang said resolutely. Originally, Black Tiger didn't want to bother him, and he didn't plan to bother the other party either, but now, after hearing that Black Tiger still hasn't given up on Zhang Jingyu, Liu Yang couldn't stand it anymore. However, the Black Tiger base is more than 20 kilometers away, and it will take a lot of time to get there. Moreover, the Black Tiger base is heavily guarded, so it will be difficult to attack. When he comes to you, this is a place you are familiar with, and it will be easier for you to fight on your home ground. Scarface Mouse hesitated. He thought to himself that this young man was too fierce. Young people are really hot-tempered and do what they say. It doesn't matter where we fight, he's going to die anyway. Liu Yang said confidently. Scar-faced Rat continued to suggest, at least we should make a battle plan first. I already have a plan. My plan is to kill anyone who dares to resist. 20 kilometers away? Even if it's 200 kilometers away, I'll go there at night and kill him. Whoever dares to hit on my woman will die. Liu Yang walked over to the volleyball court and waved to the girls playing below. The girls immediately ran over. They surrounded Liu Yang like the stars surrounding the moon. Liu Yang, you came to watch us play? What a surprise! You never came to watch us play before. Did you go out to search for supplies again today? The girls surrounded Liu Yang, each of them sweating profusely and talking sweetly. Zhang Jingyu saw Scarface next to Liu Yang and her face suddenly changed. Aren't you Scarface? It's okay, don't be nervous. He's come to join us. I'm going out to take care of some business today, so don't go outside. It's not safe. Liu Yang said to the group. After hearing Liu Yang's words, the expressions on the faces of the women also became solemn. Okay. We'll go back to the villa now. Liu Yang nodded. Well, let's go back together. Then Liu Yang told Scarface to wait outside, and he took the girls back to the villa. After entering the villa, he introduced the goddess of sports, Kiki, to everyone. He also told them to stay in the villa and not to run around. Finally, he returned to his room and began to conduct a battle simulation. There were no problems with the simulation. Nothing unexpected happened. He easily killed the people at the Black Tiger base. At the same time, he learned a lot of information during the simulation. He learned why Scarface had betrayed Black Tiger. He also knew the route to the Black Tiger base and the strength of the Black Tiger base. Now even if he doesn't use Scarface to lead the way, he knows how to get there. So he immediately walked out of the villa and said to Scarface, let's go. You take the tunnel, I'll take the ground. Scarface was stunned. He hadn't told Liu Yang that he had a tunnel, so how did Liu Yang know? When did he see through his own superpower? Could it be that Liu Yang let him go on purpose last time? At that moment, Scar-faced Mouse thought that Liu Yang was a god who knew everything. But he still said, if I go through the tunnel, do you know the direction? Yes, Liu Yang said with certainty. The first time he had planned to let Scarface take him, but Scarface was too slow. It took them an hour to cover the 20 kilometers. Liu Yang couldn't wait that long. If he went at full speed, he could get there in less than 20 minutes. He didn't want Black Tiger to live for another hour. If he dared to hit Liu Yang's woman, Liu Yang would not feel good even if he lived for one more second. Not to mention the fact that he would have to swim more than 20 kilometers to get to him, even if he were in the White Eagle Empire on the other side of the world. If anyone dared to lay a hand on his woman, Liu Yang would still swim across the Pacific Ocean to get to him that very night. So he decided to go first, and let Scarface take the tunnel. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Scarface goes or not. Liu Yang only asked him to come along because he was afraid that he might cause trouble in the villa area. He didn't want to have a fire burning behind him when he was on a mission. Chapter 44 I'll decide for you. Liu Yang settled Su Xiao and the others and then set off immediately. Scarface went through the tunnel by himself. After 20 minutes, Liu Yang had already arrived outside the Black Tiger Survivor Base. The Black Tiger Survivor Base is also a large villa area, with a large area and few people. The villas are far apart from each other, giving the local tyrants who used to live here enough privacy, and therefore there are not many zombies in this villa area. That's why the Black Tigers chose to set up their base here. In peacetime, a villa here costs at least 50 million yuan. The people who can live here are either rich or noble. Unfortunately, most of them have now become zombies, and even those who have not become zombies have been killed by Black Tiger and his men. Liu Yang came to the gate. He jumped up and over the 4-meter-high wall in an instant and arrived in the villa area. There were many simple tents set up by individuals next to the wall, and those were the ordinary survivors who had entered the Black Tiger base. Since they are the lowest level ordinary survivors, they can only live in the outermost area and cannot enter the villas at all. They were shocked when they saw Liu Yang jump in. Shoo! Liu Yang held a knife in one hand and placed the other hand by his mouth, making a gesture of silence. Don't make a sound, or else, you're dead. Do you understand? The survivors nodded quickly. Anyone who can jump over a 4-meter-high wall is definitely not an ordinary person, but definitely a superhuman. And to these ordinary people, supernormal people are like gods, and they don't dare to resist. Naturally, they would do whatever Liu Yang said. Seeing that the survivors were so obedient, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Then, following the information obtained from the first simulation, he headed straight for Black Tiger's residence. On the other side, the elite of the Black Tiger base gathered together to discuss how to deal with Liu Yang in Black Tiger's residence. Falcon was using a hot towel to cover his head at this moment. His eye was just blown off, and it hurt so much that his head hasn't recovered yet. He said to Black Tiger with a pale face. Boss. According to what you said, even the giant bear was killed in an instant. This guy may not be easy to deal with. Several other superpowered individuals also agreed. Giant Bear, Yellow Dog, and Scarred Rat, the 3 superpowered individuals are no match for each other. Now that we have lost so much strength, it would be difficult to deal with them. And that side is the opponent's home court, familiar with the terrain, and there may be traps waiting for us. Black Tiger, if you don't want to, just forget it. It's just a woman. What kind of woman don't we have in this base? Yes, boss. Let's forget about it. We'll go out and search for new survivors, and then bring you back a few more beauties. Forget about Zhang Jingyu. What do you think, boss? After hearing what Scar Rat had said, they all panicked. Giant Bear is one of the best fighters in this base. Even the Giant Bear was instantly killed. If they go, they are just sending food. Seeing that his brothers were all scared, Black Tiger was also a bit embarrassed. He looked at the only woman in the room. She was also the second in command of the Black Tiger Survivor Base. The beautiful woman had short, silky white hair and was wearing a very capable, tight-fitting agent's outfit, somewhat like a white-haired version of Black Widow. At the same time, her face revealed a capable and calm look, and her mouth seemed to be smiling, unlike the other members who were scared out of their wits. Black Tiger asked her, "White Fox, what do you think about this?" "I don't care, I'll do whatever you say. I don't mind going to meet him. To be honest, according to Scarface's description of the other party, even I am a little curious about what the other party looks like, and I don't know if he is handsome or not." The White Fox licked her seductive red lips and said, "What's the point of meeting him? What's so good about meeting him? Don't go provoke him. Sister White Fox, don't trick us, forget it." Yes, let's forget it. The other members quickly shook their heads. Everyone knows that White Fox is the craziest. Although this woman is very powerful, her brain seems to be a bit dysfunctional. She usually makes decisions without thinking, and no one can understand her way of thinking. In short, she just does whatever she wants. They don't want to follow this crazy woman to her death. They watched the group argue. Black Tiger rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "I'll think about it. I'll make a final decision later." In fact, he himself was a little afraid to go. Zhang Jingyu is just a woman. The reason he wants to get her is not because he likes her, but simply because he feels that he has lost face. Now he has discovered that the other party is so powerful. It is too risky to provoke the other party. His heart also refused to go, but as the boss, he didn't want to say it directly, so he wanted to ask the younger brothers for their opinions. As the second in command of the base, Baihu's opinion carries the most weight, except for his own. That's why Black Tiger asked White Fox. But the White Fox was not very smart, and she said she wanted to go. Black Tiger couldn't help but smack himself in the face. If he had known, he wouldn't have asked the crazy woman's opinion. If White Fox had said no like the other brothers, he would have gone along with the decision and decided not to go. Now that White Fox says she wants to go, he, as the boss, is embarrassed to say he won't go because his woman has been taken. If he doesn't go after his woman, how can he be the boss in the future? Black Tiger was at a loss. He could only prepare to delay it until the evening. Dragging on, this matter was just forgotten. Big things are made small and small things are made big. However, just as Black Tiger was thinking this, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Don't think about it, I'll make the decision for you." Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Then a handsome young man walked in from the door. He was carrying a black katana in his hand. Fresh red blood was dripping from the katana. Liu Yang had gotten it when he killed the two guards at the door. Black Tiger looked at Liu Yang as he walked in and showed a shocked expression. "Who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards?" "They are dead. And you will soon join them. Because I am the one who is here to take your life," Liu Yang said coldly. One of the members saw that Liu Yang dared to speak to the boss like that, and instantly stood up, took out a machete and rushed towards Liu Yang, shouting in his mouth. "What a big mouth! How dare you talk to our Black Tiger boss like that?" Liu Yang swung his sword, and the man's head fell to the ground in an instant. The fast-moving crowd couldn't see when Liu Yang made his move. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. At the same time, they all showed a look of fear on their faces. They also realized that the sword was Zhang Jinglin's sword. Then this person was the super strong person Scar Rat had been talking about? Black Tiger's lips began to tremble. He pointed at Liu Yang and said in a trembling voice, "You are the one who killed the giant bear?" Chapter 45, A Flower Lover at this time? Yes. It's me. You're Black Tiger, right? You have the giant bear and the yellow dog as your subordinates. You're running a zoo? And you have the nerve to hit on my woman? Don't you have any self-awareness? Liu Yang looked at the lecherous Black Tiger and immediately started to mock him. This guy is pot-bellied, dark-skinned, and short and stocky, and his belly is bigger than a woman's belly in the 10th month of pregnancy. I guess even if he took off his pants, he wouldn't be able to see his own dick, he'd just see a big fat belly. And yet he has more than a dozen wives? How dare you put your hand on your own woman, Zhang Jingyu? What is he looking for? After Liu Yang said this, Black Tiger immediately showed an angry expression on his face. Although he was afraid of Liu Yang's strength, he was mocked by the other party in front of so many subordinates. Where could he put his old face? He said to Liu Yang with clenched teeth, "Little brother, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Although you do have some strength, you still dare to be so arrogant in my Black Tiger base. You probably won't be able to leave this base. And Zhang Jingyu is the woman I saw first. You obviously stole my woman and you still dare to show off here?" Hearing the other's words, Liu Yang couldn't help but laugh. This guy has a problem with his brain. Does he think the woman he likes is his? Who does he think he is? Liu Yang said coldly. The woman you saw first? Does that mean you can have her? Do you think you're me? You dared to covet my woman. Do you think I'll leave here before I kill you? Besides, I heard that you have more than 10 wives, right? You hit on my woman, so I'll hit on your wife. When you die, I'll take care of your wife. You're too much. Black Tiger was enraged by Liu Yang's words. Black Tiger waved his hand at his men. Go. Brothers, kill him. However, no one moved. They all had a look of fear on their faces, just standing there watching Liu Yang warily. No one dared to make the first move. After all, Liu Yang had killed a man in an instant when he first arrived here. And the speed of his attack was so fast that no one could see it clearly. They all knew in their hearts that if Liu Yang had slashed at them, they would have died without being able to react. This is clearly not the same level of combat power. Why would you want to die? Besides, Liu Yang has been staring at Black Tiger since he first appeared here. It's obvious that he's here for Black Tiger. As for the others, Liu Yang doesn't have any intention of targeting them either. If they don't want to kill you, why do you have to go and beg them to kill you? Aren't you stupid? So although the Black Tiger team gave the order, none of his subordinates listened to him. Falcon. Black Tiger didn't expect his order to be ignored, so he started calling out the names of his men. Ouch, my head hurts. The Falcon covered his head and remained seated. He's not stupid. His superpower is reconnaissance. In terms of combat ability, he could not even compare to the giant bear, so how could he possibly defeat Liu Yang, who could kill the giant bear in seconds? So he pretended to have a headache. White Fox. Black Fox looked at the crazy woman. While others were afraid, this woman should not be afraid. As long as this woman takes the lead, the others will definitely follow. However, White Fox stood there with a smile, biting her red lips lightly, her eyes fixed on Liu Yang, staring at her intently, taking her in from top to bottom. She cast flirtatious glances at Liu Yang, and even showed a flower-crazy expression on her face. This slut is actually having a crush at this time. Black Tiger is about to collapse. If you, as the leader, don't lead the charge, how can others follow? Come on, let me see your strength. Don't worry, you're too weak. I won't use my superpowers, just normal attacks, and I won't kill you quickly. I'll let you watch how I play with your wife. Seeing that the so-called leader of the survivor base could not even mobilize a single subordinate, Liu Yang could not help but laugh. It seems that this boss is not doing a good job, and none of his subordinates listen to him. Or is he too strong, and scares everyone away? Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Kid, don't push it too far. I've been around for a long time and I'm not someone to be messed with. You've got some nerve not using your powers. You really think I'm some little Karami, don't you? If you've got the guts, don't back out. Wait, I'll see how you die. Black Tiger said with a fierce look in his eyes. He deliberately used provocation to provoke Liu Yang. The difference between a psychic using his psychic powers and not using them is completely two different levels of combat power. If a psychic doesn't use his psychic powers, he is only twice as strong as an ordinary human. This is why Scarmouse is looked down upon by everyone, because he has awakened a skill to drill holes. His superpower is of almost no help in battle. When it comes to a real fight, he is just a super soldier. That's why he's looked down on. Now Liu Yang dares to say that he can use ordinary attacks without using his superpower. Isn't he just tying his own hands and turning himself into a super soldier? Even if Liu Yang is strong, Black Tiger doesn't think he has no chance of winning. You don't need to use provocation. I said I wouldn't use my superpower, so I won't. If I use my superpower, you'll all be dead in an instant. Liu Yang said confidently. Good. You have backbone. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Black Tiger said with clenched teeth, then he extended his tiger claws and grabbed his own arm, instantly tearing his arm bloody, and at the same time his 5 fingers were also covered in blood. Flying blades and bloody claws. Swish. 5 blood claws with a bloody light directly attacked Liu Yang. This is the Black Tiger's superpower. He can use blood to attack his enemies. He can even attack from a distance. This is why he is the strongest psychic among the survivors. Facing the opponent's flying blade and blood claw, Liu Yang was able to dodge it with a quick move. His speed has reached 16.5 times that of an ordinary person, and the basic attributes of a first-level psychic, such as strength and speed, are only twice that of an ordinary person. The extremely fast flying blades and blood claws that seem extremely fast to ordinary first-level supernormal people are just slow motion to Lu Yang. Boom! The blood claws struck the ground, instantly carving 5 deep 10-centimeter marks in the hard ground. Seeing this, the others were all taken aback. Is this the Black Tiger boss's ultimate move? It's so powerful. If this hits a person, it can instantly cut them into 5 pieces. They had only known that Black Tiger was very strong, but they had never seen him use his superpowers before. Now it seems that he is really too fierce. But the guy on the other side was also very powerful. He dodged the blood claw with a quick move. Chapter 46, Begging for Mercy. Seeing that Black Tiger's ultimate move was so powerful, the faces of the younger brothers all showed surprise, and they began to discuss it at the same time. He is the boss of the Black Tiger gang. If we were in his position, we would have been cut in half. Yes. I've never seen Black Tiger in action before, but now it seems that Black Tiger is really as strong as the rumors say. Falcon and the others were shocked and worried at the same time. Black Tiger is so strong, but they didn't listen to him because they were afraid of Lu Yang, and attacked Lu Yang. If Black Tiger wins, will they still have a good life in the future? Therefore, they didn't really want Black Tiger to win. But they also didn't want Lu Yang to win. No one knows if Lu Yang will start to take action against them after defeating Black Tiger. Therefore, they hoped that the best outcome would be a draw. If Black Tiger and Lu Yang are both badly injured, then they can finish them off with a finishing blow, and then they will be able to call the shots at the base. Falcon and the others were thinking about this in their minds. White Fox said to them, "You don't know anything." Black Tiger's attack was indeed very strong, but it didn't work at all. This only shows how powerful that guy is. He didn't use his superpower, he just used his speed to dodge it. Up to now, we don't know what his superpower is. Therefore, that young man has been able to handle the situation with ease, not using his full power. You don't even know how much power he's using right now. In my opinion, he probably hasn't even used 50% of his power. What? He may not even be using 50% of his strength? The faces of the Falcon and the others showed disbelief. If Lu Yang didn't even use 50% of his strength against Black Tiger's powerful technique, just how strong is his true strength? The White Fox sneered and said, "Haha, you see, even if the opponent doesn't use his supernatural powers, Black Tiger is definitely no match for him, and it can even be said that he doesn't stand a chance. Because the opponent is not serious at all, he is just playing." Sure enough, as soon as the White Fox finished speaking, Lu Yang had already flashed into the Black Tiger's embrace and then swung his sword. Swish! Black Tiger's right hand was instantly severed, and the severed arm's wound spewed a high column of blood. Aha! Black Tiger's face showed a look of pain, and he shouted, "Bloody hell!" In an instant, the blood spurting from the arm condensed into bullets in the air, all of which flew towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang didn't expect that Black Tiger would have such a move. Could it be that the more blood this guy shed, the stronger his moves became? Lu Yang retreated, jumping more than 10 feet to avoid the attack. Crack! The blood bullets hit the ground, leaving a deep pit more than 10 centimeters deep. This move actually turned the hard ground into a sieve. Then he stamped his feet on the ground and rushed at the Black Tiger like a cannonball again, swinging his sword again, swish! The Black Tiger's left hand was also cut off. Blood spurted out again. Ah! 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 Black Tiger, who had lost both arms, let out a scream and showed a crazed expression on his face, his teeth bared, as if he wanted to devour Lu Yang alive. Looking at the blood spurting into the air, Black Tiger once again gritted his teeth and cried out. The net of heaven and earth. Swish! The bright red blood formed a huge blood net in midair, covering Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang's speed had increased to 16.5 times that of an ordinary person, so such an attack was completely in slow motion to him. How could it possibly attack him? He casually dodged the net again, then rushed to the front of the Black Tiger and swung his sword again. Swish! The Black Tiger's legs were cut off at the thigh, and the Black Tiger finally fell to the ground in a pool of blood. With both hands and feet severed, Black Tiger was no longer able to move. The blood spurting out was also stopped in an instant. He could still withstand the blood spurting from his hands, but now that his feet were also broken, with 4 wounds spurting blood at the same time, it would only take half a minute for him to die from blood loss. At the same time, Black Tiger discovered that his blood attack was completely ineffective against Lu Yang, and that continuing to attack was just a waste of energy. He simply stopped the blood flow, instantly stopping the bleeding from his 4 huge wounds. At the same time, there was no longer any crazy expression on his face, but rather a look of despair and fear. Because at this moment, he really felt the arrival of death. He looked at Lu Yang and begged him with a humble face. "I was wrong. Big brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. I don't want Zhang Jingyu anymore. I'll give him to you. You can take everything in this base. As long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want." Seeing this scene, the Falcons and others were dumbfounded. The psychic power attack used by Black Tiger was already powerful enough. It was no exaggeration to say that all the psychics here were probably not Black Tiger's match, and they could not even withstand one move, and would be killed in an instant. But Black Tiger, who can kill them in an instant, has no way to fight back in front of Lu Yang. Is the gap between a psychic and a psychic really that big? They really didn't expect that such a powerful Black Tiger could not do any harm in front of Lu Yang, and even in less than 10 seconds, he had his hands and feet chopped off and fell to the ground begging for mercy. The opponent is simply a godlike figure. Even if all the people in this base were to join forces, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the opponent for 3 minutes. Unless a woman offers herself up, using the beauty trick might be able to delay things for 2 hours. Lu Yang saw that the opponent had surrendered and immediately revealed a sneer on his face. "Oh? You're begging for mercy so quickly? I see that your superpower is that the more blood you lose, the stronger you get. So I helped you lose some blood, but I didn't expect you to give up struggling so quickly. I was wrong, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you, please forgive me, brother. Really, I'll give you Zhang Jingyu, and I'll never bother you again, so please let me live." Black Tiger continued to beg Lu Yang for mercy. But when Lu Yang heard what he said, he frowned and said, "You're giving Zhang Jingyu to me? Do I need you to give my woman to me? Who do you think you are?" "Ha!" Hearing Lu Yang's cold voice, Black Tiger was startled and quickly said, "Big brother, I'm wrong. I didn't give her to you. She was yours to begin with. She was your woman. It was my fault. I was wrong." Lu Yang said coldly, "Oh, you admit that Zhang Jingyu was my woman, so how dare you steal my woman?" Black Tiger was shocked again. "No, I didn't dare to snatch her. She was originally my woman, but you took a fancy to her later, so she became your woman." Lu Yang narrowed her eyes and said, "Huh? Are you saying that I picked up your second-hand goods?" Black Tiger was about to collapse. "Big brother, I didn't mean that." "Then you say it. You say who she is, and she is that person's woman." Lu Yang said, "How dare you ask me back?" Black Tiger. Black Tiger was very depressed. It seems that the more he explained, the more confused he became. How exactly should I answer to be the correct answer? Chapter 47, A Different Woman, Want to Spar? Lu Yang stepped on Black Tiger's face and said, "See, no more excuses? I said from the beginning that I could defeat you without using my superpowers. And since you dared to hit on my woman, I'll take care of your wife. I heard you have more than a dozen wives, right?" Black Tiger hurriedly said, Yes, I have more than a dozen wives, all of them are yours if you let me go." Lu Yang was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would give up his wife in order to save his life. He said to Black Tiger, "Oh? You are willing to give up your wife so easily, without hesitation? It's all deserved. A beauty deserves a hero. I'm not worthy of having so many beauties." Black Tiger quickly said. But he didn't expect the white fox next to him to say something. Those wives were all civilians he had taken by force. He forced people to be his wives, and there was no love at all. His original wife died long ago when the apocalypse broke out, but his biological daughter still has one. Hearing this, Black Tiger's face suddenly showed an angry look, and he roared at White Fox, "White Fox! You slut, you traitor! How dare you stab me in the back with a knife?" Seeing that Black Tiger was getting angry again and daring to scold people, Lu Yang stepped on his foot hard, instantly twisting his mouth. He was unable to speak and could only make a painful sound. Lu Yang also realized that this guy didn't care about his wife at all, but his daughter seemed to be his weak point. Lu Yang then looked at Baihu and the others. Just now, when Lu Yang was fighting, White Fox, Falcon, and other elite members of the Black Tiger base were all watching and dared not move. Now that they saw Lu Yang cut off the Black Tiger's hands and feet in less than 10 seconds, turning him into a human stick, they were even more afraid to make a sound. They definitely couldn't fight back, and they definitely couldn't run away. At the other person's speed, they would be killed before they could run 10 meters. Therefore, they have been standing here waiting for their fate to be decided, trying not to attract attention and hoping that Lu Yang will ignore them. But they didn't expect that a single word from the White Fox would attract Lu Yang's attention. When Lu Yang's eyes looked over, the Falcons and others felt as if they were being watched by a demon, their whole bodies trembling, and their body hair standing on end. Then their feet went soft and they fell to the ground in a single snap. Only the White Fox remained standing. Lu Yang looked at her. After taking a good look at the other person's appearance, he was a little surprised. When he first came in here, he focused all his attention on the greasy man, Black Tiger, and completely overlooked the fact that there was such a beautiful woman next to him. This woman had a chic short white haircut, looked very heroic, and her delicate facial features revealed a heroic spirit. She was wearing black tight-fitting clothes, a bit like the Black Widow costume in the movie. At the same time, this woman has a tall figure, flawless white skin, and a hint of cold and arrogant temperament on her face. It's a pity, though, that she's not quite as busty as she could be. 6 words popped into his mind: pregnant. Who are you? Lu Yang asked the White Fox. The fox's seductive red lips curled up slightly, and she said, I am the White Fox. I used to be a psychic at this survivor base, and I was also the second in command of the base, but now, I am your woman. Lu Yang was stunned, then smiled, and said, Oh? Did I agree that you are my woman? He didn't expect this woman to be so direct and so proactive. She actually said that she was my woman? Lu Yang was a little confused. You will agree. Because, you have never met a woman like me before. After the White Fox finished speaking, she flashed into the presence of the Falcon and the others. At some point, she had already taken out a dagger that glinted with cold light. Her figure was like a ghost, shuttling between the people, and wherever she went, blood flowed like a river. Before anyone could react, the White Fox had already slit their throats. Falcon covered his neck, which was spurting blood, and his face showed a look of disbelief. He pointed at White Fox with a trembling hand and said, White Fox, you. They never understood why they died at the hands of Baihu, their companion, rather than at the hands of Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at the White Fox's actions and was a little surprised. He asked the other party. What are you doing? I didn't say I was going to kill them. Black Tiger is their leader, and they didn't listen to him when he told them to kill them. They are fickle and don't listen to orders, so I killed them for you. The White Fox licked her red lips and said. But you didn't listen to Black Tiger either, did you? Lu Yang said with a smile. White Fox blurted out, I'm different. Lu Yang continued to ask, how is it different? White Fox smiled and her face showed a confident expression, I can be your woman, but this group of trash can't. You can't be gay, can you? A boss can betray, but his own man can't betray. So, you don't have to worry. Lu Yang was stunned. Damn, this woman makes a lot of sense. I'm speechless. But Lu Yang still asked with a puzzled look. No, I'm just wondering, are you really that open-minded? You want to be my woman the first time you see me? White Fox walked up to Lu Yang, pointed her white finger at his chest and said in a seductive tone. Handsome guy, haven't any women ever told you that you're handsome and charming? Ah, no one has ever said that. Lu Yang was flattered and touched his head a little bit. Those people are really dishonest. I'm different. I like handsome guys and strong guys, and you happen to be my type. So I'm not going to beat around the bush. I just want to sleep with you. Baihu said bluntly. I didn't expect this woman to be so bold and open, and Lu Yang was a little uncomfortable. In the past, he would hint to others to come to his room for in-depth communication. I never thought that this woman would even hint at it, directly stating it herself. Wants to sleep with me? I'm going. Who's afraid of who? Lu Yang immediately showed an expression of not giving in, saying, Okay, why don't we find a room and spar right now? I'll show you my golden gongham. But the White Fox said, Don't exchange ideas with me first. Black Tiger is dying after you chopped him into a human stick. Don't you have to take care of his daughter in front of him first? Black Tiger was even more furious when he heard this. White Fox, you son of a bitch. You slut, you whore, you deserve to die. Ha ha ha. How dare you curse me? I'm going to bring your daughter over right now. White Fox left with a cold smile, heading straight for the residence of Black Tiger's daughter. Seeing the White Fox leave, the Black Tiger felt a sudden chill in his heart and shouted. No! No, no, no! Don't! White Fox! You dare to touch my daughter? I'll make sure you die a horrible death. I'll haunt you even after I die. Chapter 48, Severe Punishment. Not long after the White Fox left, Scarface Rat had also come here from the burrow at high speed. As soon as he arrived, Scarface was stunned. The ground was covered in blood, and there were more than a dozen bodies lying around. The leader of the gang, Black Tiger, who had once been so high and mighty, was now lying on the ground, barely alive, chopped into a human stick. Scar Rat looked at Liu Yang in disbelief and couldn't help but exclaim. My God, what happened here? Is this the battlefield of the underworld? I came here as fast as I could, but I still didn't make it in time for the battle. You are too strong. Then he walked over to the body of the falcon. He spat on it. I spit. You stupid bastard, you always bragged in front of me, but now you're not acting like a big shot anymore? You can't die anymore, can you? You dared to look down on me. When Black Tiger saw Scarface Rat arrive, he immediately realized that it was because Scarface Rat had informed on him that Liu Yang had found him here and that the tragedy here had happened. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Scarface. Scarface! You traitor! It's all because you betrayed the base first that this happened. If I had known you were a traitor, I would have killed you a long time ago. Scarface, however, showed a smug expression on his face and said nonchalantly. In the past, no one in this base ever took me seriously. I'm only happy when you're all dead. What betrayal! As if you ever treated me as one of your own? Besides, you don't know who you're messing with. Even if I don't rat on you, you'll still get into trouble with him, and you'll still end up dead. Black Tiger spat in Scarface's face. I spit. You're a worthless piece of trash who dares to argue. A person like you, who is always changing sides, is despised everywhere. You think you found a good master? A traitor like you, do you think people will trust you? That's not something you should care about. You should be more concerned about how long you can live. Scarface said that and ignored Black Tiger. Instead, he looked around at the other people on the ground. But soon Scarface noticed that there was one less person, and his face suddenly changed. He quickly said to Liu Yang. Big brother. One is missing. The second in command of this base, White Fox, that crazy woman is very strong, and she is crazy. If we don't kill her, we may be subject to her revenge. Although Black Tiger is the strongest in this base, White Fox is not weak either. And that woman's brain circuits are a bit strange. She doesn't think about the consequences of her actions, and she doesn't have any plans. She just does whatever she thinks of, and she's completely free. One second she might be laughing and joking with you, and the next she'll be drawing her sword and killing you. Therefore, Scar-Faced Rat is very afraid of White Fox. He is even more afraid of her than he is of Black Tiger. Who is it that is talking behind my back? A woman's voice rang out. On hearing this voice, Scarface changed color, instantly showing a look of fear, and then immediately hid behind Liu Yang. He whispered. It's White Fox, it's her voice. Then, White Fox came in with Black Tiger's daughter. Seeing this, Black Tiger's eyes were bloodshot and he shouted at White Fox. White Fox! You will die a horrible death. You cheap woman! I will make sure you die without a burial. Scar-Faced Rat looked at Black Tiger and then at White Fox, and he was completely confused. What's going on? Is Black Tiger crazy? How could he scold White Fox, the second in command? You know that only the White Fox is still alive. Shouldn't the White Fox be his last straw? Why is he cursing people? The White Fox, however, did not respond to the Black Tiger's abuse, but instead smiled at Liu Yang. Handsome, I've brought you your trophy. Black Tiger's own daughter, just turned 18, so fresh. Liu Yang looked at Black Tiger's daughter from head to toe. The girl's delicate face still had a little baby fat, her skin was as white as snow, and it was so soft that it looked as if it could drip water. It was clear that Black Tiger was a powerful man, so even when the end of the world came, he did not let his daughter suffer. His daughter has always lived a life of luxury. It's no different from peacetime. In terms of appearance, his daughter is definitely a beautiful woman among 1,000, with a face that is almost as good as the school beauty queen he used. Now seeing the bodies all over the ground, Black Tiger's daughter was suddenly scared and trembling. She showed a look of fear on her face, but when she saw Black Tiger, who had turned into a human stick, she strangely did not show the slightest expression of sadness. Looking at this beautiful girl, Lu Yang nodded. Well, not bad. She's a good seed. I'll take her as my woman. Such a beautiful girl is a good seed for spreading branches and leaves. Even if she is not the daughter of Black Tiger, and she is just occasionally encountered on the road, Lu Yang will not let her go. He will take her in without hesitation. After all, Lu Yang has the blessing of the system, and every woman is his capital for becoming stronger. For Lu Yang, it is better to kill the wrong person than to let go of the opportunity to become stronger. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Black Tiger suddenly screamed. Ah! No! Don't! Kill me, you kill me! Let my daughter go! The white fox thrust a knife into the Black Tiger's mouth, and with a forceful twist, instantly chopped his tongue into pieces. Then he said coldly, "Shut up! Don't disturb the handsome guy's mood." Chapter 49, I Can't Wait. Wang Feifei reference figure. Watching Lu Yang take his daughter away. Puff. 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 Black Tiger wanted to speak, but his tongue had been chewed up, and when he opened his mouth, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and could only make muffled puffs. He stared at the white fox with anger on his face. As if he wanted to remember this face forever, even if he became a ghost, he would not let it go. Scarface Rat was on the side, not daring to breathe. The white fox is a crazy woman with great power. Now, Scarface is not sure what the white fox's position is. He was the first to betray the base, and if he were killed, he wouldn't even know. Therefore, he is very vigilant. He was ready to escape at any time. The scarred rat was sitting uneasily, and finally couldn't help but ask the white fox, "Big sister, what is the situation now? Have you betrayed the base too?" White fox gave Scar a direct look. This one white eye scared Scarface out of his wits. He almost couldn't hold back and wanted to escape through the hole. White fox said, "What do you mean by betrayal? You little rat. Besides, you should recognize that handsome guy is your new leader, right?" "Yes," Scarface proudly said. He felt that the most correct choice he had made in his life was to join Lu Yang. With such a big, thick leg, his future is bright. The white fox smiled and said, "That's fine. Don't call me big sister anymore, call me sister-in-law." Scarface was stunned. Sister-in-law? Lu Yang had only been here for 10 or 20 minutes, and not only had she defeated Black Tiger and killed the other elites, she had even managed to deal with the crazy white fox? My goodness! This is too strong. It is no exaggeration to say that it is much more difficult to deal with the crazy woman White Fox than it is to kill Black Tiger. Black Tiger's strength has an upper limit. The brain circuits of the crazy woman White Fox have no rules. After learning that White Fox was willing to become Lu Yang's woman, Scar-faced Rat's admiration for Lu Yang deepened even more. Now his fear has completely disappeared. Since White Fox has been tamed by Lu Yang, how could he, as Lu Yang's new little brother, be in danger? We are all family. Seeing this, the dying Black Tiger's eyes once again revealed a flash of anger. Puff. Who? Puff. Large amounts of blood spurted from his mouth again. You don't have to listen to know what he's trying to say. It was just some cursing. Lu Yang said with a sneer on his face. What? Are you excited? But don't get too excited. I still have to tell you that your daughter wanted to go with me. Black Tiger was even more excited. His eyes were bulging like a copper bell, almost falling out of his sockets. He shouted with blood spurting from his mouth. Pa 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 pa. Ha, this is the consequence of infecting my woman. Now even your daughter is going to be taken away by me. Do you know what you've done wrong? After Lu Yang finished speaking, he gave him a look. Pop! Black Tiger was instantly killed by an ice needle to the head. He ended his sinful life, and even to the end, Black Tiger did not understand what Liu Yang's superpower was. When Black Tiger's daughter saw Black Tiger die in front of her, she didn't show any expression of sadness on her face, but rather a look of relief. This scum is finally dead. And he died in front of her. After the apocalypse, she had imagined this every day. Now it had finally come true. At the same time, the white fox and scarred rat next to him also showed a shocked look. At first, Scar-faced Rat did see Liu Yang use his hands to kill the eagle flying at a height of 100 meters. But at that time, he had no idea what method Liu Yang used. He thought in his mind that Liu Yang could control lightning and even electrocute the eagle to death. Now, after seeing how Black Tiger died, Scar-faced Mouse suddenly realized that Liu Yang must have shot the eagle in the head while it was in the air. So how did he do it? Is his superpower a 100% head-exploding superpower? Even at close range, they couldn't see how Liu Yang used his head-exploding skill. In their view, Liu Yang only had to look at Black Tiger and his head exploded. Liu Yang's strength is indeed as he said. If he wanted to kill everyone here, they would all have been killed by him in a single glance. Scarface couldn't help but sigh. The gap between ordinary and powerful psychics was even greater than the gap between ordinary psychics and civilians. White Fox looked at what Liu Yang was doing and licked her red lips, revealing a happy expression on her face. He is worthy of being the man I like. His strength is really too strong. She pointed at the daughter of Black Tiger and asked Liu Yang, "Do you still want this woman? Do you want to kill her?" Hearing the words of the white fox, the daughter of the Black Tiger trembled. Because she also heard the cold murderous intent in the words. This crazy woman really wants to kill me. But Liu Yang's performance made her feel relieved. Liu Yang shook her head. She is my woman now, why would I kill her? The white fox said with some confusion, you've already had her, why keep her? Isn't this kind of woman just playing with a sense of novelty? Besides, you killed her father in front of her, aren't you afraid that she will take revenge on you? I wouldn't. He's not my father. The girl quickly said. The white fox sneered, oh? You're willing to deny your own father in order to stay alive? It seems that you have a deep heart, and you deserve to die even more. After saying that, she directly pulled out her dagger, which glistened with a cold light. It seemed as if the next second, she would cut the girl's throat. Do you think I'm afraid of a little girl's hatred? Liu Yang said confidently, then he glanced at White Fox and said, put the knife away. I won't say it again. Okay. You're the boss, you call the shots. Baihu put away her knife. At the same time, when she saw Liu Yang's confident eyes, Baihu's face showed an even more admiring expression. This man is strong and confident, and his unwavering character is simply overwhelming. He is really handsome. Chapter 50, Entering the Stone Tablet Test. Liu Yang said to Scarface, have these bodies disposed of. Black Tiger is dead, and you will be in charge of this surviving base in the future. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. I'd rather let Sister White Fox manage this base. Scar-faced Mouse hurriedly said. He was not strong enough to manage the base. With the strength of the White Fox, it is enough to kill 10 scarred rats. Liu Yang said. White Fox is already my woman and will leave here with me. The supernaturals at this base should all be dead. So you will be the strongest one here. And with Black Tiger's corpse to intimidate people, no one should dare to oppose you. Scarface still looked embarrassed. This. You can manage it, but you are only being asked to assist in management. Liu Yang is so busy every day, how can he have time to manage these trivial matters? It's not like the entire base is being given to you. What are you afraid of? If you can't manage it, then you can try it for me. Baihu said angrily. I just warned him to call his sister-in-law instead of his sister, but I never thought he would keep forgetting. This little mouse is really annoying. But, hearing Liu Yang admit that she was his woman, White Fox was secretly pleased. Liu Yang said, yes, White Fox is right. I also heard that there is a test stone tablet in this base that can test the strength of supernaturals, right? Scar-faced Mouse nodded. There is such a test stone tablet. The only supernaturals on the list of this survivor base are Black Tiger, White Fox, and Zhang Jinglin. Falcon and I are not qualified to be on the list because we are too weak. Very good, take me to see it. Lu Yang suddenly perked up. The main purpose of his visit to this base of supernormal abilities was to kill Black Tiger, but also to test his own strength and see what kind of reward he could get. Zhang Jinglin obtained such a sharp sword through the test. If he passes the test, will the reward be even stronger? It's really exciting to think about it. Soon, under the leadership of Scarred Rat and White Fox, Lu Yang arrived at the test stone monument of the survivor base. The test stone tablet was as tall as a 4-story building. It was a very large rectangular stone tablet. At the same time, it was densely covered with the names of all the superpowered people. There are 4 lists in total: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. There are 1,000 names on each list. In other words, you must be in the top 1,000 of this list to be eligible. Those who are not in the top 1,000 don't even have the qualifications to be on the list. Lu Yang discovered that the top 10 of each list was made up of people from different countries. The strength of the superpowers in each country is very even. The first person on the yellow list is namely Tianba, which sounds like a person from the Dragon Empire. The first name on the mysterious list is Jackson, who is obviously from the White Eagle Empire. The first place on the Earth list is named Shamiv, and it is obvious that he is from the Bear Empire. The first name on the Tianbang list is Rikuzen Yamada, which is obviously a person from the Little Japan Empire. This also means that this ranking list has appeared all over the world? A mere person from the Little Japan Empire can also be number 1 on the heavenly list? Lu Yang sneered, "Wait and see how I will trample him under my feet." "Where is your name?" Lu Yang asked the White Fox. "Here." The White Fox pointed to one of the names. Lu Yang looked over. He discovered that the real name of the White Fox was Bai Ling, and she was ranked 897th on the yellow list. The White Fox said somewhat unhappily, "Damn. I was ranked 830th a few days ago, but now dozens of people have passed me. It seems that more and more people are awakening their superpowers, and the powers they awaken are very strong." That's right. The rankings are not always constant. Once a new person enters the test and his ranking is ahead of yours, your ranking will be pushed back. It's even possible to be pushed off the list. Maybe you can take the test again. Lu Yang said to the White Fox. The White Fox shook his head and said, "I've already tested it, but it's useless. Testing is extremely energy and time consuming. Only the first test can be rewarded, and subsequent tests can only improve your ranking. Unless you can move up the rankings, for example from the yellow list to the mysterious list, you won't be able to get a reward." "I see." Lu Yang nodded and asked, "What does the test look like?" The White Fox replied, "Everyone's test is different. Basically, it's about killing monsters. The test stone tablet is divided into 100 levels. When I was in the yellow list test, I only reached level 12. "I see. I want to try it." Lu Yang showed a look of eagerness. The White Fox said, "You just need to put your hand on the steel, and the steel will be able to detect you, and then you will enter the steel." "Okay." Lu Yang nodded and placed his hand on the steel. Immediately afterwards, he felt a slight electric current pass through his hand, covering his entire body. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and then a flash of red light, and he disappeared directly in the same place, entering the steel. Inside the steel was an extremely empty space. It looked like a square hall 100 meters long, wide, and high. Above the hall, a few lines of text appeared. "It has been detected that the superhuman possesses S-class superhuman abilities and has reached the standard for the celestial ranking test. Do you wish to begin the celestial ranking test?" Seeing this prompt, Lu Yang was shocked. This stone tablet can actually directly detect my strength? Can it even detect the level of a psychic? Does that mean that anyone who can enter the celestial ranking test is at least an S-class psychic? And the A-class psychics correspond to the earthly ranking? And so on? He then said without hesitation, "Start the test." The test begins. Soon, 10 zombies appeared out of thin air. These zombies were different from ordinary zombies. Their eyes were not vacant, but rather, they were like normal humans, even communicating with each other with their eyes and even coordinating tactics. And each zombie had a long knife in their hand. They know how to cooperate and have weapons. This is at least a second-level zombie, right? 10 second-level zombies at once? I have to say, if they were ordinary psychics, I'm afraid they wouldn't be their match. However, I'm not an ordinary psychic. Without saying a word, Lu Yang rushed over with his sword in hand. Swish, swish, swish. In less than 10 seconds, the 10 zombies were already decapitated. Lu Yang's basic attributes are now 16.5 times those of an ordinary person. And a second-level zombie is about twice as strong and fast as an ordinary person. In other words, it is similar to the basic attributes of an ordinary first-level psychic. However, a first-level psychic still has an advantage over a second-level zombie because the psychic has psychic powers, while the second-level zombie only has basic attributes and can only attack normally. And their IQ is not very high, so in a one-on-one situation, they can easily be killed by a first-level psychic. But a group of 10 is not something that an ordinary psychic can handle. However, in Lu Yang's opinion, the opponent's speed is simply turtle speed. Not to mention 10, even if there were 10,000, he would still chop them down. The subtitles in the stone tablet changed again. Congratulations on passing level 1. Do you want to proceed to the next level? Yes. Let's move on to the next level. Lu Yang said without hesitation. Soon, the scene in front of Lu Yang changed again, and 20 second-level zombies appeared in front of him. Lu Yang sneered, the gap in strength is so great that it can't be made up for by quantity. Can't you give me something challenging? He took his long sword and once again charged at the 20 zombies, quickly slaying them all. Chapter 51, Want to try the zombies? When Lu Yang entered to take the test, Baihu and Scar-Faced Rat were outside. They also started to discuss it. Scar-Faced Rat said, with Lu Yang's strength, he should be able to make it into the Xian list, right? With his strength, he can't even get into the yellow list. He felt that people who could make it onto the yellow list were already very strong. It is even more unimaginable for someone to enter the mysterious list. Because each list can only display 1,000 people, but it doesn't mean that there are only 1,000 people on each list. There may be tens of thousands of people, and hundreds of thousands of people can't make it on the list. For example, Scarred Rat is not unranked, but is ranked 15,000th on the yellow list. He is not qualified to be displayed on the stone tablet. Therefore, the difference between the first place on the yellow list and the 1,000th place on the Xian list is not just 1,000 people, but maybe tens of thousands of people. Therefore, Scar-Faced Rat believes that if Lu Yang can make it onto the mysterious list and reach the top 1,000, and his ranking is displayed on the stone tablet, then he will already be a super strong person. The people on the earth and heaven lists are peerless, and they are even too powerful to think about. The White Fox smiled and said, I don't think so. Lu Yang's strength is the strongest of all the survivors I've seen, so I think he should be able to enter the Earthless test. As for whether he can make the rankings, I'm not sure. Scar-Faced Mouse was a little surprised and said, Sister-in-law, you really think so highly of brother Lu Yang's strength? White Fox smiled confidently, of course, the man I chose, how could he not even make the Earth list? I think he can enter the top list. He is the strongest, and maybe he can even win first place. At this moment, a beautiful voice rang out. The speaker was Wang Feifei, the daughter of Black Tiger. After hearing Wang Feifei's words, White Fox smiled. She said, What do you know, you're just an ordinary person. How could you possibly understand the things of a superhuman? Wang Feifei said with a smile, I am indeed an ordinary person, and I really don't understand the things of supernormal people, but I do understand Lu Yang. I have had in-depth exchanges with him, and in my opinion, he is the most powerful man in the world, so he will definitely get the first place on the heavenly list. The White Fox chuckled and said, you are indeed an ordinary person. You don't understand the difference between supernormal people. You are just confident and ignorant. Humph. We'll see. I believe that Lu Yang is the strongest. Wang Feifei said unconvinced. The White Tiger smiled confidently and said, You're so confident? Why don't we make a bet? If you lose, you'll be my servant, and I'll let you do whatever I want. If you win, I'll be your servant, and I'll let you do whatever I want. What do you say? I'll take the bet. I won't lose. Wang Feifei puffed up her mouth and said. Although she didn't understand what superpowers were or the differences in abilities between superpowers, it didn't matter because after communicating with Lu Yang in depth, she had absolute trust in him. As long as it's Lu Yang, nothing is impossible. While everyone was discussing it outside, Lu Yang's test had already reached the 10th level. The zombies that appeared in the 10th level were no longer simple second-level zombies. There were 10 level 3 zombies, each of which led 100 level 2 zombies, making a total of more than 1,000 zombies. They were well organized, disciplined and coordinated. Lu Yan was taken aback when she saw the level 3 zombies for the first time. The third level zombies already looked very similar to humans, except that their skin was a little pale. They no longer had their teeth bared and their mouths were not dribbling saliva. From a distance, they looked just like normal people. And Lu Yang saw that these level 3 zombies were actually communicating with each other. In other words, the level 3 zombies can already talk. Isn't this level of intelligence too high? Lu Yang looked at one of the female level 3 zombies and found that not only could it speak, but it was also very beautiful. Its pale skin added to its coldness and beauty, but unfortunately its lips were also pale. If it had lipstick on, it would definitely be a beautiful woman. I don't know what the difference is between this zombie and a normal human woman. Lu Yan was tempted to try out the feeling of being a zombie. Lu Yan then shook his head. Damn it! I'm in the middle of a rush, what am I thinking about? Lu Yang continued to attack the zombie army. The zombies, led by the third level zombies, became more organized and disciplined, and even knew how to besiege Lu Yang. 1,000 zombies surrounded Lu Yang. It seems that the 10 level 3 zombies have to be killed. As long as the 10 leaders are dead, the remaining zombies will become a disorganized group. Lu Yang unsheathed his sword and charged at the 10 zombies. He fought directly against the level 3 zombies. The strength and speed of the third level zombies is 4 times that of ordinary people, and they also have the wisdom to use weapons. Unfortunately, compared to Lu Yang, their strength is still too weak. It took less than 10 seconds for Lu Yang to kill the 10 level 3 zombies. Each one was decapitated. The remaining second level zombies were leaderless, and Lu Yang charged in and began a one-sided massacre. After passing the 10th level, Lu Yang finally understood. Since the apocalypse broke out not long ago, all superpowered people are basically still at the level of a first-level superpowered person. Even a first-level superpowered person of the S-class is only a difference in superpowered abilities compared to a low-level superpowered person. The physical basic attributes are actually the same, about twice that of an ordinary person. If they don't use their superpowers, the S-class superpowers are actually about the same as other superpowers. Therefore, in the test of the heavenly list, when dealing with level 3 zombies, if they use their basic attributes, they are actually not a match for level 3 zombies. They must use their superpowers to defeat the level 3 zombies. However, using superpowers is very mentally exhausting and cannot be used indefinitely. Therefore, it is not easy for S-class supernaturals to pass level 10 in the Celestial Board test and defeat so many zombies. Those who can pass level 10 should be able to reach at least the top 1,000 on the list. That is why the number of zombies is increased at each level of the test. The increase in the number of zombies means an increase in difficulty for ordinary psychics. However, Lu Yang is an exception. Because of the system's blessing, killing zombies can strengthen his attributes. At this time, his attributes are 16.5 times those of an ordinary person. Even in the test of the heavenly list, he can become a one-sided massacre. He doesn't even need to use his superpowers. This means that no matter how many zombies there are, they are useless to Lu Yang, because he doesn't need to use his superpowers, he won't run out of mental energy, and he has a magic sword that can kill a zombie with a single blow. Killing zombies is as easy as cutting vegetables, and it only increases the number of vegetables. What difficulty is there for a vegetable cutter? Lu Yang is like a bug in the program. Even the stone tablet didn't expect that someone would be able to reach a dozen times the basic attributes of ordinary people in the early stages of the apocalypse. This so-called heavenly list test is too simple for Lu Yang. He said confidently. If the levels after this continue to increase the number of zombies, then even if I reach level 100, I can pass it easily. Chapter 52, Number 1 on the heavenly list? Half an hour later. Lu Yang cut off the head of the last level 6 zombie. At the same time, a new subtitle appeared on the stone tablet. Congratulations, you have cleared level 100. The celestial ranking test is over. You have become the number 1 on the celestial ranking and received a reward, a dark cloak. Lu Yan was stunned. Huh? It's over? I'm not done yet. To be honest, Lu Yang didn't find the 100th level particularly difficult, and the more he played, the more excited he became. Now that he has received the prompt that the level has been cleared, he is still a little disappointed. After all, when others only had twice the attributes of ordinary people, Lu Yang had already reached 16.5 times. This kind of dimensional reduction made his test 10 points easier. He quickly checked the attributes of the reward. Dark Cloak. This equipment can give you the ability to fly for a short time, lasting 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Your flying speed is twice your movement speed. Lu Yang was shocked when he saw this attribute. This little cloak can actually give you the ability to fly. I'm so surprised. This is so cool. It's worthy of being the reward for being number 1 on the heavenly list. Flying is the dream of many men. Walking on air is something that only immortals can do. Now a cloak can give you the ability to fly, which is simply awesome. Although Lu Yang's current speed is already 16.5 times that of an ordinary person, doubling that would be 33 times. The maximum speed of an ordinary person is about 8 to 9 meters per second. So Lu Yang's speed is 9 times 33 equals 297 meters per second. This is close to the speed of sound. Flying at the speed of sound with human flesh. No one can do that. This equipment is awesome. And, don't worry about how much your flying ability will be enhanced. The main thing is that he is handsome. In order to match the dark cloak, Lu Yang took out the clothes he had collected from the supermarket from his dark space, selected a black outfit, and then paired it with the dark cloak, instantly giving him a feeling of a Lone Ranger. Looking at his handsome outfit, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. It seems that I need to find an opportunity to fly in midair and show off in front of people. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the flying ability of my dark cloak? With this in mind, Lu Yang left the steel space. The next second, he appeared outside the steel. At this time, Scarface and White Fox were still waiting outside. Seeing Lu Yang come out, White Fox was taken aback. She said in disbelief. So fast? When she was ranked on the yellow list, she had to fight for 3 whole days before she could pass the 12th level. Why did it take so long? Because the psychic power of a psychic is limited. After clearing a level, if you use your psychic power, then your psychic power will be depleted. You must wait until your spiritual power is fully restored before you dare to enter the next level. Otherwise, you will be unable to use your superpowers in the next level, and you will definitely lose. Many players use this tactic. You can choose when to enter the next level, so you have enough time to restore your physical and mental strength. Of course, if you still can't clear the next level even after your physical and mental strength have been fully restored, then it means that your strength has reached its limit. Lu Yang only needed half an hour. Does that mean that he didn't have time to restore his spiritual power at all? If Baihu had this idea, Lu Yang would probably say with disdain, a simple clearance test, why would you need to use your supernatural powers? There is no loss of spiritual power, so why should you recover it? Just as the White Fox was shocked. Scarred Rat said at this moment, damn it. Lu Yang's name didn't even appear on the list of the top players. Could it be that the boss's clearance time was too short and he didn't make the list? After hearing this, the White Fox immediately focused his attention on the ground list. He quickly looked it over. Although the clearance time of half an hour is not enough for an ordinary psychic to even pass the first level, Lu Yang is different. Although the odds are not high, what if he makes it onto the list? However, White Fox looked from the 1000th place to the first place, and she still couldn't find Lu Yang's name. A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. So it really can't be done. Even someone as powerful as Lu Yang still couldn't make it onto the list in just half an hour. Perhaps because Lu Yang used up all his mental energy in the first level, he gave up on the game? White Fox felt a little regret. If she had known, she would have told Lu Yang to wait until her spirit power was fully restored before entering the next level, instead of giving up. Just as the White Fox was feeling remorseful, the voice of Wang Feifei's surprise came from the side. Hey, look! Look at the top of the rankings. When White Fox and Scar-Faced Mouse heard this, they immediately set their sights on the top of the rankings. When they saw the name of the first place, they were stunned. The name of the first place on every list is dozens of times larger than the names of the second and all the others, and it shines with a dazzling golden light. And the name shining at the top of the list was Lu Yang. The White Fox froze. This? How is that possible? In just half an hour, he had already won the top spot on the celestial list. This is simply unimaginable. All the supernaturals in the survivor base have tried the test on the stone tablet. After the test, they would all exchange information. From the exchange, they learned that although everyone's level is different, the difficulty is basically the same for their strength. In other words, the stone tablet sets the level of difficulty according to each person's strength. It takes about an hour to clear the first level, and the time it takes to clear the second level can even be extended to 2 hours. The later levels are more difficult and take longer to complete. In the end, you won't even be able to clear a level in a day. Liu Yang, however, only spent half an hour and became the first person to complete the game. Who is he? How powerful are his superpowers that he can achieve such a miracle? Baihu couldn't figure it out. As a fellow psychic, and having also passed the test of the stone tablet, she realized even more how difficult it was to become the number one on the celestial list. But Liu Yang only needed half an hour to do it. Does this mean that other people's first place on the celestial list is because they have reached the top of the celestial list, while Liu Yang's first place on the celestial list is because the highest ranking is only first place on the celestial list? If there is a list of the best, and he is willing to spend more time, can he still reach the top? After all, half an hour is definitely not the upper limit for Liu Yang. This shows that even the test stone tablet cannot test Liu Yang's upper limit. After understanding this, the white fox looked at Liu Yang with almost a godlike gaze. This man is truly not human. It's not an exaggeration to call him a god. Chapter 53, Manifesting the Divine in Front of Others. Okay, you win. I'll be your follower. The white fox said to Wang Feifei with a helpless look on her face. Although she is a noble psychic, she still abides by the principle of willing to lose after betting. Since she made a bet with Wang Feifei in the first place, she naturally had to follow the bet. Wang Feifei said in a shy voice, "I wouldn't dare. Just don't bully me in the future." "Oh, you little girl, you dare to deliberately say that I bully you. Are you pretending to be pitiful in front of Liu Yang? You are so crafty. I'm going to pinch you to death." Baihu directly reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Wang Feifei's waist. "Help! Liu Yang, look, she's always bullying people." Wang Feifei screamed and ran away, hiding behind Liu Yang's back, clutching at Liu Yang's black cloak with both hands, looking like an eagle catching a chicken. After this bet, it seems that the relationship between White Fox and Wang Feifei has improved a lot. The two of them were laughing and playing around, but Scarface was focused entirely on Liu Yang. He couldn't help but sigh, "Boss, you're so handsome in this outfit. Especially this cloak, the material looks so high quality, it's not like it's made by a human. It's so handsome." When Baihu and Wang Feifei heard Scarface's words, they also instantly came to their senses. At first, they were shocked by Liu Yang's ranking and hadn't noticed the changes in his outfit. Now that they have recovered, they take a closer look. They were truly amazed. Especially the dark cloak, it's not just ordinary darkness, it's pure black, as if it absorbs all the light. Wang Feifei couldn't help but pick up a corner of Liu Yang's cloak and feel it. She even rubbed it against her soft face. She even rubbed it on her soft face. Then she said to Liu Yang in amazement, "It's so soft and comfortable. I've never seen this material before. Liu Yang, where did you get this cloak? This soft fabric must be very comfortable to wear as underwear." Liu Yang. He touched Feifei Wang's head and said, "This dark cloak is used to look cool, not to be a show-off. This is the reward I got for passing the celestial list test. How is it? Cool or not?" The reward for the celestial list test? Everyone was taken aback. At the same time, their eyes were fixed on the dark cloak. They were all envious. Scar-faced Mouse said, "Since it is a reward for the top list test, it must be more than just looking handsome, right? It must have other uses, right?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "Of course. How could the reward for winning first place on the celestial list be just for looking handsome? As for its real function, I will tell you about it in due course. Wait until you gather everyone from the survivor base. I have something to tell them. By the way, let me ask you first, how did this base operate in the past? Liu Yang also has a safe villa area. But there were very few people living there, just a few beautiful women. Therefore, he is not very familiar with the operation of a real survivor base. Scarred Rat said, the main source of supplies for the survivor base is to be collected by people. In addition to the collection led by the supernormal, ordinary survivors also need to form teams to collect supplies, and in order to survive in this base, they all need to hand in supplies. The materials handed in are roughly 1 loaf of bread or 2 eggs per day for a family, or useful medicines and the like, things of similar value. If there is really nothing to hand in, they will be kicked out. Therefore, the more civilians there are in the survivor base, the richer it will be. At any time, the population is an extremely important resource. In contrast, the supernaturals need to protect the safety of the survivor base and ensure that the civilians are not threatened by the zombies in the base. I see. Lu Yang nodded. The operation of a real survivor base is indeed different from what he imagined. The villa area where he was living only had him collecting supplies and supporting so many women. But a real survivor base relies on civilians to collect and hand in supplies. Lu Yang said to Scarface, "Okay, I understand. You gather everyone and let me know when you're done. I'm going to give a speech. At the same time, I'm going to tell everyone in the base that I, Lu Yang, have become the new owner of this survivor base." "Okay, boss. I'll go and tell everyone now. Gather at the gym in the villa area. After everyone is here, I'll take you there." Scar Mouse nodded quickly and hurriedly began to notify everyone. Scar quickly gathered all the survivors in the gymnasium. At this time, Lu Yang also arrived at the gymnasium with 2 women, White Fox and Wang Feifei. Lu Yang nodded to Scarface Rat. Scar understood and dragged out the corpse of Black Tiger and threw it in front of everyone. All the survivors were shocked. It was terrible. It was really tragic. It was a sight to behold. At this point, Black Tiger had already turned into a corpse that could not be more dead, and his hands and feet were gone, leaving only 4 bloody cuts. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a look of disbelief. His head had been blown apart, and his skull was nowhere to be found. His skull was empty, and his brain had disappeared. Lu Yang had deliberately not blown up his face in order to use Black Tiger as a threat. The corpse of Black Tiger at this time was covered in blood, and his mouth was all torn up. In short, it was a tragedy. Seeing the once proud Black Tiger now reduced to such a miserable corpse, the survivors looked at each other in shock and dared not utter a sound. They didn't know what would happen next. They could only wait nervously and quietly for the judgment of fate. At this time, Lu Yang, dressed in a handsome black outfit, stepped forward and said to everyone, "My name is Lu Yang. I killed Black Tiger, so from today on, I am the leader of this survivor base. Who is for and who is against?" The survivors looked at each other. Objection? The arrogant Black Tiger has been killed, so how could these civilians dare to object? Seeing that no one spoke up, Lu Yang said again, "Since no one is against it, I will be in charge of this survival base from now on. If anyone dares to disobey me or try to pull any tricks behind my back, they will only have one fate, which is the same as Black Tiger's." Lu Yang's second sentence was very cold and oppressive. The survivors were all scared and their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Then, Lu Yang, in the eyes of everyone, walked step by step into the air, directly into the air. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. How did he do it? He was able to walk on air? Is he a human or a god? Chapter 54, He is already handsome. Lu Yang, in midair, looked down at the people below. His black cloak flapped in the sky, like the black wings of a war god. The crowd looked up at Lu Yang, as if they were looking at a god high above them. Their eyes even involuntarily revealed a sense of piety. Pop! One survivor was overwhelmed by Lu Yang's awe-inspiring presence and his knees gave way, causing him to fall to his knees. Then, the other survivors also knelt down on the ground. Even Scarred Mouse, who was standing next to them, almost couldn't hold back and was about to kneel down. "Brother Lu Yang, this is so cool." He also thought of this at the time. This is probably the power of Lu Yang's black cloak. Walking on air. Hovering in the air, like a god. He was simply awesome. After everyone had knelt down to worship him, Lu Yang slowly spoke, "From today on, the amount of supplies you hand in every day will be halved. At the same time, I can lend each of you 50 caddies of potatoes, which you can use for planting. The villa area is sparsely populated, and the football fields, green belts, and lawns can all be cultivated into fields for planting. However, you will need to return 200 kilograms of potatoes to me after 1 year. And, in the future, 20% of all crops grown in the villa area will be handed over to me. After saying this, Lu Yang began to scatter potatoes from the dark space. It seemed as if potato rain was falling from the sky. The empty space at Lu Yang's feet had already begun to slowly accumulate into a small hill. Seeing this, all the survivors were stunned. So many potatoes appeared out of thin air. Could it be that he is not just like a god, but a real god? The god said, "I need seeds." And so, it began to rain seeds from the sky. This is nothing short of a miracle. That country bumpkin, Black Tiger, only exploits ordinary survivors like them. Compared to this god like Lu Yang, he is nothing. Look at him, he's so handsome. All the realistic faces showed expressions of worship. At the same time, there was a hint of happiness in their worship. Because of Lu Yang's arrival, the amount of supplies they had to hand in every day was halved, which would make their lives much easier in the future, and they wouldn't have to risk going out every day to find supplies. What's more, Lu Yang also lent them potato seeds for planting. So in the future, will they be able to live self-sufficiently without having to collect supplies? At this thought, all the survivors were moved to tears. Every day, they went out to look for supplies, and they were always on edge. Even a normal zombie could pose a great threat to them. If they encounter a group of zombies, there is simply nowhere to run. They had once watched their friends and family being eaten alive by the zombies. But if they don't go out to search for supplies, they can't stay in the safe survivor base. At the survivor base, they can also team up to search for supplies together without worrying about their own safety. If you stay outside alone, the chances of survival are even lower. And every day you are on edge, afraid that the zombies will find you. They can't even sleep peacefully. So in order to stay in the base, they risk going out to search for supplies every few days. But if they can grow their own food, they won't have to go out to search for supplies anymore. They can stay in the safe base every day and survive on crops. Wouldn't that be like living in peace? And the one who gave them hope for a return to peace was Lu Yang in the sky. He is a man like a god. A little girl couldn't help but point at Lu Yang and ask, "Mom, why is he flying in the sky? Why does he have so much food? Is he the savior sent from heaven?" The woman next to her quickly took the girl's hand and said nervously, "Lower your head and don't point at him. When you see a god, bow your head." From then on, the little girl remembered this sentence. She remembered it for the rest of her life. In the sky, the black figure became a light in the little girl's heart for the rest of her life. After Lu Yang had finished all this, he slowly descended from the sky to the ground. Then Lu Yang said to the scarred rat, "Each person will be given 50 caddies of potatoes. You can keep a record of it. After a year, they will have to return 200 caddies, and in the future, 20% of their crop will be handed over." "Okay, boss, I'll take care of it." Scar-faced Rat nodded quickly. He could see that Lu Yang had done all this, and it was all real measures to benefit the people. This is a huge benefit for ordinary survivors. After the apocalypse, food is very precious. It was a great kindness to lend you food as seed. It is no exaggeration to say that in the post-apocalyptic world, 50 caddies of potatoes can even be exchanged for 5 beautiful girls. But Lu Yang did not hesitate to lend out these most precious supplies. Once the planting was successful, their harvest stabilized, and they no longer had to risk searching for supplies. And the outside supplies are getting less and less. There will be a day when they run out. But planting can be endless. In fact, the more they plant, the more they get. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Yang is the savior of all ordinary survivors at this base. Unlike Black Tiger, who only thinks about how to deprive these survivors of their supplies, he thinks about how to make these survivors better able to continue to develop. The difference between the two is like night and day. A survivor base leader like Lu Yang is the real leader. Other survivors also had happy smiles on their faces, and one by one they came to collect 50 caddies of potatoes. A pair of parents brought a little girl to Scarface Rat. This little girl was the one to whom Scarface Rat had given candy. The little girl ran over, beaming with happiness, and gave Scar a hug. She looked up at Scar, with her big, innocent eyes, and asked him, Mr. Rat, is it you who found the savior?" "Yes. I am the savior you found," Scar-faced Rat said proudly and confidently. "Yes. You are indeed the most handsome person in this base. The little girl was overjoyed. The other adult survivors behind her also began to laugh. Scar-faced Rat was also very happy to see everyone so happy. Because in the past, all the superheroes looked down on him, only these ordinary survivors looked up to him. Now that he saw that these ordinary survivors were able to obtain so many supplies, Scarface was also very happy for them. After 50 caddies of potatoes have been planted, it will only take 4 to 5 months to increase the yield tenfold, which is 500 caddies of harvest. Even if you give back 200 kilograms to Liu Yang, there will still be 300 kilograms left. If 300 caddies are used to plant more potatoes, they can be increased to 3,000 caddies. This is the explosive growth of resources. The agricultural era was an important era in human development, allowing humans to survive without having to risk hunting. Now, this base of survivors seems to be replicating this great era. Liu Yang left the gymnasium with 2 beautiful girls. He left the distribution of supplies to Scarface. On the way, White Fox asked Liu Yang, "You were so handsome just now. Even I almost couldn't help but kneel down." Liu Yang smiled wickedly at the White Fox's words, "Don't kneel now. When we get to my room, you can kneel down then." The White Fox licked her red lips and swallowed her saliva. She was looking forward to what was going to happen next. Next to her, Wang Feifei's face turned red. Of course she understood what Liu Yang meant by that. Because that's what she had just done in the room. It still makes her blush when she thinks about it. It's embarrassing that these 2 people would start talking about such things in broad daylight. Chapter 55, Global Shock. Liu Yang was about to find a room to have a good discussion with Bai Ling and show her his golden gongham. He didn't know that his feat of winning first place in the Tian Bang test had already spread all over the world. All the information on the stone tablets is shared. When Liu Yang became number 1, the name of the number 1 person on the list on all the steels around the world became Liu Yang's name. In the White Eagle Empire, located in a safe haven more than 50 meters underground, the president's secretary ran over in a panic and said to the president, "Your Excellency! Your Excellency, the number 1 on the heavenly list has changed." "Oh? Was it General Bob who pinned Yamada to the ground that day?" The president of the White Eagle Empire showed a happy expression on his face. The first place on the heavenly list is taken by the Little Sun Empire's Yamada, the second place is taken by the White Eagle Empire's Bob, the third place is taken by the Dragon Empire's Joshingshin, and the fourth place is taken by the Wild Bear Empire's Mahashev. In fact, the top 4 are not satisfied with each other. Although the first place is occupied by Rikuzen Yamada, the next 3 are constantly testing and constantly catching up. They want to move up the rankings. After all, whoever can win first place is the most powerful psychic. The game between the great powers is not only in times of peace, even in the end times, they still want to prove that they are the strongest and can dominate the world. And being ranked number 1 on the celestial list is the best proof. Therefore, when they heard that the name of the top of the list had changed, the first reaction of the president of the White Eagle Empire was that General Bob had gone from second place to first place. The secretary shook her head. "No, it's not General Bob, it's a newcomer named Liu Yang. Judging by the name, he's from the Dragon Empire." "What?" The 80-year-old president of the White Eagle Empire, whose face was originally kind, suddenly had a hint of ruthlessness. The Dragon Empire has actually put the Little Japan Empire under its feet? In that case, there are 2 people from the Dragon Empire in the top 5 of the heavenly list? He immediately made a decision, ordered General Bob to continue testing. "I want him to win first place within 10 days. In addition, send a team of superpowered individuals into the Dragon Empire to find this guy Liu Yang. I want to know all his information within a month. Also, what about the biomechanical transformation troops and the mechanical transformation troops? What about the aliens in the 9th district?" This was the first time he had seen the president's face show such an expression since the end of the world. The secretary's head was covered in fine beads of sweat. He said nervously, "They are still in the experimental stage and cannot be used yet. They cannot meet the standards for actual combat. As for the 9th district, the alien weapons are still being tested." The 80-year-old president said decisively, "End the experiment within 3 days and send these 2 units into actual combat. Actual combat is the best test. At the same time, order the scientists in District 9 to speed up the progress." "Yes, sir." The secretary straightened up, saluted, and then left the president's office to begin distributing the orders given by the president. Little Japan Empire. In the Prime Minister's office, a secretary ran in, shouting, "Prime Minister, something terrible has happened." "What a mess! What a mess!" The Prime Minister of the Empire of Japan frowned and scolded the secretary. The secretary wiped the cold sweat from his head and said hurriedly, "Prime Minister, something terrible has happened. The number one on the list is no longer General Jishan. It has become a new name?" "What?" The Prime Minister of the Little Empire of Japan had an expression of disbelief on his face. "How is this possible? General Sunshang is gifted and has no match. How could he be surpassed by someone else? Call General Sunshang over, I have something to tell him." The secretary said, "General Sunshang is very angry that someone has taken his place in the rankings, and has already entered the stone tablet to start the test." Okay. The Prime Minister nodded. He had originally wanted to order General Sun to continue with the test, but he had already gone in. It seems that General Sunshine values his honor very much. Who replaced General Rishang's ranking? The Prime Minister continued to ask. The secretary said, "It was a man named Liu Yang. Judging from the name, he should be from the Dragon Empire." The Prime Minister slapped the table with his hand and his face showed even more anger. "It's the Dragon Empire? Damn it! Pass my order. Immediately send the most elite team of supernaturals to enter the Dragon Empire and find this person named Liu Yang. At all costs, kill him. Also, what's going on in the ninja village?" The secretary wiped the sweat off his brow and said, "The Vice Prime Minister is still in urgent communication. The fate of the empire is at stake, and these people from the ninja village are just sitting there? Are they still people of the little Japanese empire? Damn it! Give the Deputy Prime Minister an order to hurry up and communicate. No matter what, we must invite the elite of the ninja village to come out." The Prime Minister of the Little Japan Empire issued the final death order. "Hey!" The secretary bowed and left the Prime Minister's office. The Bear Empire. Inside the presidential palace. The secretary rushed in, "Mr. President, the number one on the list has changed. His name is Liu Yang, and he is a superhuman from the Dragon Empire." The stern expression on the face of the president of the Bear Empire revealed a serious expression. "Oh? The Dragon Empire can produce such talent? It seems that we also need to hurry. How is the research on the superpower enhancer going?" The secretary said nervously, "It is still in the animal testing stage." The president of the Bear Empire began to give orders. Human trials must begin within 3 days, and Project Poseidon must be restarted. In addition, General Makachev must be ordered to take the celestial ranking test immediately. At the same time, 3 days later, send a team of superpowered people into the Dragon Empire to find out who this Liu Yang is. The agent who infiltrated the Little Japan Empire is ordered to enter a state of silence and focus all his energy on the Dragon Empire. Mr. President, the Poseidon project was already suspended during the former Alliance era. If we restart it now, I'm afraid. Do as I say." The president of the Bear Empire showed a determined expression on his face. "Yes, Your Excellency." Dragon Empire. In the underground shelter. The secretary's face showed great excitement. "Commander Wang, the number one on the list, has been replaced. His name is Liu Yang. Judging by the name, he must be from our Dragon Empire." "Oh?" Commander Wang's face also showed some surprise, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha ha. Good, that's great. Now, the Little Japan Empire will finally stop being so arrogant, right? Our Dragon Empire is finally looking good. Send my order, our Dragon Force will immediately send everyone out to find this Liu Yang, the psychic, and absorb him into our Dragon Force at all costs. We must find Liu Yang before the Eagle Force does. The Hidden Dragon and the Eagle are the two special forces of the Dragon Empire. Although they cooperate with each other, they also compete with each other, and neither side will yield to the other. Commander Wang is the commander of the Hidden Dragon Unit. On the other side, Commander Zhang of the Flying Eagle Unit also received the news and immediately issued an order. Everyone, the first priority is to find Liu Yang. At all costs, get him to join our Eagle Unit. I don't care what methods you use. Coercion, bribery, even sexual seduction are all fine. In a month, I want to see this Lu Yang in front of me. I must get there before the old king. Originally, they had Zhou Xingqian, the third place on the heavenly list, and now they are in the lead. If they get Lu Yang, the first place on the heavenly list, then our Flying Eagle unit will never have a chance. Yes, Commander Zhang. Seeing his subordinates leave the office, Commander Zhang's face showed a solemn expression. He muttered to himself. Where have these guys been training every day? They train and test every day, but they can't get the top spot on the list. This Lu Yang is a name I've never heard of. I guess he's just a civilian with superpowers, but he can get first place. He's really impressive and talented. I'm afraid that Lu Yang is also training hard right now. Chapter 56, Try the Feeling of a Psychic. White Fox reference image. At this time, Lu Yang was indeed very busy. But he wasn't busy training, he was busy communicating with Baihu, the peerless beauty. Click to generate electricity for love and you can view 10,000 hidden characters. A few hours later, Lu Yang received a system message. Congratulations, host, you have successfully made the other person your girlfriend. Freezing ability level increased by 1. Freezing power again? Lu Yang was a little surprised. The freezing ability is his main attack ability. At the same time, the increase in power with each level up is also the greatest. Each level up increases his attack range and the number of controls. Now that he has seen his freezing skill level increase by 1 level, which is already 2 levels higher than his other abilities, he is of course very happy. The white fox lay next to Lu Yang, looking at him. The look in her eyes was full of love and admiration, and she couldn't help but say. Lu Yang looked at the red plum blossom on the white sheet and was a little surprised. You're so open-minded, and you've never had a boyfriend before? This white fox saw her first face and said she wanted to sleep with her. Lu Yang thought she was a very open woman, but she didn't expect that the other party had never experienced romance. The white fox said, of course I had boyfriends before, but unfortunately ordinary men are not my type. I like to play with them, not let them play with me. I prefer to make them kneel down and look down on them. When I get along with ordinary men, I am more like a man, and they are the women. Only a strong man like you can make me willingly climb into bed. And even if I had had boyfriends, it wouldn't have affected me. Baihu said, and then pulled out a dagger. And made a cut on her hand. Instantly, a bloody gash appeared on her hand. However, before the blood could flow out, it began to slowly coagulate, and then the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Lu Yang's eyes widened at this sight. Seeing Lu Yang's surprised expression, Baihu smiled proudly and said, "This is my superpower. I have healing powers that surpass ordinary people and a strong resistance. Even the virus of ordinary zombies cannot infect me. They all say I'm crazy, but they don't know that I have the capital to be crazy. With this superpower, I can heal myself even if I am seriously injured. So everything you did to me just now has already healed again." Lu Yang was stunned. Does that mean that you are the first time every day? Baihu nodded. Awesome. Lu Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The next day, Lu Yang got up feeling refreshed. Lu Yang was merciful enough not to kill her. Lu Yang stretched his back. At this moment, the white fox heard the noise and slowly opened her eyes. On her face, which was usually cold to others, she gave Lu Yang a sweet smile. You're up so early. What are your plans for today? Lu Yang replied. I'm going back to my villa. But before that, I'm going to pick up some young and beautiful girls from this survivor base and bring them back with me. The white fox said, you are now a savior-like figure in their eyes. As long as you say the word, all the women will follow you. That's true. Lu Yang nodded. Yesterday, he directly appeared in front of the people and pretended to be a big hero, just to achieve this effect. He wanted everyone in the survivors to think of him as a godlike being, so that they would be directly deterred from betraying him or doing anything bad. After Lu Yang finished washing up, he had breakfast, then dressed and went for a walk around the area where the ordinary survivors were. When he returned, 15 beautiful girls had followed him. Each of those beautiful girls looked at Lu Yang with eyes that revealed adoration, gratitude, and even piety. They were filled with surprise and happiness at being chosen by Lu Yang. They even thought they were the chosen ones. The white fox looked at the beautiful girls selected by Lu Yang and couldn't help but nod, saying, not bad, they're all beautiful and have good figures. Lu Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. Although they are all better than you in terms of body shape, you are also very cute." "Ah. I hate it." The cold face of the white fox could not help but reveal a hint of red, and she raised her little pink fist and hit Lu Yang's arm. She knew that she was not very big, probably only a B cup. But it's not quite the point of being small and cute. They're not even a pair of A's. Humph. Lu Yang is really too much. So Lu Yang took Wang Feifei, White Fox, and the 15 beautiful girls he had selected and headed to his own villa area. As for this survivor base, he left it in the hands of Scarface. He only needs to come back occasionally to check on things and show off from time to time. Chapter 57, The Goddess of Sports Cannot Be Outdone. When Lu Yang returned to his villa with White Fox, Wang Feifei, and the 15 beautiful girl survivors, it was already getting dark. The 15 girls were civilians and walked very slowly. So it took a few hours to get back. When Yushur and the others saw Lu Yang return, they immediately showed happy expressions on their faces. Although they had only been apart for one night, their longing for Lu Yang was like a mighty river. After all, the end times are full of uncertainty. There are dangers everywhere. Although Lu Yang is very strong, they are still very worried about her safety. Now that they have seen Lu Yang safely return, their hearts are finally at ease. Chen Dan also came over and said with a smile, "Lu Yang, haven't you eaten yet? I'll go cook." "Wow, there are so many more sisters now, so I guess I'll have to cook a lot more today." Tang Mingting said, "I'll help." Zhao Lina also said, "I'll help too." "Me too. Me too." The big stars, Su Xiao, Zhou Kiki, Zhang Jingyu, and others, also rushed into the kitchen, and everyone began to get busy. The new survivors looked a little nervous. They originally had a 10-point admiration for Lu Yang, and regarded Lu Yang as a godlike figure. Now, seeing the women next to Lu Yang, they naturally felt very respectful and a little nervous. Lu Yang saw that they were so nervous, so he said to them, "You don't need to be nervous, everyone is very easy to get along with. You can go next door to find a place to stay. The entire villa area is safe, so you don't need to be afraid. Then go take a shower. Take this food with you and distribute it yourself." After saying that, Lu Yang took out a lot of packaged food and fresh rice, flour, vegetables, etc. from the dark space. He handed it all over to the 15 girls. "Oh, okay. We'll go now," the girls quickly said. Then they took the food and walked to the villa next door. Bai Hu and Wang Feifei stayed in the upstairs room of the villa. Lu Yang returned to his room and prepared to take a bath. Seeing that everyone had already gone upstairs, the girls in the kitchen began to discuss it. Yushur said, "I didn't expect that Lu Yang would find so many survivors in just one day. It seems that our competitiveness will only increase in the future." The most nervous person next to her was Zhou Kiki. Zhou Kiki is the goddess of sports that Lu Yang saved last. But just after she was rescued, Scarface Rat came looking for her. Lu Yang also left the villa. So up to now, Zhou Kiki has not had any intimate contact with Lu Yang. After spending a day in the villa, she became quite close to Yushur and the others. After all, they were originally the 4 most beautiful girls in the school, and they all knew each other. Yushur is the art school beauty, Zhao Lina is the academic school beauty, and Zhou Kiki is the sports goddess. They are all equally famous. Now in the end times, staying in the same villa, their feelings naturally grew rapidly. Now they are like sisters. Everyone noticed the somewhat abnormal expression on Zhou Kiki's face. Tang Mingting said, "Coco, originally Lu Yang asked you to go to his room at night, right? Later, because of an accident, Lu Yang left, and now he has brought back so many girls. It's hard to say if you still have a chance." Zhao Lina also said, "Yes, Coco, you and I and Yushur are all one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. We are like sisters, and we don't want to see you being forgotten by Lu Yang." Yushur said, "I have an idea for you. After you finish eating, you should be the first to finish eating. After you finish eating, you should go take a shower. After you take a shower, you should sneak into Lu Yang's room. Don't give other women a chance." Zhang Jingyu nodded repeatedly, "MMM. I also think this method is good. We don't want you to be outshined by those new arrivals." Seeing everyone giving her advice, Zhou Kiki suddenly blushed, feeling shy and touched. At the same time, she was also very worried that she would be forgotten by Lu Yang. These days, chatting with her sisters, she also learned about the power of Lu Yang. Combined with the scene of Lu Yang chopping zombies in the supermarket that day, she saw that Lu Yang was simply a god of war. Therefore, in her heart, she had already accepted Lu Yang and regarded him as the man she would follow for the rest of her life. If she really were to be forgotten by Lu Yang at this time, it would be a bit hard to bear. She said shyly, "Is this okay? Does Lu Yang prefer more reserved girls and not like those who are so active?" He Yushir immediately showed a look of contempt. "Bullshit. You haven't been in his room, you'll know if you go in. Still like to be subtle? Which man doesn't like a woman to be subtle in front of others and open in front of him?" The big star Su Xiao also said, "Yes, yes. You can go boldly. Listen to your sisters and you won't go wrong." Kiki nodded shyly, "Okay, but I'm still a little nervous and a little scared. You guys say that Lu Yang is very strong, but how strong is he? Will I be able to handle it?" Lina listened to Kiki's words, tilted her head and thought for a moment, and said, "For Lu Yang, I can only use 5 words to describe him, and that is, a level 8 hurricane." Kiki was stunned and said, "A level 8 gale? You mean he's as fierce and powerful as a gale?" Lina shook her head and said, "I can also read this sentence backwards." Kiki was stunned and muttered, "Crazy." She realized what she had said and her face flushed. A pink fist lightly smashed on Lina's arm. Kiki said in a sweet voice, "Lina, you're so annoying." Seeing this, He Yushir and the others also laughed. Especially He Yushir laughed the most exaggeratedly, almost crying from laughter, and said, "Ha ha ha. You are a real scholar and a school beauty, Lina. You really have a way with words." Tang Mengting said, "No wonder people say that gangsters are not to be feared, but that they are afraid of educated gangsters. Lina, you are really a female gangster." Chen Dan also said, "Young people nowadays are really extraordinary." I didn't react at first. What does this mean? It seems that we are getting old and can't keep up with the times. Su Xiao also nodded, "Yes, yes, young people nowadays are really fun." There was a cheerful sound coming from the kitchen. Everyone was chatting and cooking at the same time, and everyone's face showed a happy expression. Soon they had finished cooking. At this time, Lu Yong and Baihu and the others had also finished their bath and came downstairs. Smelling the delicious aroma of the food downstairs, everyone's faces were filled with a look of ecstasy. White Fox couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is so fragrant. After the apocalypse, I haven't smelled such a delicious aroma of food." They used to live in the Black Tiger base, and although they could afford to eat well, they ate packaged food. Where could anyone get fresh ingredients to cook with? They don't have the kind of spatial ability to preserve food like Lu Yang. It really smells good. My stomach is growling, I'm so hungry. Wang Feifei also said. Then come over quickly. I hope the food I make today will be to your liking. Chen Dan heard what the white foxes said and smiled and said to everyone. Lu Yang nodded and said, "Yes. Everyone, let's go to the dining room and start eating." Chapter 58, Invincible Attributes, I Don't Eat Beef. Lu Yang introduced everyone at the table. Let me introduce you to this person. This is Bai Ling, nicknamed White Fox. She is a superhuman, and this is Wang Feifei. Like you, she is an ordinary person. Hearing Lu Yang's words, everyone's faces showed expressions of surprise. A psychic? This beautiful woman with short, flowing white hair is actually a psychic? He Yushir and the others immediately cast envious glances at her. In the end times, it is simply too enviable to be able to awaken supernatural powers. Having supernatural powers means having the ability to protect oneself. They are definitely not afraid of ordinary zombies with superpowers. Then Lu Yang introduced He Yushir and the others to Wang Feifei and the others. Baihu and Wang Feifei both smiled warmly and said, I'm very happy to meet everyone. I'll be living with you all from now on, so please take good care of me. Although White Fox is a psychic, she was very arrogant at the Black Tiger base. But now it's different. Since she has decided to follow Lu Yang, she must also show these women around Lu Yang enough respect. Compared to these women, she is the newcomer. She dares not steal the limelight. Melt 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 melt. Of course, I am easy to get along with. Don't worry, if there is danger in the villa area in the future, I will protect you. Baihu patted his chest and said. Hearing this, Hiyu was surprised and said. That's great. With a superpower user to protect us, we can really rest assured. Zhaolina, the school beauty queen, said, it would be best if you could communicate with us and teach us how to awaken our superpowers. We want to awaken them too. Tang Mingting and the others nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. That's right, it's best to teach us, so that we can awaken our superpowers too, and then we'll be able to protect ourselves. The White Fox said, there is not much skill involved in awakening supernormal abilities. It mainly depends on talent and genes. If you really want me to teach you, I can't tell you why. But if you want to know about the things about the supernormal, I can tell you all about it. Zhaolina nodded and said, well, that's good. Tell us about the supernaturals, and we can research it ourselves and see if we can find the awakening technique. Everyone was chatting while eating, and they seemed to be having a good time. Only Kiki didn't seem to be very interested in the conversation, and kept eating her rice with her bowl in hand. Halfway through the conversation, Kiki put down his bowl and said, I'm full. I'm going to go take a shower first. You guys enjoy your meal. Lu Yang was a little surprised. He said, hey, how come Kiki is eating so fast? And his face looks a little bit off. He's flushed. Could it be that he's sick and has a fever? Hiyusher nodded with a mischievous smile. Yes, yes, yes. Her health is a bit bad, you'd better take a look at her. While everyone was laughing happily, Lu Yan was dumbfounded. What's wrong? What's so funny? Why can't I understand their sense of humor? Forget it. Let's eat. Lu Yang couldn't understand the women's sense of humor, so he just started to concentrate on eating. After eating, he returned to his own house. However, as soon as he opened the door, his keen powers of observation already detected the presence of someone in the room. And he could smell the scent of a woman. Chen Hao, the student president, gave Kiki $1 million gift, but he still failed. In the end, this goddess of sports came to Lu Yang's room on her own initiative, wanting to become Lu Yang's woman. If Chen Hao knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would eat 3 large chicken legs. Lu Yang asked Kiki, are you agreeing to be my woman? Kiki nodded, yes, I'm willing. Lu Yan looked at his system prompt. It has been detected that the other party has already agreed to be your woman in her heart. Reward the host with a 1,000 point increase in all basic attributes. Lu Yang was overjoyed at receiving this prompt. Good boy, my original base attributes were 850 points, but now they have been directly increased to 1,000 points, which is an increase of 150 points. This reward is too strong, isn't it? 1,000 base attributes is 20 times that of an ordinary person. When it was 16.5 times, Lu Yan could easily cut a level 6 zombie in the stone tablet test. Now that it has been increased to 20 times, isn't it invincible? Ordinary superhumans are no different from an ant in Lu Yang's eyes now. It's great. Lu Yang was feeling a bit inflated. With such powerful attributes, I should be able to say that I don't eat beef, right? Lu Yang checked his panel attributes. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 1000. Speed, 1000. Stamina, 1000. Spirit, 1000. Possesses superpowers. 1. Level 4 in future extrapolation. 2. Virus immunity level 4. 3. Level 6 in freezing control. 4. Dark space level 5. 5. Zombie control, level 2. Possesses equipment, dark cloak, black light blade. Has a special talent, genetic enhancement. Looking at this panel, Lu Yang was overjoyed. Not to mention that he has 5 superpowers, and his main attack skill, freezing, has been upgraded to level 6. His ice needles are almost inexhaustible, and he can even use ice to make shields or ice armor to cover his entire body. This 20 times the normal basic attribute is enough to kill many superpowered people in an instant. because the basic attributes of a normal first-level superpower are only about 100 points. Lu Yang's base attributes are 10 times those of a normal first-level psychic. Such attributes are enough to kill the opponent before they even react. Chapter 59, you watch carefully, I'll only demonstrate once. After having fun, Lu Yang got up, washed up, and prepared to start today's mission. Today's mission is to collect more food. The potatoes collected in the supermarket have basically all been handed over to Scarface for distribution. Now what is left in Lu Yang's dark space are other foods such as rice and sweet potatoes. Although there is still a lot left, Lu Yang is a person with a sense of crisis. He feels that there will be more and more people in his survivalist base in the future, and no matter how much food there is, it will never be enough. And before the planting system is fully formed, the survivors still need to collect food. As for crops, even if they are planted now, they will not be harvested for several months. Therefore, they will have to survive on the supplies they have for the next few months. After the crops planted by the survivors in the later stage have entered the right track, there will be no need to collect food. Because the survivors have to pay 20% of their earnings, the more survivors there are, the richer Lu Yang will be. At that time, he only needs to build a better base for the survivors and attract more survivors to come and join him. The several large supermarkets within 5 kilometers of the base were already plundered by Lu Yang last time. Lu Yang decided to expand the scope to 20 kilometers. He will take over all the supermarkets, convenience stores, etc. within 20 kilometers. At the same time, Lu Yang remembered that there was a wholesale market 15 kilometers away. In the past, he was very poor, and in order to buy things cheaply, he would go to the wholesale market to look for bargains. That wholesale market sold all kinds of goods. In addition to daily necessities, there are also staple foods such as rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, wheat flour, etc. There are also edible oils, various salts, monosodium glutamate, and other seasonings. There was even cat food, dog food, and chicken feed. Lu Yang also decided to go and search for everything today. Lu Yang is now completely at ease with the situation in the community. Not only does he have a level 2 zombie under his control as a caretaker, but he can also share his vision at any time and see what is happening at the gate. He originally controlled 2 second-level zombies, but now one is in this residential area and the other is in the survivor base on the other side of Scarface. In this way, he can keep abreast of the situation in both places. And there is also the White Fox, a mutant, in the villa. The power of the White Fox is infinite healing. Even among the supernaturals, it is a relatively strong superpower. The so-called superpowers that superheroes awaken are not all combat powers. Very few people can awaken combat powers. For example, Yellow Dog and Scarface, the abilities they have awakened are useless. One has a strengthened sense of smell, and the other has a strengthened ability to make holes. Their basic attributes are twice as good as ordinary people, but their superpowers are basically useless in battle, and they are no different from super soldiers. Therefore, it is not easy to find a superpower that is stronger than the White Fox. With her in the villa area, basically no one dares to provoke her. So Lu Yang set off directly. Although his goal was the wholesale market more than 10 kilometers away, he didn't pass up the opportunity to stop at some small shops, supermarkets, and convenience stores along the way. After all, even a small convenience store has a lot of drinks, snacks, tobacco, and alcohol. Lu Yang's dark space is now very large. It doesn't matter if it's useful or not, you can just stuff it in. And when he takes things out, he doesn't have to look for them one by one. He just thinks about what he wants to take, and the things inside will fall out. Therefore, Lu Yang never looks at whether something is useful now when he collects things. As long as it is something that may be useful in the future, he will collect it. Just as Lu Yang was collecting supplies at one of the convenience stores 10 kilometers away from the villa area, he suddenly heard a noise outside the convenience store. Looking out the window, he saw 3 burly men with backpacks approaching. The 3 burly men were tall and sturdy, and they walked steadily and quickly. It was obvious that they had trained, or at least were at the level of retired special forces. Lu Yang suddenly became alert. Soon, the 3 of them killed a few zombies on the road and entered the convenience store. As soon as they entered the convenience store, the 3 burly men were dumbfounded. Because the convenience store was already empty. Everything had disappeared. There was only one young man in black. They immediately set their sights on Lu Yang. The leader of the three men said with a sinister smile, "Kid, what have you done? Did you take all the stuff here? Tell us where you hid it. Give us the stuff and we'll let you live." They were convinced that it was Lu Yang who had taken everything here. But Lu Yang had a black sword in his hand, so they didn't dare to act rashly. If they could use threats to make Lu Yang surrender, they would not want to take action. After all, although the other party looked young, he had a strange aura that made people feel a little scared. Especially those cold eyes. It seemed to be a depth that he shouldn't have at his age. Lu Yang listened to the words of the burly man and smiled. "Do you know what happened to the last person who threatened me like this?" Lu Yang's voice had just fallen, and the indifferent smile was still on his face. Bang! A loud crack. The head of the strong man in the lead had exploded. Blood mist filled the air. The other two people next to him were instantly stunned. "Boss! Boss! How did you get your head blown off? What the fuck? What's going on? His head just exploded? Who are you? What did you do?" The two men looked at Lu Yang with fear in their eyes. They never imagined that Lu Yang would blow their boss's head off with just a glance. Lu Yang smiled and said, "Then you watch carefully, I'll do it again." Bang! Another burly man was knocked out. "Ha! Aha! Big brother, I was wrong. Spare my life, spare my life." The last remaining strong man instantly fell to his knees and collapsed. In his eyes, Lu Yang was simply terrifyingly strong, like death itself, and only needed to give him a look to blow his head off. His crotch was already wet. He was scared straight to peeing. Lu Yang said with a cold smile. "You just said that you wanted me to take you to the place where you hid the food, right? You think I have food hidden away, which means you have food reserves, so you think I'm the same as you. Take me to where you hide your food, otherwise they'll be your end." "Yes, yes, yes. Big brother, I'll take you there." The strong man tried to get up from the ground, but his legs were as limp as noodles and he couldn't stand up straight. Lu Yang kicked him in the butt. The strong man then stood up with a jolt. He led Lu Yang to their refuge. Lu Yang followed behind and soon arrived at a luxurious villa. He didn't expect that these strong men actually knew how to enjoy themselves. They found such a luxurious villa, which was even more luxurious than the villa where Lu Yang was staying. Obviously, the prices of the villas in this villa area must be more expensive than Lu Yang's villa area. The people living there must all be very wealthy. Unfortunately, these rich people are either dead or have become zombies. P.S. There are too few people to rate, so I can't rate it. If you have read this chapter, can you give it a 5-star rating? I'm on my knees to thank you, bang bang bang. Also, thanks for the gift, big guy. I'll work hard on my writing. Love you all. Chapter 60, Survival Man was robbed. When he walked into the luxurious villa, Lu Yang discovered that the wall of the villa was as high as 6 meters. And his wall is not an ordinary steel hollow wall, but a real solid wall, and it is impossible to observe the situation inside from the outside. It is enough to see that the owner of this villa is very concerned about his privacy. He doesn't even care if it affects the villa's appearance for the sake of privacy. When he entered the villa, he was even more surprised by the luxurious interior decoration. There was even a helipad in the yard, with an orange private helicopter parked on it. The villa's decoration was even several grades higher than the villa area where Lu Yang was. The windows are even made of bulletproof glass. This villa is worth at least 1 billion yuan. When I walked into the hall, I found a lot of packaged food. If the 3 strong men ate it, it would last them at least a week. But for Lu Yang, this food was still too little. Compared to the food in his dark space, it was just a drop in the bucket. The burly man smiled in a flattering manner and said to Lu Yang, "Brother, we collected all this food a few days ago. It's all yours. Take it." Lu Yang said coldly, "Is that all? That's all?" The burly man was startled by Lu Yang's cold voice and almost peed himself again. Lu Yang is a god of death who kills people at the drop of a hat, and if he isn't careful, he might die himself. It was as if a knife was hanging over his neck, ready to fall at any moment, making him tremble in fear. Lu Yang complained, "You 3 strong men have collected so little food in so many days? What a waste." Seeing Lu Yang's dissatisfied expression, the strong man tentatively said, "The owner of this villa also built a safe house in the basement, which contains a lot of food he has stored, but we can't open it. Lu Yang was instantly energized by this news and said, "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Take me there." The owner of this villa must be a survivalist in peacetime. Not only did he build the villa's walls so high, even using solid walls, but he also built a safe room in the basement of the villa? Does he mean that he has long anticipated a disaster? These rich people are indeed the most afraid of death. And this kind of safe house is usually only available to important leaders at the level of national president. This rich man has even built one for himself. It seems that he is really very rich. He is always worried about his safety. He is a cautious and death-fearing tycoon. Under the guidance of the strong man, Lu Yang came to the basement and saw a safe house. The safe house was not very big. It didn't look like a house, but more like a steel box. The rectangular box, made of stainless steel 10 centimeters thick, is about 5 meters by 5 meters by 3 meters. There is a square glass observation hole about 20 centimeters on the door. It is made of bulletproof glass that is more than 10 centimeters thick. Lu Yang looked inside through the 20 centimeters square observation hole. He found that there were indeed a lot of compressed biscuits and other food, and there was even a beautiful girl inside the safe house. Lu Yang asked the strong man next to him, "What is the situation with the woman inside?" She is this." The burly man showed a hesitant expression. "Speak up, or I'll chop you up." Lu Yang pulled out the black light sword. The strong man was startled and said at a very fast pace, "She is the daughter of the original owner of this villa. The three of us are the bodyguards of the villa's rich man. When the apocalypse broke out, we killed the rich man and wanted to take the villa for ourselves and forcefully have sex with his daughter. His daughter hid in the safe house and we couldn't do anything about her." He finished speaking without a break, and after he finished, he breathed heavily. Lu Yang listened to the words of the strong man and suddenly realized, "You three old sixes are amazing. As bodyguards, you actually killed the owner of the villa when the end of the world came, took over the villa, and even wanted to have sex with the owner's daughter? You're even worse than me." Lu Yang thought to himself. He killed Zhao Ming because Zhao Ming had turned into a zombie, took over his villa, and slept with his girlfriend. These three security guards are even older than me, and the owner of the villa was killed without becoming a zombie. There was nothing I could do. Who could blame me for wanting to take advantage of her daughter's beauty?" The burly man's face showed signs of embarrassment. Lu Yang sighed in his heart. The owner of this villa was also unlucky. In peacetime, he was a survivalist, not only building a safe house, but also stockpiling so many supplies in advance. Who knew that when disaster struck, it was the bodyguard who had a crush on his daughter and killed himself? This rich man died in a very frustrating way. I guess he never thought that he would die because of his daughter. The saying "a beautiful woman is a curse" is indeed true. And as the saying goes, while others stockpile food, I stockpile guns. My neighbor is my granary. In the end times, if you don't have the power, it doesn't matter how many resources you have, because you can't protect them. After sighing in his heart, Lu Yang asked the strong man, "Is there anything else in the house?" "No, there's nothing else. Can you let me go now? I'll leave right now and promise never to come back." The strong man shook his head and said. His eyes were full of longing and pleading. "Of course. And I'll give you a ride," Lu Yang said coldly, and then, swish! He swung his knife, and the head of the strong man fell to the ground in an instant. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Lu Yang did not dare to keep the bodyguard of the employer. And the reason for killing the employer was to have sex with his daughter, which was a bit far-fetched. If it was a life-threatening situation, killing the employer would be understandable. After hacking the strong man to death, Lu Yang began to observe the safe house. The bulletproof glass window above the door was too small to see the whole room. It was also impossible to see how beautiful the woman inside was, but from the behavior of these strong men, the woman was definitely a beauty among 1,000. Because they not only killed the employer for this woman, but even after the other party entered the safe house, they tried every means to destroy the safe house. Lu Yang saw various traces of hacking with knives, drilling with electric drills, and burning with fire on the door of the safe house. But I have to say, this rich man is really rich. I don't know what kind of stainless steel this door is made of, but even after being set on fire, drilled with an electric drill, and burned, it only left some slight marks. It was not damaged at all. The bodyguards must have been so angry that they welded the door shut. In other words, even if the woman inside wanted to open the door, she absolutely couldn't. She will be trapped in the safe house. If it weren't for Liu Yang, no one would have found out that she was dead. Liu Yang took out his black light sword and stabbed it into the door. Swish! The sword was thrust into the door in an instant, and it went in like it was stabbing into tofu. Even Liu Yang was surprised at how easy it was. Fuck, this knife is too powerful. A dozen centimeters of stainless steel was pierced like tofu? He knew that the knife was sharp, but he didn't expect it to be so sharp. Produced by Shibi, it is indeed a quality product. Chapter 61, I've got all the cards. Liu Yang held the handle of the sword in both hands and casually slashed the impenetrable iron door several times, instantly creating a large hole. The woman inside let out a scream. Ah! She never imagined that the impenetrable safe house would be broken. When the end of the world had just arrived, her father had told her that the safe house could even withstand missile bombardment. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to break through. The 10-centimeter thick special stainless steel plate is even impervious to 100mm armor-piercing missiles. But now it has been cut open with a knife? Wang Siki curled up into a ball and trembled all over. She knew that it was definitely not the work of those bodyguards. The person who came in must be a more powerful being than those bodyguards. When Liu Yang, dressed in black and looking handsome and dashing, walked into the safe house, Wang Siki's eyes widened. This guy is so handsome. The black clothes show his cool temperament, and the cloak behind him adds a bit of domineering. He was tall and muscular, and although his muscles didn't look very strong, he gave off a powerful aura. He walked in calmly, but the sense of oppression made Wang Siki's heart tremble. After taking a closer look at Liu Yang's face, Wang Siki was even more puzzled. This person, why does he look familiar? Liu Yang saw the beautiful woman curled up in the corner and had the same thought. This beauty looks a bit familiar. The two then looked at each other and said in unison. Ah, you're Liu Yang. I saw your picture on the school forum. You're famous. You are Wang Siki? Known as one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school, and the richest one? In the past, people in school said that if you could become your boyfriend, you would at least be able to work less for 50 years. After seeing Liu Yang's appearance clearly and recognizing the other person, Wang Siki's face showed a look of surprise and happiness. She originally thought that if a peerless expert who could break into the safe house came in, the consequences for her would be absolutely unimaginable. Those 3 bodyguards were so weak that they dared to kill their employer and even tried to force themselves on her. If a super powerful person really came, wouldn't she be killed alive? At that time, she might not even be able to commit suicide. After all, this safe house is like her last resort. Like the shell of a snail, once it is broken, the softest part inside will be exposed. Completely exposed to the enemy. At this moment, Wang Siki was completely exposed to Liu Yang. Fortunately, Liu Yang was an acquaintance, having been in the same school, and they had even heard each other's names and knew each other's appearances, so it was much easier to talk. It was a blessing in disguise. Liu Yang was also a bit surprised at this moment. He never thought that he would be able to run into 3 bodyguards by just going to a convenience store to look for supplies, and he never thought that he would be able to follow that bodyguard back. He was also able to find the rich girl from the safety house. This was a pleasant surprise for Liu Yang. Now he has found all 4 of the most beautiful girls in the school. They are the art school beauty queen He Yusher, the academic school beauty queen Zhao Lina, the sports goddess Zhou Kiki, and the rich school beauty queen Wang Siki. Each of them is a goddess among goddesses. Not only are they very delicate and beautiful, but they also have perfect figures. They also have their own characteristics and their own kind of beauty. At this time, Liu Yang was as happy as if he had collected all the cards. Who would have thought that the 4 top-notch school beauties would all end up in Liu Yang's bowl? Those rich second-generation men who had been chasing these 4 beauties for years and had never succeeded would be so angry that they would wake up even if they were bitten to death by zombies. What about the 3 bodyguards? At this time, Wang Siki first asked Liu Yang. Liu Yang waved the knife in his hand and replied casually, I've already killed them. You're safe now. I'll take you to a safe place next. You've been stuck in this safe house for so long. I think you must be bored to death, right? Wang Siki nodded without hesitation, Although there is food in this safe house, there are no entertainment facilities. I face the iron wall of Toncheng every day and stare at them. If I stay here any longer, I feel like I'm going to get depression. Lu Yang extended his hand to the other person, so, come with me. Wang Siki's face showed hesitation. Although he had heard of Lu Yang's name and seen his picture on the forum, the two had never spoken a word to each other at school. To be honest, they only knew that they were both from the same school, and they were not very familiar with each other. And the other person is a man, and she is a weak woman who is following him. Will the consequences be very bad? Lu Yang saw the other person's hesitation. He sneered and said, "You don't think you have a choice, do you? The moment I entered the Ministry of Security, you no longer had the right to choose. No matter who comes in here, you can only bear it silently, and you are very lucky that I just happened to come in. Come with me. He Yushir, Jolina, and Joe Kiki are all waiting for you." Wang Siki listened to Lu Yang's words and instantly widened her eyes. What? The other 3 school beauties? You found them too? Lu Yang smiled proudly and said, "Of course, just waiting for you to go back and play mahjong with them." After hearing Lu Yang's words, Wang Siki finally let down her guard a little and slowly walked out of the corner. Lu Yan waved his hand and took all the supplies in the safe house into the dark space. Then, under Wang Siki's dumbfounded expression, he led her outside the villa. He then hugged Wang Siki and flew straight up into the air, flying at high speed. In less than 3 minutes, they were back at the villa. After landing, Wang Siki was a little dizzy. She looked at Lu Yang in disbelief and said in surprise, "How did you fly? This is amazing." At this point, Lu Yang was like a Superman. The feeling of flying in the sky was really amazing. At that time, Wang Siki was nervous, excited and scared. She couldn't help but hold Lu Yang tightly. Now, after landing, the excitement has not yet subsided. Lu Yang smiled proudly, then reached out and pinched Wang Siki's white, delicate, smooth, and almost translucent face. "What's so strange about being able to fly? You should go take a shower and then wait for me in my room tonight. I'll let you fly up to the sky for real, and you won't be able to stop." Wang Siki listened to Lu Yang's words and couldn't help but blush, lowering her head. Lu Yang said, "Go in, He Yushir and the others are waiting for you inside the villa." He then led Wang Siki directly into the villa. As soon as they saw Wang Siki, they all showed a shocked expression on their faces. "Wang Siki? It's really Wang Siki. My God. Even you, a top-notch rich kid, are having such a hard time in the end times? I heard that your family is very rich, but the richest in the province. Even families like yours, who are rich, can't resist the end of the world?" Wang Siki nodded and said helplessly, "It's hard to predict the future." Chapter 62, Supersonic? Scouring the street. Tang Mingting's face was a little complicated when she saw Wang Siki. Originally, Tang Mingting could be said to be the one with the best family background among all the people here. She is a rich girl herself. Her family conditions are even better than Zhao Ming, the second generation rich. This is why Zhao Ming was unable to forcefully get her into bed. Because of her family's superior conditions, Tang Mingting has always had a sense of superiority in her heart. She felt that this was where she was superior to other women. But now, the appearance of Wang Siki has instantly destroyed Tang Mingting's sense of superiority. Because Wang Siki's family conditions are 100 times better than Tang Mingting's. "You, Wang Siki, are so miserable in the end times. What does your family condition count for?" She looked at Wang Siki with a complex expression on her face, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Lu Yang saw that Wang Siki had already become a group with everyone, so he left the villa. After all, finding Wang Siki was just a small incident on the way. Lu Yang's main goal was to collect all the supplies within a 20-kilometer radius. And today's goal is the wholesale market 15 kilometers away. So after settling Wang Siki, he immediately began to rush to the wholesale market. Lu Yang jumped like a bird and began to soar into the sky, flying at high speed. His base attributes are 20 times those of an ordinary person, and the maximum speed of an ordinary person is 8 to 9 meters per second, while Lu Yang's maximum speed can reach nearly 190 meters per second. The flying speed of the dark cloak is twice as fast as Lu Yang's maximum speed. That is to say, 380 meters per second. This is already faster than the speed of sound, which is 340 meters per second. Lu Yang didn't know how to write the word invincible, but he felt that at that moment, the meaning of the word Lu Yang was that no one could defeat him. Although the flight lasted only 5 minutes, 5 minutes was enough. Because in 5 minutes he could fly 300 times 380 is equal to 114,000 meters. In other words, he can fly 114 kilometers at full speed in one go. At the wholesale market 15 kilometers away, he only needed 15,000 divided by 380 is equal to 39.5 seconds. The reason he took 2 minutes to get back to the villa was because he was afraid that Wang Siki couldn't withstand the speed of the flight. Lu Yang, with 20 times the attributes of ordinary people, can easily withstand such a speed. At this time, Lu Yang not only has physical attributes like those of the people of his motherland, but his flying speed is probably no different from that of the people of his motherland. When Lu Yang landed in the wholesale market, there happened to be a few survivors collecting food in the wholesale market, and they were startled when they saw Lu Yang fall from the sky. At the same time, they saw Lu Yang in black clothes, holding a black sword, and their faces revealed fear. This guy can fly. He was dressed in such a handsome outfit and wielded such a handsome weapon. His strength is absolutely unfathomable. He is definitely a super powerful psychic. Several people quickly hid behind a burly man. The strong man was the only one of the survivors with superpowers, and he was also the strongest. But even though he was a superpower, the moment he saw Lu Yang, he was shocked and his whole body trembled. The strong man looked at Lu Yang with wary eyes. He said in a slightly trembling voice, "Big brother, are you also looking for food? You can take whatever food you want here. We'll go to other places to collect some and leave. We won't bother each other. What do you think?" The wholesale market is a long street with wholesale stores on both sides. The people in the stores have long since become zombies or been bitten to death by zombies, and the entire street is empty. Since Lu Yang had come here, these survivors are preparing to go to other places to collect resources. After all, the whole street is so big, it's impossible for Lu Yang to collect everything by himself, right? Lu Yang listened to the words of the strong man and nodded, "Okay, no problem. But you can speed up the collection." These people were terrified when they saw Lu Yang fall from the sky, and they still maintained enough respect when talking to him. Of course, Lu Yang would not kill them. After all, after the end of the world, there are not many survivors. These people are all resources. It is best to recruit them into your own survivor base. Only when there are enough people in their own survivor base will they hand over more resources. Thank you. Then we'll go to the end of the street to collect them. After hearing Lu Yang's reply, the survivors' faces showed a happy expression. They were finally relieved. Their hearts were finally put at ease. So they quickly ran to the end of the street with their backpacks on. Although the street is the main wholesale market for rice, wheat, flour, sweet potatoes, and other food. But seeing that Lu Yang was so strong that he could fly in the sky, they of course dared not compete with the rumors and could only go to the end of the street. Seeing that the survivors had left Lu Yang, they began to walk into the stores one by one. Good, this is a rice wholesaler. There are at least thousands of bags of rice here. Take them all. Flour wholesale department, thousands of bags of flour? Take it all. A warehouse full of potatoes? At least dozens of tons. Take it all. A warehouse of sweet potatoes? Take it. Noodles, rice noodles, instant noodles, ham? Take it all. This is the milk powder wholesale department? Take it all, take it all. This stuff can be put to good use. Lu Yang, thanks to the genetic enhancement of the system, can successfully produce branches and leaves at once every time. In 10 months, he will have at least a soccer team of kids. Milk powder is very useful. Lu Yang continued to collect. He has even finished collecting from the clothing wholesale department, the snack wholesale department, the daily necessities wholesale department, and the toy wholesale department. There were also a lot of fruits in the fruit wholesale department, but unfortunately most of them were already rotten. The only fruits that were left were the ones that could last a long time, such as apples, pears, pomelos, and sugarcane. As for bananas, peaches, mangoes and other perishable fruits, they were already inedible long ago. Lu Yang collected all the good fruit into the dark space. He collected dozens of tons of them. Things in the dark space don't rot. The fruits can be stored for a long time. Lu Yang began to walk into the dark space as he collected things. Before long, he had collected all the shops behind him and had reached the end of the street. In the last wholesale store, the strong man was stuffing his backpack with the few survivors, and at this moment, he had only filled half of it. When they saw Lu Yang arrive, they were taken aback and their faces showed fear. The strong man asked Lu Yang with a brave face. "Big brother, what do you want?" Lu Yang shook his head, "No. I just received this." The survivors all looked puzzled. "What does that mean? Received here? Does this mean that the big brother doesn't want the goods from the shop at the front of the street, but wants the goods from the shop at the back of the street instead? I'm afraid it's an excuse. The street is full of good shops. The end of the street is where the grocery wholesalers and fruit wholesalers are, so it's not easy to find high-calorie staple foods." When they saw Lu Yang chasing after them, they easily associated it in their minds that Lu Yang didn't want to give them food. The strong man could only say carefully, "Brother, why don't we leave now? You can take whatever you want here. We don't want it anymore." "Don't say it like I'm bullying you. I told you to hurry up, but you were slow. Can you blame me?" Lu Yang said, walked over, and waved his hand, taking everything in the store. The survivors were stunned by Lu Yang's actions. They all looked like they had seen a ghost. Holy shit! What's going on? Where are the things? How did they all disappear? Disappeared into thin air? Ah! Is this a ghost? Chapter 63, Absorbing Survivors to Expand the Base. They originally thought that Lu Yang didn't want to collect their things, so they came from the street to the end of the street. Now that they saw Lu Yang's actions, they instantly understood. Lu Yang had already taken everything from the other shops, and this was the last shop. They just couldn't imagine how Lu Yang had done it. There were at least thousands of tons of goods on this wholesale street. How could it all disappear in just a few minutes? Lu Yang said to the crowd, "I'm sorry. You're still a little too slow, and your backpacks aren't even full. I've taken all the supplies from this street, so you can go to other places to look for them." One of the survivors looked dejected. "This wholesale market has the most supplies in the area, and we've already searched everywhere else. Without this wholesale market, how will the 100 or so survivors survive?" After the apocalypse, the survivors in their neighborhood banded together to form a gathering place for survivors with more than 100 survivors. He is the leader of the group, and he leads them. It won't be long before they can develop a base around this wholesale market. Unfortunately, the food in the wholesale market has been collected, and these 100 people still have a problem finding food, let alone forming a base. Another survivor also said, Yeah, it looks like we're going to starve to death. Of the more than 100 of us, only Brother Wang is a superhuman, and he's relatively strong. The others are basically old, weak, sick, and disabled, and they're no match for the zombies. We're finished. There are only a few zombies in this wholesale market, which is the only place with the most food within a radius of 10 kilometers. It took us several days to clear the zombies here. The other supermarkets and the like are too crowded, and there must be a lot of zombies now. We don't dare to go in with our strength. Another survivor said helplessly. They cleared out all the zombies in the wholesale street, and during this period, they also lost many of their companions. But they didn't expect Lu Yang to come here and take all the food away, which was like reaping the benefits of fishing. Unfortunately, Lu Yang is too strong, and all of them dare not speak out. They could only vent their anger here. The strong man named Wang Du said to the crowd, "If we are to blame, it is only for being slow. We can't blame others. Don't talk nonsense." He didn't misunderstand the gap between himself and Lu Yang. As a fellow superhuman, he knew even better how strong Lu Yang was. The feeling of oppression alone was enough to make people tremble with fear. "I'm afraid that the other party can kill everyone here with just a flick of his finger. These people actually dare to complain, they're looking for death. Moreover, in the end times, there are no rules. Food is originally taken by whoever is stronger. If someone has the ability to take all the food, of course they will take as much as they can. Put yourself in their shoes. If you had this ability, wouldn't you want to take all the food on the street? Why would you want to leave it for others? Unless you are crazy. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to leave food for others." So this strong man understands the situation very well. There was no trace of anger on his face. Only a look of resignation. After listening to everyone's words, Lu Yang thought for a moment and said to them, "There are more than 100 people in your survivors' gathering place? Yes. The strong man quickly replied respectfully. Lu Yang said to them, well, about 20 kilometers from here is the Jinqiu Garden Villa district. You should have heard of it before, right? That is my base for survivors. You can go there to seek refuge. As long as you get in there, you won't have to worry about food. The strong man's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Yang's words, Splendid Garden Villa District? I know, I used to be a taxi driver. I've been there before, it's a rich people's area. Lu Yang said, that's right. Now it has become a survivor base, very safe, no zombies can break through there. And I am the owner there. I promise you that as long as you lead a group of survivors there, you can get 10 caddies of food for free. You can promote the survivor base in this area and on the way there. The more people you bring, the more rewards I will give you. For every person you bring, I will give you a caddy of rice. If you can bring 1,000 people, I will give you 1,000 caddies of rice. Hearing Lu Yang's words, the strong man's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. At this moment, there were already more than 100 survivors in their gathering place. If all of these 100 survivors are brought to Lu Yang's base, won't they be able to get more than 100 caddies of rice directly? In the end times, this 100 plus caddy of rice is enough for a person to survive for 3 months. This is not a small amount. It took them a few days to clear the wholesale market of zombies, and they finally finished today. So they started to collect supplies for the first time. They had only collected half a backpack when Lu Yang came and looted them. None of them had yet found 100 caddies of rice. The strong man's face showed a surprised expression, and he asked Lu Yang, are you serious? Lu Yang said, of course it's true. You should have seen my strength. Now I've taken everything in this whole wholesale street, so how can I not afford to give you that little reward? The strong man nodded after hearing Lu Yang's words. It is true that a powerful person like Lu Yang, who can even fly, can search for food tens of thousands of times faster than they can. Even a second-level zombie probably wouldn't be able to cause any impact in front of him. He probably wouldn't need to empty the zombies to collect food roots. No matter how many zombies are nearby, he can probably take food at will. Not to mention how much he has collected before, just this wholesale street alone probably has hundreds of tons of rice. After thinking for a while, the strong man nodded. He said, okay, then it's a deal. I used to be a taxi driver nearby, and I'm very familiar with this area. I have searched for supplies in this area for a few days, and I have walked through many places, and I know several gathering places for survivors. I am confident that I can convince them to bring at least 1,000 people to your base. The end of the world has broken out. The survivors who were wandering outside began to gather together in groups. There are many large and small gathering places. This strong man is very familiar with this area, and after awakening his superpowers, he no longer fears ordinary zombies, so during this time, he has been to many places to search for food. He knows the locations of many gathering places. The people in these settlements are between dozens and hundreds. The largest group does not exceed 200 people. They are scattered in various places, like a group of loose sand, but there is no leader who can bring them together to form a surviving base. The appearance of Lu Yang is a great opportunity. The strong man is confident that he can convince all these people to join Lu Yang's survivor base. By then, the food he can get from these people will be enough to feed him for at least 1,000 caddies. If he eats sparingly, this food will last at least 2 years. Very good, then I'll be waiting for your good news. Lu Yang nodded and then left the wholesale street, which he had already cleaned out. He began to search for food in other places. At the same time, Lu Yang also understood that only by collecting all the food in the area into his dark space would the survivors be cornered and would they join his survivor base without hesitation. Now, with 10 caddies of rice to attract them to join the base, after a year, what they will contribute to the base will be at least a few hundred caddies of potatoes. Resources outside will run out one day. Only if the survivors grow and produce their own food can they be self-sufficient. All the food produced in the survivor base needs to be handed over to Lu Yang, so the more people there are, the richer Lu Yang will be. After Lu Yang left, the survivors began to discuss it. One of the survivors asked the strong man, Brother Wang? Are you really going to do what he says? Is the base he's talking about really that good? Isn't he just trying to trick us into cutting our own throats? Yes. Brother Wang, I feel so fake. A base without the threat of zombies, and even everyone who goes there can get 10 caddies of food. He is the savior, giving away food for free? Another survivor also said, "Why don't we go back and discuss it again?" The strong man shook his head and said, "You don't know shit. I'm a superhuman, and you know my strength. You guys aren't even a match for me. But if my combat effectiveness is 100, the opponent's combat effectiveness is at least 5,000. Do you know what this means? Even if there were 1,000 of me, we wouldn't be a match for them. He wants to kill us, so why would he need to lie to us? Don't use your petty thoughts to judge the thoughts of a strong person. Because you are not strong enough to reach that level, you cannot think in his realm. So just do what they say. This is a great opportunity to cling to his leg. Don't waste it." The survivors had never seen such a serious expression on the strong man's face. They realized the seriousness of the situation. They could only nod and say, "Okay, since Brother Wang said so, we'll listen to Brother Wang. Yes, thanks to Brother Wang, we have been able to live so safely these days. Since Brother Wang said he wants to join the survivor base, let's go together." Chapter 64, Looting the Hospital. After Lu Yang came out of the wholesale street, he looted 2 more large supermarkets. At this moment, in his 50 by 50 by 50 meter dark space, the supplies have already piled up to 1/4. With so much supplies, Lu Yang has difficulty calculating the exact quantity, but it seems that even if it is a survival base for 5,000 people, it will be enough to last for decades. After leaving the empty supermarket, Lu Yang saw a hospital. This is the best tertiary hospital in the city. The hospital is full of patients, and the chances of infection are even greater, so it must be full of zombies. Lu Yang thought for a moment and said, "In the end times, medicine is also very important. Otherwise, a fever could be fatal. Although my strength has been enhanced, and my basic attributes are 20 times those of ordinary people, I will never get sick. But the people in my survivor base and the women around me don't have such strong resistance. So medicine is still necessary." So Lu Yang decided to go in and loot. When he entered the hospital, he found that there were indeed a lot of zombies wandering around inside. As soon as they saw Lu Yang, they immediately lunged at him with fangs and claws. Lu Yang waved his hand, and countless ice needles were fired out. Each zombie was given one, and they were all shot in the head. Now Lu Yang's spiritual power has reached 20 times that of an ordinary person, and the number of ice needles has long been unlimited. The attack range has reached thousands of meters. Compared to using a knife to chop, Lu Yang prefers to be able to solve the opponent with a wave of his hand, without having to fight the opponent in close combat, and without getting blood on his hands. And the way he can solve a battle with a wave of his hand is very elegant. He likes this elegant feeling. Because elegance never goes out of style. As Lu Yang walked deeper into the hospital, zombies kept falling down around him. There were even second-level zombies, and they were all shot in the head before they could get close to Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at the dead zombies and his face showed a thoughtful expression. The proportion of level 2 zombies is increasing. In the past, it was difficult to find a level 2 zombie among 1,000 zombies. But now, I've already killed no less than 5 second-level zombies on the first floor of this hospital alone. Maybe there will be third-level zombies later. The basic attributes of a second-level zombie are about twice those of an ordinary person. Unless you have superpowers, if you encounter a second-level zombie, you won't be able to escape, let alone fight. The basic attributes of a level 3 zombie are 6 times those of an ordinary person. If an ordinary person encounters a level 3 zombie, they will be killed in one shot. Lu Yang encountered the strongest zombie in the stone tablet test, a level 6 zombie. The basic attributes of a level 6 zombie are 12 times those of an ordinary person. Even a first-level superhuman would be killed in seconds by a 6th-level zombie. It seems that as time goes on, the chances of ordinary people surviving the apocalypse will become smaller and smaller. The only way to survive is to enter the survivor base. And if there aren't enough superpowered people in the survivor's base, it might still be overrun by the zombies. Therefore, the competition between the superpowered and the zombies will never stop. Whoever evolves faster will probably win. So you can't just sit back and relax once you've awakened your powers. The zombies are also getting stronger. Lu Yang followed the hospital's signs and continued walking towards the pharmacy. However, the number of zombies she encountered on the way was getting smaller and smaller. This made Lu Yang vigilant. Because the sound of the zombie's hair popping was not very loud, but in the quiet hospital, it could still be heard from a long distance. In theory, there should be more zombies attracted to it. Unless the zombies were all killed by experts. But this is unlikely, because the zombies at the door were not dead, and it was impossible for anyone to go directly past the zombies at the door to kill the zombies deep in the hospital. Then there is only one other possibility. There is a leader among the zombies, restraining their behavior. That's why they restrained their instinctive desire to hunt. Sure enough, as Lu Yang continued to go deeper, there was a group of zombies sitting in front of the pharmacy, as if they were having a meeting. Lu Yang was a little surprised to see this. What the hell? Even the zombies are having a meeting? The leader was a zombie wearing a white coat. He must have been a doctor in his previous life. Although he looked pale, he didn't look sloppy, with his teeth bared and drooling. It was as if he were a normal person. Only his pupils were still white. He was sitting in the front row, as if he was telling the other zombies something. A zombie that can already speak. Lu Yang recognized him at a glance. This is definitely a level 3 zombie. Moreover, this is the first time Lu Yang has seen a level 3 zombie outside the stone tablet. The basic attributes of a level 3 zombie are 6 times those of an ordinary person. Even a yellow list master like Baihu would probably be killed in an instant if he came here. To fight a level 3 zombie, you need at least a level 2 power user. The basic attributes of a second level superhuman are 4 times those of an ordinary person. Although this is still 2 times less than a third level zombie, zombies only have ordinary attacks, and superhumans, with the blessing of their superpowers, may not necessarily lose. At this time, the zombies also discovered Lu Yang, and they stood up in an instant. 2 second level zombies stood next to the third level zombie, and dozens of ordinary zombies surrounded them. With such a powerful configuration, it would take less than 10 minutes to break into a survivor gathering place like the one led by the taxi driver Lao Wang. Even the survivor base where Scarface is now located, it is estimated that they alone cannot withstand the attack of a level 3 zombie. At this moment, the ordinary zombies looked at Lu Yang with eyes full of desire to attack. However, without the order of the third level zombies, they suppressed this desire and did not act rashly. The third level zombie said in a stuttering voice, "Humans, delicious, meat, you, surround." All the zombies moved at once. 2 second level zombies divided the other ordinary zombies into 2 teams and surrounded Lu Yang from the front and back. The third level zombie stood still, observing everything and ready to command the battle at any time. Looking at the zombies' movements, Lu Yang felt very familiar. It was exactly the same as in the stone tablet test. The third level zombies commanded the battle, and the other zombies followed the third level zombies' commands, becoming an organized, premeditated, and tactical zombie army. Therefore, first capture the king. Bang! The level 3 zombie in the distance was already on high alert, but the next second he was blown away. He didn't even know what happened. The other zombies, seeing their leader killed in an instant, also lost their nerve. Without organization or discipline, they rushed directly at Lu Yang. Lu Yang waved his hand. All the zombies were instantly decapitated. Looking at the corpse of the level 3 zombie lying on the ground, Lu Yang felt a bit sorry. My zombie control has only just reached level 2, and I can only control a maximum of 2 level 2 zombies. If I reach level 3, I should be able to control this level 3 zombie, and I wouldn't have to kill it. Lu Yang shook his head. Looks like I'll have to work overtime tonight, and get the 4th rich girl to sleep with me, in order to raise my zombie control level by 1. Chapter 65, I'll show you how to be a show-off and fly. After killing the zombies, Lu Yang finally entered the pharmacy as he wished. He went on a spree inside the pharmacy. He put all the medicine into his dark space, and even some gauze tape, syringes, saline, glucose injection, and various medical equipment. After doing all this, Lu Yang began to walk outside the hospital. As Lu Yang passed by a ward, a faint sound suddenly came from inside. Lu Yang stopped in his tracks. Then, the door to the room opened a crack. A single eye peeked out from the crack. After seeing Lu Yang outside, the fear in the eye instantly turned into surprise. The door to the ward opened. A voice of surprise came from inside. "Ah! It's a human! Oh, how wonderful! I never thought there would be any human survivors." Lu Yang looked closely and discovered that there was a young female doctor and a young female nurse hiding in the ward. The female doctor looked to be in her late 20s. The nurse looked even younger, probably in her early 20s. Both of them were very beautiful, although their faces were a little pale and thin. But they still couldn't hide the beauty revealed by their delicate facial features. At the same time, there was also a corpse of a zombie on the bed. Lu Yang reacted, and was afraid that when the zombie outbreak occurred, the female doctor and the female nurse were treating the patient on the bed, but they didn't expect to see half of the people on the bed become zombies. But they were lucky. Because the patient had just had surgery on his broken legs from a car accident, he was still in the hospital. Even if it became a zombie, it couldn't get up and attack them, and instead, it was killed by the two women. It is estimated that this zombie is the most frustrated of all the zombies. Lu Yang asked, "Are you the doctors and nurses in this hospital?" They nodded quickly and then said with tears in their eyes, "We have been trapped in this ward for more than 10 days. We are starving to death." Fortunately, the patient's family brought 2 boxes of milk for him to drink, which has kept us going until now. Otherwise, we would have died long ago. By the way, has the disaster outside ended? Are all the zombies dead? Lu Yang shook his head, no. Not only have they not died out, but they have evolved into second and third level zombies. They are 100 times more terrifying than ordinary zombies. Ah! The 2 girls were startled. They suddenly lost their color. When the apocalypse broke out, they saw the horror of the zombies. Now they have evolved into level 2 and 3 zombies, which are 100 times more terrifying. Help! How can these weak women survive? It's all over. We're dead. The female doctor's face showed a look of despair. The female nurse was the same, covering her face and crying. At this point, Lu Yang said, "Don't be too sad. Although the second and third level zombies are very strong, I can take you to a safe place." The 2 women listened to Lu Yang's words and showed an expression of disbelief. "You can take us to a safe place? Is there still a safe place in this world?" "Of course there is. The place I am in is a safe place," Lu Yang said confidently. The 2 women asked, "But didn't you say that the zombies have evolved to the second and third stages, and are 100 times more terrifying than ordinary zombies?" Lu Yang said, "But my strength is 10,000 times that of theirs." "Let's go, and you'll understand." Seeing Lu Yang's outstretched hand, the female doctor and nurse still showed hesitation on their faces. Although they really longed to be saved in the end times, they still felt very dangerous if they followed a random stranger. What if the other person has evil intentions? How could these 2 weak women possibly resist each other? Seeing their hesitation, Lu Yang continued, "Even if I really wanted to do something to you too, does that mean I can't execute you right here? Do I have to trick you? The moment you open the door and appear in front of me, you will have no choice." The female doctor listened to Lu Yang's words and finally bit her teeth, as if she had made a difficult decision in her heart. She nodded and said, "Okay, you're right. We'll go with you." The end of the world has been going on for so long, and these days they have been trapped in the ward for a long time, thinking and discussing for a long time. They understood that it was not easy to survive in the end times, and they also knew what it meant when a man took you away in the end times. They just hope that Lu Yang is not a pervert. "Very well. Let's go." Lu Yang nodded and said. He started walking with the 2 women outside the hospital. Along the way, the 2 women saw the zombies that Lu Yang had killed, and they were all scared. Every zombie was killed by a head explosion. Looking at the position and posture of the zombies, it can be seen that they died while running. No one even fought with Lu Yang. In other words, this man has become so powerful that even the zombies can't get close to him? After seeing Lu Yang kill the zombies, the 2 women seemed to be relieved. It seems that Lu Yang is really as powerful as he said, so following him will greatly increase the chances of survival. As long as they can survive. Even if the other party wants to make a commitment to him, it's not a big deal as long as it's not a perverted request. Outside the hospital, Lu Yang began pouring gasoline on several flammable corners of the hospital, and then set the hospital on fire. At this point, there were already level 3 zombies in the hospital. If they were left alone, level 4 and 5 zombies might appear. Although Lu Yang was not afraid of these zombies, for ordinary superpowered people, these mutant zombies were a real disaster. After all this, Lu Yang said to the 2 women, "You are too slow. My villa is more than 10 kilometers away. If you walk back with me, it will take at least a few hours." So you come over, and I will fly you there. Fly us? What does that mean? The two beauties showed a puzzled expression on their faces. It means exactly what it says. Lu Yang stretched out his arms and wrapped them around the two women, instantly holding them in his arms. Ah! The two women moaned and their faces turned red. Hold on to me, I'm going to fly. As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, he was already in the air. Aha! The two women let out a scream, but quickly covered their mouths with their hands so as not to attract the zombies. But their eyes still showed excitement and fear. This is much more exciting than riding a roller coaster. They were now flying 100 meters above the ground, and the scenery on the ground was constantly shrinking. At the same time, they are moving forward at a tremendous speed. The two women were terrified. Oh my God! Are they really flying in the sky? Who on earth is this guy? How can he fly? At that moment, Lu Yang seemed to have become a godlike figure in their hearts. Chapter 66, The milk powder and the doctor are ready. Lu Yang brought the female doctor and nurse into the villa. When they saw Lu Yang return, they all had happy expressions on their faces, especially Wang Siki, the school beauty queen who had just been rescued. After chatting with Hiyushir, Zhaolina, and Zhou Kiki for a few hours, Wang Siki also began to understand the situation here at this moment. It turns out that all of them are Lu Yang's women. As they chatted, they even talked about how powerful Lu Yang was. Everyone here is under Lu Yang's control. One person said more than the other. Some even said that Lu Yang was a humanoid machine that was 1 in a million, and that Lu Yang was even more fierce in bed than when she was slaying zombies. Wang Siki remained skeptical. Although she is a super rich girl and has had a strict upbringing, she has never had a boyfriend. The rich kids at school don't dare to pursue her because, in terms of wealth, none of them can compare to her family. The only thing those rich kids can boast about is that their families are rich. But in front of Wang Siki, their advantage has long since disappeared. Therefore, they don't even have the courage to pursue Wang Siki. Every rich second generation, when they see her, they act respectfully, calling her Miss Wang from afar. After all, the businesses of those second-generation rich families are more or less related to Wang Siki's Wang family. How dare they offend Wang Siki? So far, Wang Siki has not only never been in love, but she has also rarely had contact with men, because those men are all very self-conscious in front of Wang Siki. Just imagine, who would have the courage to pursue a goddess who is super beautiful and comes from a super wealthy family? She was very curious about Lu Yang. At the same time, she had already accepted her fate. The other 3 school beauties have already become Lu Yang's women, so how could she be an exception? And according to other people's descriptions of Lu Yang is very powerful and treats his women very well, never skimping on food or clothing. In this safe villa area, they just go swimming in the outdoor pool, play ball games, go for a run, or play cards together every day. They are living a vacation-like life, not at all like the end of the world. Only Lu Yang can maintain such a leisurely life in this villa area. If it were anyone else, even if you were beautiful, you would have to go out and search for food. The end of the world does not support idle people. It's useless to be pretty. Besides, if it weren't for Lu Yang's appearance, she might have been trapped in the safe house or already taken by the 3 bodyguards. In the end, Lu Yang is still her savior. Therefore, Wang Siki had no psychological pressure. So, after a few hours of thinking, Wang Siki had completely given in. She had already prepared herself for climbing into Lu Yang's bed that night. But now that she saw that Lu Yang had brought back a beautiful doctor and a beautiful nurse, Wang Siki felt a little disappointed. It seems that it may not be that easy to climb into Lu Yang's bed. Maybe she has to wait in line. Hiyushir, Zhaolina, Tang Mengting, Zhen Dan, Su Xiao, Bai Hu, Wang Feifei and others came out to greet them. As soon as they saw Lu Yang, they said happily, "Lu Yang, you're back. Wow, you brought 2 more sisters back with you, our team has grown even bigger." Looking at the 2 sisters' outfits, they look like a doctor and a nurse. If we get sick in the future, we'll have to rely on the 2 sisters. The doctor Huang Xiaoxia and nurse Qin Xiaoxing, who had been brought back, felt a little embarrassed when they saw how enthusiastic everyone was. Especially when they saw Lu Yang surrounded by so many people, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of charm this man had. How could he have so many women gathered around him, even getting along harmoniously, without any conflicts? If Su Xiao and Tang Mengting knew what these 2 women were thinking, they would definitely say, "We had some initial reservations, but Lu Yang's slap is not for show." Lu Yang walked into the villa with the Dr. Huang Xiuxia and the nurse Chen Xiaojin, and then said to the two of them, "You two find a room to stay in and take a shower first. It's not yet time to eat, but there is a lot of food in the refrigerator in the dining room on the first floor. After you shower, you can eat something to fill your stomachs." "Yes, thank you." The two thanked her and then walked upstairs to the villa. Lu Yang's villa is divided into 4 floors, each with 10 rooms, as well as a living room, kitchen, and dining room on each floor. There is also a gym and study room on the second floor. There is also a swimming pool and sauna on the third floor. The fourth floor has a private theater and a private karaoke room. It can be said that the facilities of the entire villa are very complete, and there are a total of 40 rooms, which can accommodate at least 40 people. At this moment, only Tang Mengting, He Yushi, Su Xiao, Zhou Lina, Chen Dan, Bai Hu, Wang Feifei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Kiki, Jia Yuding, Zhou Qiuping, Dr. Huang Xiuxia and nurse Chen Xiaojin, a total of only 13 people. There is still a long way to go. As for the 15 girls who survived and returned to the base, they were living in the villa next door. Lu Yang gave them a lot of food. Dr. Huang Xiuxia and nurse Chen Xiaojin went upstairs, and everyone began to ask Lu Yang questions. "Lu Yang, where did you go exploring today?" Tang Mingting said, "Did you receive a lot of supplies again?" Zhao Lina said, "You were able to meet the doctor and nurse, so you must have gone to the hospital, right?" Lu Yang smiled and pinched Zhao Lina's smooth face, saying, "The smartest girl in school is still the smartest. Yes, I went to the hospital to collect a lot of medicine. I also went to the wholesale market and collected a lot of food, even milk powder. After all, we are going to pass on the human civilization in the future, so we have to prepare in advance." Chapter 67, The Zombies Evolve Quickly. Lu Yang really thinks far ahead. When collecting the milk powder, Lu Yang had already thought of it. Thanks to the system's blessing, his genetic material had been strengthened, and every time he had sex, he would be able to produce offspring. It could be said that he was 100% accurate. This led to the birth of Lu Yang's children being very close together. That's why he went to the hospital to look for medicine. After all, pregnant women and children are prone to illness. And it would be even better if he could find a doctor or a nurse while looking for medicine. Because doctors or nurses can deliver babies. And Lu Yang didn't expect to find both a doctor and a nurse at the same time. This is great. He would never have to worry about having a baby again. This is why Lu Yang did not hint to Huang Xiuxia and Chen Xiaojin to come to the room to find him. He didn't want to have to deliver the baby with a doctor and a nurse who were about to give birth themselves. At least the timing had to be staggered. The girls knew that Lu Yang was busy, so after talking to him for a while, they didn't bother him anymore. Lu Yang went back to his room to rest, while the girls got busy in the kitchen preparing lunch. After returning to his room, Lu Yang took a shower and lay down on the bed to rest. He thought about what he had accomplished today. Not only did he raid a wholesale market, but he also collected several convenience store kiosks and 3 large supermarkets, and at the same time, he also raided a large hospital for all its medicines. He even brought back a beautiful surgeon and a beautiful nurse. It can be called a great harvest. At the same time, Lu Yang also discovered a level 3 zombie in the hospital. He was a little shocked by the speed of the zombies' evolution. He didn't expect that there would already be level 3 zombies so soon. Level 3 zombies are very powerful, and ordinary level 1 superhumans are no match for them. Lu Yang has the blessing of the system, and his level of superpower is not the same as that of ordinary people. His highest level of ability is level 6 in freezing, but the lowest level of zombie control is only level 2. Lu Yang didn't know whether he should be called a 6th level or 2nd level psychic. But if you calculate it based on basic attributes, he has 20 times the basic attributes of an ordinary person, so he should be considered a level 10 superpower. But in any case, so far, Lu Yang has not seen any other supernormal people reach level 2. Of course, this doesn't mean that there aren't any other supernormal people who can reach level 2. It's just that Lu Yang hasn't met anyone as strong as him. But there are already level 3 zombies around him. In other words, the zombies are evolving faster than the supernaturals? Ordinary survivors are dangerous, and even ordinary superhumans are dangerous. Take the survivor base where Scarface is located as an example. Once a level 3 zombie leads the zombies in an attack, there will only be Scarface, a single psychic, there, and it will be impossible to resist. The entire base could be wiped out. It seems that more superpowered people must be recruited to the base. Liu Yang made up his mind. When he goes to search for food in a more remote place tomorrow, if he finds a mutant, he will try to recruit him to his base. Only in this way can his base grow stronger and stronger, and become invincible against the zombies. Just as Liu Yang was thinking, he suddenly received a system prompt. Congratulations, host, you have killed 2,000 zombies and earned 200 attribute points. Liu Yang was stunned. Then he reacted. He set the hospital on fire, and it seems that the fire had already killed all the zombies in the hospital. However, the number is a bit off. That hospital is the largest in the city, with 3 hospital buildings alone, and there are at least 5,000 zombies in the entire hospital. Now only 2,000 have been received. Does this mean that the remaining zombies, led by the 2nd or 3rd level zombies, all escaped the hospital and were not burned to death? It seems that as the zombies' intelligence increases, it is difficult to burn all the zombies to death just by setting the building on fire. He distributed 200 attribute points evenly. His basic attributes have all reached 1050 points. The survivor's base is 20 kilometers away. Scarface is currently leading a team of strong males out to search for food. Since he is the only one with superpowers left in the base at this moment, their choice of food has become small convenience stores and small supermarkets. Unlike before, when a team of superpowered people could enter a large supermarket and search for food. Now he is leading a team of ordinary people and can only survive by being careful and finding a way to survive. Scarface didn't expect that he, who was the weakest among the superpowered people, would become the strongest in the base at this moment. This feeling of being the sole pillar of strength puts a lot of pressure on him. After all, the entire base is now relying on him, Scar. The potatoes that Liu Yang lent to the survivors had already been cut and planted in the ground. But for the next few months, until the potatoes grow, they will still have to go out and search for food. So Scarface could only take the strong men out to search for food, leaving the women to look after the crops in the survivor base. At this moment, one of the survivors said to Scarface Rat, "Mr. Rat, there are 4 zombies on the road ahead, wandering on the road in front of the convenience store, and we can't get through." Although Scar is short, barely 1.6 meters tall, and very young, in his 20s, the strong survivors next to him still maintain absolute respect for Scar. After all, Scarface is the only one with supernatural powers among all the people here. Although he is short, his basic attributes are twice as good as those of ordinary people. No one here can beat him. In addition, Scarface is a favorite of Lu Shen. How could the ordinary survivors not respect Scar? Therefore, everyone respectfully calls Scarface Master Rat. The first thing they do when they find a zombie is to report it to Scarface. After listening to the man's words, Scarface looked up and saw 4 zombies wandering in front of him. 4 zombies? In the past, when the survivors' base was strong and powerful, they would have just charged over and chopped them up. But now they can't. Scarface was the mainstay of the base, the only one with special abilities. Faced with the survivors' report, Scarface Mouse thought about it. The convenience store was their target for today. If they were persuaded to give up by these 4 zombies, they would have to return empty-handed. If they return empty-handed, there won't be much food left in the base. Scarface gritted his teeth and said, "Wait here for a moment, I'll go and kill them." "Mr. Rat, there are 4 zombies. You can't do it alone." "Master Rat, although we know you are a superhuman, it is not easy to face 4 zombies alone. Why don't we go and help?" "Yes, Master Rat, the entire survivor base is counting on you. If you get into danger, then we're all finished. Although we are ordinary people, there are only 4 zombies on the other side, so we can't help." The others all expressed their concern, saying to Scarface Mouse, because they all understood that Scar's awakened ability was to make holes, not to fight. And Scarface is not immune to the zombie virus. If he gets even a little bit injured, he will be infected. If the car overturns, the only person with superpowers in the base will be gone. No need. If there are too many people, the sound will be louder and may attract more zombies. Don't worry, although I didn't awaken with combat abilities, I'm not a useless person. Scarface said in a serious tone, and then immediately burrowed underground. Chapter 68, New Mutant Zombie. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a zombie in the distance suddenly sank into the ground. The entire zombie was stuck in the ground, only its head was exposed. The other 3 zombies, seeing their companion stuck in the ground, didn't know what had happened and still stood there dumbfounded. then the second, third, and fourth. In less than 10 seconds, all 4 zombies were stuck in the ground. At this time, Scarface the rat came out of another hole. He took out his machete and slashed each of them in the head. Instantly, he killed the 4 zombies. The 4 zombies didn't even know what happened, and they died without even seeing the enemy. When everyone saw this, they hurried over. They couldn't help but give Scarface a thumbs up. Damn, Mr. Rat is awesome. I didn't expect Mr. Rat to have this trick of beating the ground rat. He is worthy of the name Mouse King. Scarface also showed a somewhat smug expression on his face. His skills are not combat skills, just hole punching skills, but he is short, and if he doesn't want others to enter the hole he punched, then they can't. The same goes for zombies. You just need to make a hole that a normal person can't get into at the foot of the zombie, and then pull the zombie down, and you can trap the zombie in the hole. The zombie, unable to move, can only be slaughtered. This is a method of fighting that Scarface has thought of after a long time of thinking. It can be used not only on zombies, but even on human superheroes. Even if the psychic is dragged underground by Scar, he will not be able to move in the narrow tunnel and will probably not be a match for Scar. Scarface said to everyone, "Be careful, start entering the convenience store, load up as quickly as possible, and once everyone's backpacks are full, we'll quickly retreat to the base." After seeing Scarface instantly kill 4 zombies, everyone was very impressed by him, so they quickly nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Rat. We will be careful." It's reassuring to follow Master Rat out to find food. Yes, yes. If we saw any zombies on our own, we would definitely not dare to come over. After everyone had finished talking, they opened the door carefully and entered the convenience store. However, the sight in the convenience store shocked them. There were 3 zombies in the convenience store, 2 of them were lying on the ground, their bodies eaten away by the zombies, but they were still open-eyed, grinning, and roaring nonstop. There was also a zombie that looked several times stronger than the zombies on the ground. The muscles on that zombie were so full that they had burst through the skin and were exposed to the air, with blood-red muscles wrapped in a viscous liquid. The blood vessels on the muscles were very thick and intricately covered with muscles, looking like countless snakes wriggling endlessly, extremely disgusting. When the survivors entered the convenience store, this strong, muscular zombie was actually eating the flesh of 2 other zombies. A zombie eating a zombie? This discovery shocked everyone. Normally, zombies don't eat other zombies, only people or other animals that haven't been infected. But what is going on with this muscle-exploding zombie? Could it be a super mutant zombie? It doesn't even spare its own kind. Scarface was stunned, and at the same time he felt the danger, so he immediately became alert and said to everyone, "Run." The other survivors also reacted immediately after hearing Scarface's words, and immediately exited the convenience store. However, it was too late, the zombie had already discovered them and rushed over at top speed. Damn, what a fast speed. Scarface was taken aback. The 2 men who were slow to run had already been knocked out by the zombie's claw and smashed heavily against the wall, unconscious. Scar saw this and had to bite his teeth and stop. If things continued like this, he was afraid that apart from himself, the remaining ordinary survivors would all die. He must be the last one standing. He turned around and gave the zombie a flying kick. However, when he kicked the other person did not move at all, but Scarface flew back several meters. Oh no! The other guy is at least twice as strong and twice as fast as me. This mutant zombie is much stronger than a normal level 2 zombie. Scarface, who had fallen to the ground, looked grave. The zombie was kicked by Scarface, and although it was not injured, it was also infuriated and instantly pounced on Scarface. However, Scarface disappeared directly into the ground, leaving behind a pitch-black hole that the mutant zombie could not enter. Roar! The mutant zombie let out a roar and kept digging at the hole with his hands, as if he wanted to dig Scar out. However, just as the zombie kept digging, its feet suddenly sank, and it was pulled into another hole. It turned out that Scarface had dug another hole under the zombie's feet, intending to trap the mutant zombie in the hole he had dug. However, the mutant zombie was too strong, and he pulled Scarface out of the hole with a single pull. Damn! Scarface exclaimed. He immediately let go of the zombie's feet and, as soon as he hit the ground, dug another hole and disappeared into the ground. At this point, the survivors had already run out of the mutant zombie's field of vision. Scarface thought he was no match for the mutant zombie, so he stopped fighting and escaped by digging a hole. The mutant zombie, however, kept attacking the hole left by Scarface. Not far away, Scarface's mouth showed his head again. He was secretly observing the crazy zombie. He was breathing heavily. The adrenaline from the fight was still pumping through his body, and the feeling of tension was so intense that he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. This was the first time he had fought such a powerful zombie. If he had made a mistake just now, he might have died on the spot. As he watched the zombie in the distance still attacking the cave entrance, Scarface also came to the conclusion in his heart. Although this mutant zombie is very strong and fast, its intelligence is not as high as that of a second-level zombie. So it is just a simple physical enhancement? But even if this zombie has no intelligence, it is still very strong. Once it finds the survivor base, it will be like a wolf in a flock, and no one can stop it. This zombie alone is enough to sweep the entire survival base. No! We must report to Brother Liu Yang immediately, otherwise, if this zombie really finds the location of the survivor base, it will be over. After making up his mind, Scarrat went underground again. This time, he personally led the team out to search for supplies, but they didn't find anything, and they even lost 2 strong survivors. Scarface was very self-blaming. He had to tell Liu Yang about this as soon as possible and get rid of this mutant zombie. Chapter 69, The Gap is Too Big. Scar then went underground to meet up with the survivors who had escaped, and they quickly fled back to the base together. As soon as he entered the base, Scarmouse seemed to be relieved, and he collapsed on the ground. He gasped for breath. The danger he had just experienced was still vivid in his mind. The other people also had a look of relief on their faces. At the same time, they were saddened by the 2 companions who had been defeated by the zombies. The survivors who were able to go out together to find resources were all familiar with each other. Now that they have seen their familiar companions being killed by zombies, they naturally feel a sense of vulnerability. One survivor couldn't help but complain. That zombie is really scary, isn't it? I've never seen such a scary zombie before. Yes, it's even more terrifying than a level 2 zombie. This zombie actually eats its own kind. It is probably because it eats its own kind that it has become so strong and so terrifying. How can we dare to go out to find food in the future? If there are so many powerful zombies out there in the future, we'll die as soon as we leave the base. Scarface was also scared. He said to the others, "You go back to your quarters and rest. I will contact Boss Liu Yang and get rid of this zombie." As soon as they heard the name Liu Yang, their eyes lit up. They quickly said, "That's great. If Liu Yang is involved, he can definitely kill it." So the survivors returned to their own quarters. After a while, Scarface Mouse said to the zombie guarding the door, "Boss Liu Yang, something terrible has happened. There is a super powerful mutant zombie. It is very strong. I am no match for it. It is even eating the corpses of its own kind. It is definitely an anomaly among the zombies." Scarfaced Mouse knew that this second-level zombie gatekeeper was controlled by Liu Yang from a distance, and that Liu Yang could hear him just by talking to the zombie. Although he didn't know what kind of power Liu Yang used to control the zombies, everything that happened to Liu Yang seemed very reasonable. Just as the people in these bases said, Liu Yang is a god. They all called Liu Yang Lu Shen. Liu Yang was resting on his bed, and he was just thinking that the zombies were evolving too quickly, and that the superhuman might not be able to keep up. He didn't expect that just a short while later, he would receive a request for help from Scarface. Liu Yang got up with a serious expression and prepared to go out. When he got to the first floor, he Yusher, Su Xiao, and Chen Dan were cooking. When they saw Liu Yang coming out, they immediately came over to say hello. "Liu Yang is getting ready to eat. Where are you going?" Liu Yang said, "I have to take care of something. You don't have to wait for me, just eat first." He then went to the villa, where he levitated into the air and flew at high speed to the survivor base. Boom! With a loud noise, Liu Yang made his handsome appearance. In less than a minute, he had already landed in the survivor base. The scarred rat, who had been lying on the ground in a daze, was startled by the loud noise. After he realized that the person who came was Liu Yang, he was even more surprised. "Holy cow! I just finished talking and you're here already? I've been to your villa, it's at least 20 kilometers away. You can fly 20 kilometers in less than a minute? Boss, Are you human? Scar-faced Mouse knew that Liu Yang was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. The dark cloak, the first prize in the sky ranking, is too powerful. How can it fly so fast? Not only is this cloak handsome, it's also so useful. Scarface was envious. Liu Yang looked at the limp scarecrow and said, "Tell me about the situation." Scar-Mouse, quickly tell Liu Yang everything that happened when you encountered the mutant zombie. After listening to him, Liu Yang showed a serious expression. He said, "Are you okay? Do you still have the strength? If you do, then take me to find this zombie. Eating zombies of the same species is the first time I've heard of it." Scar-Mouse quickly got up. He said, "I have the strength. I have the strength. I'm going with brother Liu Yang. How could I not have the strength?" With Liu Yang there, Scar-Mouse immediately felt more confident. Although that zombie was very strong, it was definitely not on the same level as Liu Yang. The giant bear, transformed into a bear, should be able to fight this mutant zombie. But the giant bear in front of Liu Yang would not even last a second. Therefore, the mutant zombie will not fare any better than the giant bear, and will also be killed by Liu Yang in a split second. Scarface led the way, with Liu Yang following behind. After walking for a short while, Liu Yang looked at Scarface with some confusion. Scar-faced Rat felt Liu Yang's gaze and said nervously, "What's wrong?" "Liu Yang, boss?" Liu Yang said, "Haven't you noticed that you've changed a bit?" Scar-faced Rat showed a puzzled look. "What change? Did I grow taller?" Liu Yang shook his head and kicked Scarface in the butt, laughing and scolding, "Grow taller? You're in your fucking 20s and you still want to grow taller? You're dreaming." Soon, the two of them arrived at the scene where Scarface was fighting the zombie. The zombie was at that moment eating the two survivors he had killed. One of the two survivors had been gnawed down to a skeleton, and the other was also half-eaten. The mutant zombie seemed to have become even more powerful. His muscles had become even more violent, and his skin had been completely stretched out, exposing his naked muscles to the air. At the same time, his body has become even taller. This zombie is now over 2.5 meters tall. From a distance, it looks like a giant red-blooded muscle explosion. Scar-faced Rat said in surprise, "This guy has gotten bigger again. Does it mean that the more he eats, the bigger he gets?" Liu Yang also frowned. This is the first time he has seen a zombie evolve so quickly. At this moment, the zombie also discovered Liu Yang and the others, and immediately dropped the corpse in his hand. He began to grin and growl, and rushed towards Liu Yang at a very fast speed. Scarface saw the other coming and his face showed fear again. He almost couldn't help but run for a hole in the ground. However, before the zombie could reach Liu Yang had already kicked it away. It instantly flew out like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud noise, the zombie smashed into the distant house, instantly creating a large hole in the house. The zombie was bleeding profusely and all of its bones were broken. Although it was not dead, it could only helplessly roar on the ground. Seeing this, Scarface was stunned. At the time, he also used a flying kick on this mutant zombie, but the zombie didn't move at all, and he was instead thrown several meters away. Now Liu Yang casually kicked the zombie several dozen meters away, even smashing the house. The gap between people is too big, isn't it? Chapter 70, The God Descends to Earth. Liu Yang walked towards the zombie that was struggling to survive in the ruins, and Scarface followed Liu Yang. Liu Yang looked at the zombie and said, "This zombie that eats its own kind has grown too fast, and its skin can't keep up with the growth of its muscles, so it's all cracked and exposed. If this happened to a human, they would have died of pain long ago, but this zombie doesn't feel any pain. Let's call it a molder." The basic attributes of a first-level molder are twice as high as those of a first-level superhuman, and a normal first-level superhuman is basically impossible to defeat, unless it is a superhuman with a powerful combat superpower, then there is still a chance. However, although the skin shedder has a high desire to fight and a short temper, its IQ seems to be very low, only that of an ordinary zombie. If you prepare in advance, play some tricks, and set up traps, it won't be difficult to kill it. If every zombie that eats its own kind becomes a molder, then the number of molder zombies may increase in the future. Because there are fewer and fewer survivors outside, the zombies may turn on their own kind if they can't find humans to eat. Liu Yang patted Scarface on the shoulder and said, "That's why you have to hurry up and level up." Scar-Mouse showed a helpless expression. We have only just awakened our superpowers, so how would we know how to upgrade? Lu Yang smiled and said. Didn't you notice that you've already upgraded? When you brought me here just now, I already noticed that your speed had at least doubled. You didn't notice it, and you thought you'd grown taller? It seems that you have a lot of resentment about your height. It's okay, little brother, small is also very cute. Scarface showed a somewhat embarrassed expression on his face. He couldn't believe it and said, I really upgraded? Lu Yang nodded, you'll know if you try. Scarface immediately started to dig a hole and burrowed underground. After a while, he came out of the ground from another place. He was surprised, sure enough, my drilling speed has doubled. I really have been upgraded. He looked at his hands and was full of surprise. Because his hands had become stronger and more powerful, even the skin on his fingers had begun to crystallize, as hard as diamonds. He could even drill through thick concrete. Lu Yang said, I'm afraid that only through life and death battles can superhumans be upgraded. After fighting this powerful zombie, you have broken through the limitations of your body and upgraded to the next level. Then Lu Yang looked at Scarface's fingers and joked, your hands are so hard and powerful now, they're almost like the hands of a god. I don't think any woman could stand your fingers. Ha ha. Scar Mouse touched his head in embarrassment. Lu Yang then said, since actual combat can help you level up better, I suggest that you don't hide when you encounter a zombie in the future, but fight him directly. Your superpower is not as weak as it seems. You can still develop it. I believe you should be able to develop better combat skills. Scarred Rat nodded and said, well, thanks to Boss Lu Yang's guidance, I will work harder in the future. Lu Yang continued. In addition, there may be many survivors coming to this base in the near future. When that happens, we will take them all in, and each new survivor will be able to receive 10 caddies of free food. At the same time, you can also get 50 caddies of potatoes for planting. There is also a superpower called Lao Wine who will come. When he brings a survivor, you will give him a caddy of grain. 1,000 survivors will give you 1,000 caddies of grain. You will have to take care of these things. When you go out to look for food, if you encounter any survivors or supernaturals, try to absorb them all into the base. Later, I will leave 5 tons of rice at the base for free distribution to new superpowered people. When it's all gone, let me know. Scarface nodded repeatedly after listening, and a happy expression appeared on his face. Thank you, Boss Lu Yang, for your trust. I will definitely handle these things well. With new superheroes and survivors joining the base, it will become even stronger. At the same time, Lu Yang left 5 tons of rice at once, which is simply a huge fortune. In the end times, 5 tons of rice means a lot. Scar Mouse can't even think about it. It was a huge trust to be given the responsibility of handling and distributing all the rice. Scar-faced Mouse is now very grateful for Lu Yang's trust in him. Before, he was in this base of superpowered people, but because his superpower was to make holes, he was very useless and was despised by everyone. But now he has been given an important role by Lu Yang. To Scarface, Lu Yang is like a talent scout. At the same time, he also made up his mind in his heart that he must take good care of the survivor base and not disappoint Lu Yang. So the two of them began to walk towards the survivor base. As soon as they entered the survivor base, the survivors saw Lu Yang's arrival and immediately showed expressions of admiration and gratitude, and their joy was hard to hide. They all gathered around and said to Lu Yang, Lucian, you're back. Thank you, Lucian, for lending us your potatoes. We've planted them now and are just waiting for the harvest. Lucian, are you here to help us? Kill that mutant zombie? Thank you so much. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Lu Yang nodded and said, Don't worry, everyone, the zombie has already been killed by me. A middle-aged woman came out, her face tearful. Oh, my husband has just been killed by that mutant zombie. Thank you, Lucian, you have helped my family avenge. My husband will rest in peace in the underworld. My condolences. Lu Yang comforted the woman, then said to Scarface Rat, Give 50 caddies of grain to the families of the 2 survivors who died. When the middle-aged woman heard this, she immediately fell to her knees, her eyes filled with tears of emotion. She bowed her head and said, Thank you, Lucian, thank you, Lucian. When the man in the family dies, the woman has to go out and find food. But it is more difficult for women to find food. But with 50 caddies of grain, their family can at least last another month, which will solve their immediate problem. Good, boss. Scar-faced rat nodded. He also had a happy expression on his face. Because Scarface led the team out to find food, but 2 survivors died. Although the survivors' families did not blame him, in the end, Scarface still felt some self-blame. Liu Yang's actions actually helped Scarface atone for his sins. Liu Yang's humane management made Scar-faced rat feel that he had really chosen the right person. He made up his mind to follow Liu Yang wholeheartedly and faithfully in the future. At this time, a group of children ran over, surrounded Liu Yang, and chattered. Lucian, you've gotten even more handsome in the few days we haven't seen you. Lucian, are you really a fairy from heaven? What is life like in heaven? Are there any fairy sisters? Are they really as beautiful as the legends say? Liu Yang smiled and touched their heads, took out a large bag of candy from the dark space, and gave it to them, saying, "Of course there are fairy sisters, and there are many of them. They are all very beautiful." The children were overjoyed. Wow, so many candies. That's great. Thank you, Lucian. It's delicious. Seeing the children skipping and jumping away, Liu Yang was in a good mood. Scarred Mouse said, "Brother Liu Yang, you have a lot of prestige in the base now. Many people think you are really a god, and the more they spread the story, the more ridiculous it becomes. Maybe when people are desperate, they always want to find some faith and sustenance. When their prayers to the original god don't work, they will try to find a new god." Liu Yang nodded and said, "In the end times, it is always good to have a little faith and spiritual sustenance." The two of them chatted as they walked to the base warehouse, and Liu Yang poured 5 tons of rice directly from the dark space into the warehouse. After doing all this, he gave a few more instructions to Scarface, and then Liu Yang flew away from the base again and returned to his villa area. As Liu Yang rose into the air, a sonic boom was heard, and he soon disappeared from view. Everyone in the base widened their eyes. They couldn't help but discuss it. My god! Lucian is so fast, he disappeared in a flash. Faster than a plane. He is truly a god. The children were also very happy, jumping up and down and saying, "Lucian is a fairy in the sky, and he's gone back to live in heaven. There are also fairies in the sky. I wonder when Lucian will come down to earth next time. I hope he will give us candy again." Chapter 71, Have Women Awakened Their Supernatural Powers? When Liu Yang flew back to his villa area and entered the villa, he, Yusher, and the others had just finished cooking and were preparing to eat. As soon as they saw Liu Yang, they immediately showed a happy expression. They said, "Liu Yang, you're back just in time. We're about to eat. Wash your hands and come eat with us." "Okay. I'm hungry too." Liu Yang nodded, washed her hands, and then walked into the dining room. At this time, the women had already taken their seats and started eating. Chindan said, "I want to tell you all some good news." Hearing this, Yusher suddenly perked up and said with a mischievous smile, "What good news? Did you find out that Auntie hasn't come yet and you're already pregnant?" Hearing this, Chindan's face turned red, and she glared at Yusher and said, "No, it's not. I discovered that I seem to have awakened my supernormal abilities and become a supernormal person. They have been with Liu Yang for less than half a month, so even if she is pregnant, it is impossible to detect it now." Chen Dan of course understood that Yusher was just joking. Although she was the art school beauty queen, she was very easygoing and liked to joke around with people. Ah! Yusher opened her mouth wide, her face full of disbelief. Zhao, Su Xiao, Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mengting, and the others also looked at Chen Dan in disbelief. Bai Hu also showed a serious expression on her face, carefully looked at Chen Dan and then said, "It seems that there really has been some change. Maybe it's true." Hearing the words of the senior psychic, the others were even more surprised and said, "Really awakened? My goodness! Sister Chen Dan, you are too amazing. You are the first one among us to awaken. What kind of superpower did you awaken? Show us. Show us." Everyone's faces showed a look of anticipation. Especially Yusher, Tang Mengting, and the big star Su Xiao, the top student in school beauty Zhao and Zhou Qiuping. Like Chen Dan, they were all the first batch to arrive here. They were all residents of the same villa community. Now that Chen Dan has awakened, will they also awaken sooner or later? It's really exciting to think about it. Even Liu Yang showed a curious expression and said to Chen Dan, "What kind of superpower is it that you have awakened? Show us." Okay. Since Liu Yang had already said that, Chen Dan didn't hide it and began to perform directly. She pulled one of her fingers and tugged it hard, stretching it out like a noodle. Ah! Yusher and the others let out a cry of surprise. Then they asked Chen Dan, "What kind of superpower is this? Have you lost all your bones? Doesn't your hand hurt?" "No. I feel like I've become an elastic man. My body is incredibly flexible and elastic. And my strength and speed seem to have increased, at least doubled," Chen Dan said, and then she stretched all 5 of her fingers out, and then she braided them together into a twisted rope. Lu Yang looked at Chen Dan's behavior and said in surprise, "Isn't this the ability of the rubber fruit? Good stuff, your superpower is awesome. If you use it well, you can have a strong fighting power." "I guess so." Chen Dan was a little embarrassed to be praised by Lu Yang and lowered her head. Yusher, however, said, "Your superpower is amazing. Not only can it be used in battle, but the body can be expanded and contracted at will, all at your command." Lu Yang must be so happy. Ah! After hearing Yusher's words, Chen Dan let out a cry of surprise, and her face turned as red as an apple. Zhao said, "Yusher, can you think of something serious in your head? The blood flowing in your heart is not red, it's yellow, right?" Chen Dan, don't pay any attention to her. "Tell me, after you have this superpower, can you make any part of your body grow bigger, like a balloon, as big as you want?" "Ah! Lena, you too." Chen Dan's face turned even redder. Su Xiao laughed and said, "Ah! You guys, stop it. Look at Chen Dan, she's so embarrassed. You guys are really something. Isn't that a bit too dirty? How can you think of that kind of thing?" Tang Mengting also said, "You're making fun of Chen Dan now, but when you awaken your superpowers, you might be even more perverted than she is." Yusher not only did not feel shy, but instead, her eyes lit up and she said with great anticipation, "Really? Really? That's exciting just to think about it. I hope I can awaken a fire attribute power, so that I can directly heat up and roast Lu Yang into a hot dog." Zhao said, "Give me an ice attribute power, and I'll freeze Lu Yang into an ice stick." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled wickedly, then slapped each other on the back and said in unison, "We're like fire and ice." Tang Mingting was completely speechless. She had never imagined that these two school beauties would be so brazen. She said, "Hey! You guys are too much." Facing Tang Mingting's blank stare, Yusher said nonchalantly, "Don't you hee. I've already thought of your superpower. You'll awaken a vibration superpower that vibrates 10,000 times per second, and it will directly shock Lu Yang into begging for mercy." "Ha ha ha ha." Tang Mingting's face turned red and she quickly said, "Get out of here." But although she said that, she was thinking to herself, it's not like it's not possible. The women's laughter could be heard in the restaurant, and the atmosphere was very joyous. Lu Yang listened to the conversation and thought to himself, "You don't say, this is really something to look forward to. I haven't tried a woman with a body temperature of 100 degrees Celsius yet. Maybe she really is passionate." In the happy atmosphere, after finishing the meal, Lu Yang returned to his room to rest. He had gone out early in the morning to search for supplies. Not only did he bring back Wang Siki, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school, but also Huang Xiuxia and Qin Xiaojin, a pair of doctors and nurses. He also went to the survivor base and killed a molder. He had done enough for the morning. He decided to take a good nap. He would start making other plans in the afternoon, and whether or not he would continue to search for supplies would depend on how Lu Yang felt. After all, the supplies he has in the dark space are enough to last for decades. The survivor base is also developing in a positive direction, and there will be an endless supply of food. Now Lu Yang is just going to marry whoever he wants. His strength is already invincible, and his supplies are almost unlimited. What pressure is there in this apocalyptic world? If he's in a good mood, he'll go searching for supplies. If he's not, he'll just sleep at home, play cards with the girls, and bang, bang, bang. However, just as Lu Yang was about to go back to his room and take a nap, his door was knocked on. Chapter 72, No Wonder She is the Richest School Beauty. Wang Siki reference image. Lu Yang was stunned. He thought to himself, who is so anxious that they are knocking on his door at this time? Was it the rich school beauty Wang Siki, or the Dr. Huang Xiuxia, or the nurse Qin Xiaojin? Lu Yang, the doctor and nurse, didn't want to have children with them so quickly. Because after 10 months, Lu Yang will still be relying on them to deliver her children. So if it is Huang Xiaoxia and Qin Xiaojin, Lu Yang has to find a reason to persuade them to leave. The door was carefully pushed open. The person who came in was Wang Siki. Lu Yang let out a sigh of relief in her heart. She didn't have to turn them away after all. But this rich woman and school beauty is quick to forgive. Lu Yang's strength has only been strengthened, and the beautiful girls in the villa area are all devoted to following him and will never betray him. Even He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and the others in the villa area, who casually said a few words, the newcomer would naturally understand. So they all knocked on Lu Yang's door on their own initiative. Looking at the other person's beautiful face and sexy body, Lu Yang's heart began to fill with excitement. Wang Siki is definitely the richest woman among the rich women. Because her family is the richest in the province, Wang Siki eats, uses, and wears the best things. She has a graceful and elegant temperament, and because she is a rich girl, she has lived a life of having everything she needs handed to her since she was a child. No matter what she asks for, her parents will always give it to her. Therefore, Wang Siki can be said to be like a porcelain doll, a beautiful girl who is perfectly protected. Even the rich kids at school were ashamed in front of Wang Siki and didn't dare to pursue her. Not to mention having any dirty thoughts about Wang Siki. Now this peerless beauty and peerless female second-generation heiress has taken the initiative to knock on his door, probably to come and court him. Lu Yang's heart, of course, also had a sense of excitement. He smiled and said to Wang Siki, "Wang Daxiu, are you willing to be my woman now?" Hearing Lu Yang's words, Wang Siki's face suddenly turned red. And said, "I'm willing." Lu Yang received a system prompt. The system has detected that the other party has agreed to be your woman. Zombie control skill level +1. Zombie control skill level has reached level 3. You can control 3 level 3 zombies. Seeing this prompt, Lu Yang was overjoyed. Now in the hospital, he has already encountered a level 3 zombie. At the time, it was because his zombie control skills were too weak that he was unable to control the zombie. Now if he encounters a level 3 zombie again, he doesn't have to kill it, he can control it and let it guard his survivor base and villa area. A level 3 zombie as a doorman, that's impressive. 3 days later, outside the survivor base, a mighty army of survivors arrived, numbering in the thousands. This scarred rat was shocked. Although he had heard from Lu Yang 3 days ago that survivors might come to join them in the next few days, he didn't expect so many people to come at once. There were less than 1,000 people in the survivor base, and these newcomers were even more than the original people in the base. The gatekeeper, a level 2 zombie, had already opened the gate at the first opportunity. Scarmouse saw the zombie's movements and let out a sigh of relief. The zombie was controlled by Lu Yang, and the fact that the zombie opened the door meant that Lu Yang had opened the door. That means Lu Yang already knows the situation here. In this case, Scarface was relieved. His original nervous expression disappeared in an instant, and he began to walk with his chest puffed out and his head held high. Although the saying "a dog relies on its master" is derogatory, Scarface felt that it was really great to have someone to rely on. Especially when it's someone as powerful as Lu Yang, an invincible being. There is nothing to be ashamed of being Lu Yang's dog. Even if someone among the 1,000 survivors really wanted to plot something, Lu Yang would immediately come and suppress them. He, Scar, had nothing to worry about. So he took a few survivors to the door and watched as the people outside came in. The leader was the taxi driver, Lao Wang, and he was accompanied by several other men who looked like they had been through a lot. Everyone walked with light steps and firm eyes, and it was clear that they were strong people who had awakened their superpowers. After they all entered the survivor base, the second-level zombies closed the base's gate. Scar-faced Rat also went up to meet them and said, "Are you the survivors our boss mentioned the other day who will come to our base?" Lao Wang's face showed a respectful expression. He bowed and said, yes, brother, we are the new survivors who have come to this base. Please take good care of us." Although Scarface Rat looked short and ugly, with a long scar on his face, he seemed to be a mutant, but his strength was probably not very strong. But Lao Wang dared not underestimate the other party. He didn't look at the monk's face, but at the monk's face. The other party was Lu Yang's man. No matter how strong this short man is, Lao Wang knows how strong Lu Yang is. The other psychic next to him didn't know, and seeing how Wang was bowing and scraping, he couldn't stand it and said, "What are you doing, Lao Wang? Is this necessary?" Why are you bowing to this short guy? Old Wang said, what do you mean by bowing and scraping? We are newcomers, so we should show respect to our seniors. What's wrong with that? The strong man immediately showed a look of contempt. Respect my ass. Only the strong deserve respect in the end times. Is this short guy really that strong? If not, I'll go one-on-one with this short guy and see who's better. The few people around the big man also said. Yes, yes. Is it necessary to bow to a useless person? Whoever is stronger is the boss. Chapter 73, New Survivors Causing Trouble? Wang Lao's face turned cold and he said, Ma Feiyun, what do you want? Didn't we agree? We came here to seek refuge in the base of the survivors, not to fight. Ha ha. Ma Feiyun sneered and said. We came to this survivor base to eat and drink, not to be someone's dog. You've been acting like a toady since you got here, and you're making a fool of all the new people. Old Wang said, once you're here, you have to follow the rules. This is not a place where you can do whatever you want. Ma Feiyun said with a cold smile, I don't want to listen to the words of a waste. I don't think anyone in this base can fight. I am the strongest, so my words are the rules. In Ma Feiyun's view, in the end times, strength is respected. He originally agreed to enter the surviving base with Lao Wang because he heard Lao Wang say that the owner of the survivor base was very strong, and at the same time, there was a lot of food and it was very safe in the survivor base. That's why Ma Feiyun brought so many followers with him. But when he arrived, he was greeted by a short, ugly man who didn't seem very powerful. He was a little disoriented. Since the owner of this base is not very powerful, then he, Ma Feiyun, does not mind becoming the new owner of this base. Old Wang asked the other superpowered people, brothers, when we came here, we agreed that we would follow the rules of this base. Now Ma Feiyun is not following them. What do you think we should do? Among the more than 1,000 people, there are 6 supernormal people. Among them, Ma Feiyun brought more than 100 people, and they had 2 supernormal abilities, so the survivor team he brought was the strongest. There were 4 other superpowered people, each with 4 teams. There were also several teams without superpowered people, and they were the weakest. Old Wang knew them all, and now that Ma Feiyun was not following the rules, he naturally wanted to unite the other 4 supernaturals to restrain Ma Feiyun. The other 4 superpowered people all had a look of uncertainty on their faces when they heard what the king said. They said hesitantly. That's what you say, but how can Ma be so strong and still be subservient? Yes, 2 days ago, Brother Ma was promoted to the 2nd level, becoming a 2nd level superpower. His awakened superpower is also a very powerful combat superpower. In terms of strength, he is the strongest of all of us. What he said seems to make sense. In the end times, the strong are respected. Hearing everyone say this, Lao Wang's face showed an angry expression. Damn you people. When you first agreed to come here, you didn't say that. If you want to do whatever you want in this base, you have to get past me first. Hearing Wang Lao say this, Ma Feiyun's face turned cold, and he said. Lao Wang, do you have a hole in your head? With your little power, you dare to talk to me like this? Since you are older and were the first to awaken your superpowers, and since you were kind enough to give me half a loaf of bread, I will give you some face. Don't be so ungrateful. Old Wang said in a cold tone, Oh? You still know who gave you the bread when you were about to starve to death? Ma Feiyun's face showed disdain. It's just half a loaf of bread, right? Come on. Give him 100 loaves of bread. The little brother behind him dropped 100 breads at the feet of the old king. Ma Feiyun said, I've returned the favor. If you dare to stop me again, I won't be nice to you. The scarred rat next to him watched them argue with interest. Although he didn't understand what was going on, and how this group of people had started fighting among themselves, he thought the plot was quite interesting. And he wasn't worried at all. Because Liu Yang already knew the situation here, if things really got out of control, Liu Yang would be able to fly over in less than a minute. So Scarface Mouse was watching the show. Chapter 74, Liu Yang appears. Boom! With a loud bang, Lao Wang's body flew out like a cannonball. On the hard concrete floor was a huge fist print with a diameter of over 2 meters. Everyone who saw the scene showed a frightened expression. Even the new survivors were the same. Although they knew that Ma Feiyun had become a 2nd-level superpower, they didn't expect him to become so strong. This was the first time they had seen Ma Feiyun fight. His superpower was to use his fists to punch the air, forming a fierce fist attack to attack the enemy. This ability is terrifyingly powerful. If Ma Feiyan hadn't remembered the old friendship, he would have used more power in that punch, and Wang would have been turned into a meat pie. Pooh! Wang Lao spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his chest, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up. Ma Feiyan's face revealed a sneer, and he said, "I have become a second-level superpower user, and you guys combined are no match for me. Lao Wang, although you were the first to awaken, your strength has never improved. Do you still want to be my enemy? Since you helped me in the past, I won't hold it against you. From now on, you will be one of the management team in this base." Wang was very agitated and spat directly, cursing. I spit. Damn it, a guy who goes back on his word. We agreed that when we came to this base, we would follow the rules of this base, but you're thinking of directly replacing the owner of this base? You deserve it. You don't know who you're messing with. A second-level superhuman? Is he that strong? He's nothing. After hearing this, Ma Feiyan's face turned even more cold, and he said angrily, "How dare you be so stubborn?" After that, he rushed directly towards the old man who had fallen to the ground. However, after taking a few steps, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank, creating a deep pit, and he was pulled into the pit. Ma Feiyan was shocked. He felt a pair of iron claws grasping his legs and pulling him down. He raised his fist and punched down. He growled. Explosive fist. Boom! A loud noise, the powerful reaction force directly bounced him out of the hole, and at the other side of the hole, the strong air pressure directly forced the scarred rat out, launching him like a cannonball, slamming him into the distant wall. Pop! Scarface spits out a mouthful of blood and struggles to get up. Ma Feiyan looked at the other party in disbelief. At this time, there were 5 blood holes in his feet, which were left by Scarface when he grabbed his feet with both hands. The blood holes were still bleeding profusely, and the blood was so deep that it could be seen through the bones. Scar Rat had also become a second-level superhuman, and his fingers were as hard as diamonds, able to drill holes in concrete. With a full grasp, he can crush human bones. Ma Feiyan never imagined that this short, ugly man had the ability to make holes. And his hands were so strong that they almost broke his feet. Ma Feiyan looked at Scarmouse in disbelief and asked, "Are you also a second-level superhuman?" Scar-faced Rat nodded confidently, "That's right. You can't underestimate me, Rat." When Liu Yang and Scarmouse fought the Molderer together, Liu Yang once told Scarmouse that his superpower was not as useless as it seemed, and if it was developed well, it would not be impossible to fight against other superpower users. At that time, Scarmouse was still skeptical, but after fighting with such a powerful second-level combat ability today, he was instantly confident. Although his awakening ability is to make holes, it is not really a useless ability. The opponent was also injured. And his feet were injured, so he would be even slower. All he had to do was keep on sneaking up and attacking, and it wouldn't be long before the opponent was dragged to death by him. Seeing Ma Feiyan's bloody feet, the people in the survivor base also began to cheer for Scarred Rat, shouting, "Master Rat is awesome! Master Rat is mighty! Teach these newcomers a lesson for being so arrogant." As soon as they arrived at our base, they wanted to replace the boss of our base? Don't they know that our base boss is a god? A mere ant, dreaming of replacing the gods? Mr. Rat, show him what you're made of. Scarred Rat heard the encouragement of the crowd and immediately became spirited. He instantly burrowed underground and disappeared again on the surface. Ma Feiyan was no fool. Seeing Scarmouse disappear in the same place, he knew that the other party had already entered the ground. He immediately jumped onto the house. When Scarmouse came out of the ground again, he found that Ma Feiyan had disappeared. Ma Feiyan sneered, "Do you think I'm a fool? Can I fall over twice in the same place?" He stood on the roof and punched Scarface, the explosive fist. Boom! A loud noise. A huge fist-shaped mark with a diameter of over 2 meters appeared on the ground again. Although Scarface had already burrowed into the ground in an instant, the strong vibration still caused him to suffer considerable internal injuries. Ma Feiyan sneered. "Hiding underground? I'll shake you out." Ma Feiyan jumped up, raised his fist and jumped off the roof, then punched the ground. He growled. Mountain-crushing blow. Boom! A loud noise, the entire survivor base seemed to have an earthquake, even the windows of the villas in the distance were shattered. Scarface the rat instantly popped out of the ground. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole face turned pale. It was obvious that he had been shaken up and had internal injuries. Mafayan was overjoyed at this scene and laughed heartily, saying, "Ha! Playing tunnel warfare with me? A mere mouse dares to fight me? What a laugh!" The old survivors of the base quickly ran to the side of Scarface and helped him up, asking with concern, Mr. Mouse, are you okay?" Scar Mouse shook his head. There was no fear in his eyes, just a little disappointment. It seems that there is still a gap between his own superpowers and the real superpowers of combat. This Mafayan in front of him was too strong for him. At this time, Mafayan turned to the crowd and asked arrogantly, "Who else? Who else dares to oppose me taking over the space?" Mafayan thought that he had defeated two superpowered people in front of everyone, and that the others would not dare to oppose him. However, he did not expect the old survivors of the base to stand up one by one and say, "I object. I also oppose it. We all oppose." Seeing that these ordinary people had actually come forward to oppose him, Mafayan showed an expression of incomprehension and said, "You? A group of ordinary people who haven't even awakened their superpowers, and you dare to oppose me? Are you looking for death?" The survivors said, "We only have one boss. That is Lu Xun. Not you, you piece of trash. Ha, you still dare to be so stubborn." Ma Feiyun snorted. Just as he was about to rush towards the crowd in a rage, suddenly a black shadow streaked across the sky at supersonic speed. Boom! A loud noise. A young man in black stood in front of him. Chapter 75, Directly Crushed. Lu Xun. Lu Xun is here. Ha ha ha. You're so arrogant, you're dead. In front of Lu Xun, everyone is an ant. The survivors' faces showed excitement. When Lu Yang appeared here, they were like a shot of adrenaline. Not only were they excited, but they also felt a kind of indescribable exhilaration. They couldn't wait to see Ma Feiyun get his face slapped. Lu Yang, boss. Scar-faced Rat was also relieved when he saw Lu Yang appear. He really wasn't Ma Feiyun's match, and he didn't expect the other guy to have a move like the mountain shaking strike that could knock down a mountain. He couldn't even hide underground to avoid it. But when Lu Yang appeared, the consequences for Ma Feiyun were already imaginable. Ha ha ha, you arrogant motherfucker. You don't know who you're messing with, do you? Lao Wang fell to the ground, covering his chest, but his face was full of laughter. Ma Feiyun was suddenly panicked when he saw this. Why did everyone's expression change the moment this young man appeared? So excited, so full of anticipation? Could it be that this young man is really strong and capable of making everyone trust him so much? Ma Feiyun was also a little scared. He didn't even see how Lu Yang got here. A shadow flashed in the sky, and this person appeared. Could it be that he has awakened his flying ability? If it's just flying, then it's fast, but I'm afraid it's not very powerful. While he was thinking, Lu Yang had already begun to move. He flashed past Ma Feiyun and kicked him away before the latter could react. Damn, what a powerful force. What kind of superpower does this guy have? Not only is he fast, but he's also so fast. Ma Feiyun spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, his face full of surprise, and he was incoherent. However, before he could land, he was still flying in the air. Lu Yang had already caught up with him and kicked him again, then stepped on him. Boom! Ma Feiyun was instantly trampled to the ground, and the hard concrete floor was covered with spider-web-like cracks. Cough! Puff! He spewed out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. It's too strong. It's too strong. It's just too strong. As a second-level psychic, I couldn't even see the opponent's movements clearly. And when I was kicked into the air and flying away at great speed, the opponent was able to catch up with a single step. Such speed is simply beyond the capabilities of a human being. What kind of monster have I provoked? Since becoming a second-level psychic, Ma Feiyun felt that his strength had increased greatly, and he even had a sense of arrogance. He felt that he had become the most powerful psychic in this area. Therefore, when he saw this survivor base, the first thing that came to his mind was to become the boss here. After all, in the end times, power is everything. He thought that he was the strongest here and should of course become the boss. However, after being kicked away by the other party, Ma Feiyan realized that there are people who are better than him. He felt like a toy in front of the other person, being trampled on at will. As the survivors said, he was just a worm, while the other was a godlike being. Lu Yan looked at Ma Feiyan, who was lying on the ground, covered in blood, and said coldly, "You want to replace me and become the boss of this survivor base?" Lu Yang has been collecting resources from the neighborhood during the day and working overtime with the beautiful girls at night. Today, he saw through the zombie gatekeeper that thousands of new survivors had joined the base. He was a little happy, but he didn't expect there to be a superpower causing trouble. And the opponent's strength was actually quite strong. Not only could Lao Wang not defeat the opponent, even the scarred rat, who had already been upgraded to level 2, was no match for the opponent. Lu Yang had no choice but to come in person. Hearing Lu Yang's cold voice, Ma Feiyan was scared out of his wits. All the hairs on his body stood up, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. With a weak voice, he begged Lu Yang for mercy, saying, "Big brother, I was wrong. You let me off the hook. From now on, I'll be your dog. I didn't know this base was yours. If I had known you were so strong, how dare I have done anything?" Lu Yang moved his foot away from the other person's face, then looked at the crowd. The new survivors were all trembling in fear when they saw Lu Yang. They had seen how Ma Feiyan had defeated Wang Lao and Scarred Rat, and had originally thought that Ma Feiyan was invincible. Who knew that in front of Lu Yang, he was like an ant? How strong must Lu Yang be? At this moment, when they were being looked at by Lu Yang, they felt as if they were being stared at by a living king of hell, and that their lives could be taken at any moment. Lu Yang said coldly, "This base is my base. I make the rules here. My rules are the rules. Whoever dares to break the rules will only have one outcome, and that is death. Today is your first day here, and you don't understand the rules, so I won't punish you. But if I see anyone messing around again, I won't be polite. Do you understand?" "Yes." The new survivors all shouted in unison. The loudest voice was actually Ma Feiyan, who had fallen to the ground. Ma Feiyan is just a normal person. In the end times, he believes in one thing: strength is everything. Whoever is stronger is the boss. When he thought he was the strongest in the base, he wanted to become the boss. After he was beaten by Lu Yang, he had completely lost this idea and only wanted to follow Lu Yang. Lu Yang walked over to Scarface and helped him up, asking, "Are you okay?" Scarface's face showed a look of surprise, and he quickly said, "It's nothing, boss. I'm just a little bit injured." "Well, that's good. You have to register all the newcomers. According to the old rules, everyone can borrow 50 caddies of potatoes for planting. In addition, they will each be given 10 gene of rice for free. At the same time, the number of people will be calculated, and according to the rule of 1 gene of rice per person, rewards will be given to Lao Wang. From now on, the size of this survivor base will be discussed and decided by the superheroes, with Scar and Lao Wang as the leaders." "Okay, boss. I'll get right on it." Scar stood up, waved to his henchmen behind him, and then began to prepare for the statistical work. Not far away, Lao Wang heard Lu Yang's words and quickly thanked him happily. "Thank you, boss." Lao Wang knew that his strength was not as good as Ma Feiyan's, but he still stood up and fought Ma Feiyan because he knew that Lu Yang was very strong. Even if he couldn't beat him, he had to stand up and make a statement. Obviously, his statement had an effect. Now Lu Yang had elevated his status to a higher level than other supernormal people, and he could even be compared to Scarred Rat. At this point, Lu Yang looked down at Ma Feiyan, who was lying on the ground. Ma Feiyan saw Lu Yang's gaze and was instantly scared. This big guy is terrifyingly strong. He didn't know what his fate would be. If this big guy wants to kill him, he will die just by moving his finger. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang said, "You are quite strong. There is a test stone tablet in the survivor base. You can go and test it. According to your strength, you should be able to reach the top 100 on the yellow list. Maybe you can get a good stone tablet reward." Upon hearing this, Ma Feiyan finally let out a sigh of relief, his face full of excitement. He quickly said, "My strength is nothing compared to yours, boss." Lu Yang was delighted and said, "Wow, you dare to compare yourself to me. Are you being humble or arrogant when you say that?" No. I didn't mean it. I just meant that I'm trash, a waste of space. How dare I compare myself to you?" Ma Feiyan shook his head repeatedly. Lu Yang patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. You just think you're invincible, so you're just being arrogant. I don't blame you. But after you finish testing on the stone tablet, you'll find that there are many people who are stronger than you. Once you've recovered, go and test it. After that, you can stay in this base and I won't mistreat you, understand?" Yes, the big guy is right. I will definitely work hard to contribute to the base in the future. Ma Feiyu nodded repeatedly. Okay. That's good. After Lu Yang finished speaking, he began to walk towards the warehouse. Chapter 76, 27 Consecutive Kills with Invincible Attributes. He saw that there were more than 1,000 new survivors, and each person was given 10 gene of rice. So he went to the warehouse of the survivor base and put down 10 tons of rice again. He then put down 30 tons of potatoes to be distributed to the 1,000 people. After doing all this, Lu Yang left the base with peace of mind. Now, more than 1,000 survivors have joined the base, and 6 of them are superheroes. And Ma Feiyun's superpower is quite strong, a combat superpower. Even if the molters attack the base, with a few of them, it will be enough to resist. Lu Yang was very happy to see the base getting stronger and stronger. There are now 2,000 survivors. He lent each survivor 50 caddies of potatoes, but after a year, each of the 2,000 survivors will have to return 200 caddies, which is 2,000 times 200 equals 400,000 caddies. That's 200 tons of potatoes. Lu Yang's resources will increase explosively. Potatoes are a good thing. It is rich in starch and can be used as a staple food. It can also reproduce asexually, and can be planted by cutting it into pieces and putting it in the mud. A potato can be divided into dozens of pieces for planting. It is much easier to grow than rice in the end times. At the same time, Lu Yang took a look at the villa area. There are 100 villas in the villa area, each with up to 50 rooms, which means that up to 50 people can live there. This survivor base can accommodate up to 5,000 people. But if 5,000 people are all used for planting, there won't be enough land in the villa area. Therefore, the best density is 2,000 to 3,000 people. There are already more than 2,000 people here. It seems that a new base will have to be opened next. Lu Yang made up his mind. It seems that in the next step, he will have to carefully survey the surrounding terrain and find a better place to rebuild a new survivor base. After making up his mind, Lu Yang flew away from the survivor base at supersonic speed, directly in front of everyone. The new survivors all widened their eyes as they watched Lu Yang fly at high speed. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, what's going on? Was that a sonic boom? Supersonic speed? Is this still human? Even flying superheroes can't fly this fast. Can the body withstand such a high speed?" It is said that the fastest animal is the swift, which flies at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. The speed of sound is 1,224 kilometers per hour. He's not human. I never thought that this base would have such a powerful person in charge. It's really reassuring to be able to join this base. This is incredible. This speed is too abnormal. The old survivors were all surprised to see the new survivors, and they all looked proud. They said, "You don't know about Lucian? Ha, you're so ignorant. Lucian is the most powerful psychic. He is beyond human and has become a godlike being. Your leader is a joke. He came here and immediately tried to be the boss. We were laughing in our hearts. We already knew that when Lu arrived, he would be crushed. Ha ha ha." It was indeed a miserable fall, but he was still able to save face and immediately beg for mercy, otherwise his fate would have been even more miserable. The old survivors all burst into laughter. In their eyes, Lu Yang was a godlike being with omnipotent powers. On the other side, after returning to his villa area, Lu Yang continued to live his life, searching for supplies during the day and working overtime at night to spread his family tree. After another 12 days, Lu Yang's supplies had doubled again. The amount has reached a point where it is difficult to count. Even a survivor base that can feed 10,000 people can last for decades. At the same time, he has completed 27 consecutive kills and received a reward for 20 consecutive kills. On this day, Lu Yang looked at his attributes. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 1500. Speed, 1500. Physical strength, 1500. Spirit, 1500. Possesses superpowers. 1. Level 6 in future extrapolation. 2. Virus immunity level 6. 3. Level 8 freezing control. 4. Dark space level 8. 5. Zombie control, level 5. Possesses equipment, dark cloak, black light blade. Has a special talent, genetic enhancement. Possesses a special item, an advanced power scroll. After completing the 15-kill streak in the neighboring villa, Lu Yang was unlucky enough not to gain a new ability. However, his basic attributes have increased to 1500 points, which is 30 times the basic attributes of an ordinary person. His movement speed has reached 280 meters per second. His flying speed reached 560 meters per second. At the same time, his other abilities have also been upgraded. And when he was rewarded for his 20 kills, he also received an advanced ability scroll. This is the first time Lu Yang has received an advanced scroll. He carefully looked at the attributes. Advanced ability scroll. Using the advanced scroll can advance your ability to become a more powerful ability. Lu Yang hesitated. The levels of his current abilities were very high. In the future, he can predict the future 10 times a day, and in the next 6 hours, Lu Yang is very strong, and most of the time he doesn't even need to use the skill. Immunity to the zombie virus, up to level 6. Level 6 zombies haven't even appeared yet. Even if it is a level 6 zombie, with 12 times the basic attributes of an ordinary person, it would be impossible to touch Lu Yang's clothes, so this skill is basically useless. Level 8 freezing control. The number of ice needles has long been unlimited, and Lu Yang can freely create any frozen object. He can even freeze an entire residential area with just a thought, turning all the items inside into ice sculptures. This skill seems to be too powerful already. Zombie control is the lowest level, but now the highest level of zombies is only level 3, and he can already control level 5 zombies, and the number has reached 5. This skill is simply useless. Dark space level 8, the size has become 80 times 80 times 80 is equal to 512,000 cubic meters. It's impossible to fill it. Lu Yang really wants to fill this dark space up, but the speed at which she can find supplies can't keep up with the speed at which she can level up. She's not even middle-aged yet, and she's already feeling the strain of not having enough time and energy. It's so annoying. Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Being invincible is also a kind of trouble. Which level should I advance to? Lu Yang finally shook her head. Forget it. I'll keep this advanced level for now. What if I gain new superpowers in the future? Maybe there will be even more superpowers that I want to advance. And this advanced level is a reward for 20 consecutive kills, so it seems very precious. It might be difficult to obtain it again next time. Lu Yang then left the villa next to his and returned to his own. At this time, He Yushi, Su Xiao, Chendan and others had already prepared lunch and were waiting for Lu Yang to come back for dinner. As soon as Lu Yang returned, everyone's faces showed happy expressions. Fortunately, Lu Yang still knew to come back, and was not taken away by those little demons in the neighboring villa. Chapter 77, Is there a change in your stomach? At the dinner table, everyone ate and chatted. He Yushi spoke first. I don't know about you, but I've been feeling strange lately. It's almost been a month since the end of the world, and my good friend hasn't come yet. Could it be that she was scared by the zombies and that's why she's sick? What about you, sisters? As soon as she said this, all the women looked up. Tang Mengting also said, me too. I forgot about it until you mentioned it. Why hasn't my best friend come yet? Ballet teacher Chendan said, me too, it's really strange. It used to be very punctual every month, but now it's been delayed by more than 10 days. Superstar Su Xiao said, me too. It's been a long time, I've been too embarrassed to ask you. Zhou Qiuping, Wang Feifei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Kiki, Bai Hu and others also said. We are the same. What's going on? Could it be that the virus in the air has changed our bodies? Lu Yang buried his head in his meal as he watched everyone discuss the matter. The corner of her mouth rose slightly without saying a word. At this time, Zhao Lina said, do you think it's possible? I mean, is it possible that each of us is pregnant? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone said in unison, immediately denying the speculation. He Yusher said to Zhao Lina, as a top student, you wouldn't know anything about biology, would you? Every girl's ovulation period is only 3 days long, and only during these 3 days is it possible to get pregnant. And even if you do it during those 3 days, there is only a 1/4 chance of getting pregnant. Because most people's tadpoles are not strong enough, in the end, none of them may be able to successfully reach their destination. So how could we all be pregnant? Do you think Lu Yang is a sharpshooter who hits the target every time? Lu Yang, who was standing next to her, raised the corners of his mouth even higher. The women all nodded in agreement after hearing He Yusher's words, saying, that's right, how could it be possible to get pregnant at once? Although he is a superhuman, he can't possibly have enhanced the tadpoles, right? Even if one of them is lucky enough to get it right the first time, it's impossible for everyone to get it right the first time. That's right. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could it be such a coincidence? Hearing what everyone was saying, Lu Yang almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this point, He Yusher noticed Lu Yang and said to him, Lu Yang, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? Tell us, did you do it? Why didn't all of our good friends come? All the girls' eyes were on Lu Yang, the culprit. Before they met Lu Yang, their best friends were very regular. Why is it that they only have to do with Lu Yang? And Lu Yang was laughing next to him. He must be the one who did it. Zhao Lina said, Lu Yang, tell us if you're the one behind this. Did you secretly strengthen your ability to do that? Is that why you're so accurate? Baihu said, Lu Yang, how many superpowers do you have? Actress Su Xiao said, you're not really giving all of us the same thing, are you? Lu Yang's face suddenly showed an embarrassed expression in the face of the women's eyes. What can I do? What can I do if I'm a good shot? Is it my fault that I'm 100% accurate? He put down his bowl and said, I'm full. I'm going to go back and rest first. He Yusher quickly said, oh, don't go, you haven't told us yet. When you were with us, did you use your superpowers? Zhao Lina also said, yes, tell us. Our good friends have been delayed for so long, it must be abnormal. White Fox said, If you don't tell us, we'll all go to your room later and take turns draining your energy. Lu Yang shook his head and said, Don't mess around now. Take good care of your bodies. Don't move the fetus. After saying this, Lu Yang quickly ran back upstairs. Looking at the back of Lu Yang as he left, He Yusher and the others were stunned, and it took them a few seconds to react. He Yusher suddenly let out a scream, ah! Don't move the fetus? It was indeed Lu Yang who was up to no good. Zhao Lina also said, liar, liar, liar. I knew this guy must have used supernatural powers, otherwise how could it be so different from what was written in the biology book? I'm afraid he not only has the ability to multiply, but also the superpower to strengthen the vitality of genetic material. Superstar Su Xiao said, it's already happened in the end times, what can we do about it? How are we going to raise our children in the future? Wang Feifei said, don't worry, Lu Yang is here. He can afford to raise 5 children. I'm not afraid at all. The White Fox was beaming with joy, are you pregnant with the child of a peerless hero? Just thinking about it makes me happy, excited, and hopeful. She touched her very flat, smooth, white and flawless belly, which had not changed at all. She said to herself, little baby, you have to grow up quickly. I can't wait to see you. The women gathered around and discussed it, each with a different expression on their faces. Some of them were worried, some were excited, and some were looking forward to it. After all, most of them were still 18-year-old girls. Before they met Lu Yang, they had never even had a boyfriend, and now they were suddenly going to be mothers. This sudden change in status left them a bit at a loss. Nurse Chen Xiaojin and Dr. Huang Xiuxiao looked at each other and could see what was going on in each other's minds. She thought to herself, we're going to be busy. At the same time, they also realized that it was no wonder that every girl who entered Lu Yang's villa was hinted to go to his room to find him, but the two of them were not. At first, Huang Xiuxia and Chen Xiaojin suspected that they were not Lu Yang's type. They even stripped naked in the room and secretly looked in the mirror to see if there was anything wrong with them that Lu Yang would not like. But after a few days of looking, they still couldn't figure it out. Everything was big where it should be, small where it should be, and curvy where it should be. Where did they lose out? During this time, they were a little restless in the villa. Because when they were rescued by Liu Yang in the hospital, they had already prepared themselves mentally, so even if Liu Yang asked them to give themselves to him, they didn't feel too much psychological pressure. But it has been more than half a month, and Liu Yang has not hinted at them. As girls, they didn't dare to go straight into Liu Yang's bed. Now they finally understand. Liu Yang has the superpower of being able to hit the bullseye every time. He deliberately didn't hint to them to go to the room because he needed them to deliver the baby and to treat the baby if it got sick in the future, right? Liu Yang is really far-sighted. He has already anticipated everything. I never thought this guy could even use his superpowers to give birth. Chapter 78, Invasion? No one is leaving. It's been almost a month since the apocalypse, and Liu Yang's family has settled down, but unrest is beginning to spread throughout the Dragon Empire. When his name appeared at the top of the list, he had already become the target of everyone's attention, and was destined to be unable to live in peace. During this time, the Dragon Empire has seen an influx of supernaturals from countless other countries. Among them, the most powerful are the supernaturals from the Little Sun Empire, the White Eagle Empire, and the Wild Bear Empire. They have sent the best of the best. Even the special forces that are still in the experimental stage have been sent out. 3 days ago. In the southern part of the Dragon Empire, outside a survivor base in Yenching, a group of supernormal people arrived and took out binoculars to observe the area carefully. One of the female psychics, wearing a tight black outfit, with a sexy body and delicate features, spoke in the language of the Little Japan Empire. This is already the third surviving base. I hope to find some clues about Liu Yang. The strong man wearing sunglasses and carrying a large sword on his shoulder said, "Hurry up and go in and kill. I can't wait any longer. I don't care if there is Liu Yang or not, let's kill first." The beautiful girl frowned. "Inoue, I already told you, our main goal is to find Liu Yang, not to massacre survivors. You didn't leave a single survivor at the previous 2 bases, which will easily attract the attention of the superpowered people of the Dragon Empire. If we are targeted at that time, it will be even more difficult to continue searching for clues about Liu Yang. If you continue to do whatever you want, I will not be nice to you. I am still in charge of this team, and I hope you understand that. There are 20 search teams in the Shenlong Empire, and I don't want to be outshined by the other 19 teams because of you. The Xiaori Empire has invested a lot of money to find Liu Yang this time. They have sent a main team and 20 search teams. The 5 members of the main team are all composed of top-notch experts. The leader is even one of the top 10 experts on the Celestial list. The 20 search teams are also masters of the Xian and D lists. They are scattered throughout the Dragon Empire, searching for clues about Liu Yang from different directions. Once they find Liu Yang's location, they will report to the main team, which will then lead the various teams to surround Liu Yang. Therefore, the search teams are not the main force in battle. Their primary purpose is to collect clues, and it is best if they can avoid fighting. Even if they find Liu Yang, they are no match for him. But this guy, Inoue, is a bit arrogant. Humph. The burly man snorted in disdain. The other 3 strong men saw this guy called Inoue, who was so disdainful of the captain, and frowned. One of the bearded strong men said, "Inoue, didn't you hear what Senior Peach said? We are a regular team of superpowered people, and in the army we must follow the orders of the captain, understand?" Inoue looked down on him. "Nakata, who doesn't know that you like peaches? It's fine if you want to be a lapdog, but there's no need to ask others to be the same as you." When the bearded man named Nakata heard this, his face suddenly changed and he said angrily, "Inoue, what do you mean? Is there anything wrong with us listening to the captain? I tell you, if you keep this up, I don't mind beating you up first." Inoue said relentlessly, "Come on, let's see who's afraid of who. I'd like to see how good you are. People who don't know think I can't beat you? Don't just talk about it. If you have the guts, come and beat me. You." Seeing the 2 men arguing, Momoko's face turned cold and she said, "That's enough. Both of you shut up. If anyone else dares to have an opinion, I won't be polite to them. Inoue, don't be too arrogant. What's the point of massacring 1,000,000 ordinary survivors? If you're so good, go fight Liu Yang." The strong man named Inoue's face became even more disdainful, and he said, "So what if he's number 1 on the list? If I didn't have time to test myself, I'd probably be number 1 too. If I really need Liu Yang, I will challenge him directly without your help." I will be the one to cut off his head, and none of you should interfere. After I chop off his head and get promoted, you can all kneel down and lick my toes." The beautiful girl named Peach glanced at the strong man and said, "All he knows is to brag and aim high. He's only ranked 500th on the Earth list, but he dares to look down on the top of the Heaven list? Inoue, with your personality, you will suffer a great loss in the end times. Still thinking about getting promoted? I don't think you're far from going to heaven." Cut. The strong man continued to look down on him. Peach ignored him and began to give orders. "Everyone, follow my orders and sneak into the survivor base, capture the supernaturals in the base, and find out about Liu Yang. Try not to be seen, and kill anyone who sees us." "Yes, Captain Tauzi." The three strong men nodded in agreement. The strong man who called Inoue still looked disdainful. The five of them quickly transformed into a shadow and arrived outside the survivor base. They then jumped into the survivor base. The 5-meter-high wall seemed to be non-existent in front of them, and they jumped in at will. These 5 people are all top-notch martial artists. The leader, Peach, is a super strong player in the top 100. The other 4 strong men, Inoue and Nakata, were within the top 500 on the list, and the remaining 2 were around the 800 mark. It can be said that these supernaturals are the elite of the elite. Any one of them could wipe out an ordinary survivor base. After all, most ordinary superheroes can't even make it onto the yellow list. The gap between the yellow list, the mysterious list, the Earth list, and the celestial list is enormous. A master of the Earth list can easily fight against 10 yellow list supernaturals at the same time. What's more, there are not even 10 yellow list superpowers in an ordinary base. In the survivor base. 4 supernormal people are meeting in a room, counting the supplies they found today. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past. When they came to their senses, each of them had a dagger pressed against their throats. The 4 psychics' faces suddenly showed shock, and at the same time, they were filled with fear. It was too fast. These 5 people were just too fast. They were all supernaturals. The leader of the survivors, the base chief, was even a second-level psychic. However, none of them noticed how the enemy had entered. Before they could even sense the danger, they were already held at knife point, which means that they were killed before they could even react, and they didn't even see the enemy's face before they died. The leader, Peach, spoke in her somewhat stilted Chinese. "Hey, I'm asking you, is there a Liu Yang in your base? Or do you know where Liu Yang is?" The few survivors heard the accent and their eyes widened in an instant. People from the Japanese Empire? At the same time, the look of fear on their faces immediately turned to anger. It's been less than a month since the apocalypse, and the people of the little Japanese empire have the audacity to invade our dragon empire? They really think we're defenseless. You want to find Liu Yang, the number 1 on the heavenly list? I am Liu Yang. Everyone in our dragon empire is Liu Yang. Go to hell, you bastards. You won't leave the dragon empire alive, not even one of you. Chapter 79, Better to Die Than to Be Unyielding. These superpowered people were originally held at knife point, and everyone was very scared, but after hearing that the other side was from the Little Japan Empire, they instantly became tough. For the people of the Little Japan Empire, you can die in battle, but you must never surrender. Bah! A bunch of lowly Japanese. You must be tired of living, daring to come to our dragon empire? That's right. I think you're all tired of living. Your Yamada hasn't even been at the top of the rankings for a few days before he was trampled underfoot by our Liu Yang. How about that? Not convinced? Ha ha ha. Want to find Liu Yang? I tell you, the top of the rankings is not so easy to find, and the moment you find him, it will be the end of your lives. You must have sent your best to invade our dragon empire. When all of your best die here, your little Japanese empire will be finished. This is the hell for all the superpowered people of your little empire. You won't be able to come back. The most violent Inoue frowned and thrust the dagger in his hand hard against the neck of the leader of the base in front of him. Instantly, blood gushed from his neck, and the blade was only a millimeter away from his artery. Then Inoue said coldly, "Tell us where Liu Yang is, or else I'll kill you." The leader of the base spat and said, "I spit. Your grandfather is afraid of death, but not of you little people. You can kill me or cut me up, but don't expect to get a word out of me." Swish. A knife cut across. A jet of blood spurted from the base leader's neck. However, his face still maintained an expression of anger, and he never uttered a word of apology until the end. Big brother. Big brother. Boss. The other three superpowered men watched the base leader die, their faces full of anger, and they couldn't help but cry out in anger. At this time, their eyes were bloodshot, and they couldn't wait to devour these little lives. Inoue slowly walked up to the other psychic with his bloody dagger. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blood off the dagger, saying, "He wouldn't tell me, so he died. Now I'm asking you, you should know the consequences. So, do you know where Liu Yang is?" The psychic said angrily, "I know where your grandfather is. Your grandfather is here. I should have slapped you to death when you were born, so you wouldn't have appeared as a monster." His neck was instantly slashed, and blood gushed out. Inoue came to the third psychic. "You won't talk either? Little day. I am your grandfather." Swish. This psychic was also instantly cut throat. Inoue looked at the last one. He said, "All three of them are dead. You should know that I am a ruthless person. So I will ask you one last time, where is Liu Yang?" I spit. The psychic spat in Inoue's face and said, "I say you go to hell. No one in the Dragon Empire will ever surrender to you. Even if we die, we won't be afraid, because once you enter the Dragon Empire, it won't be long before you go to hell. We'll be waiting for you down there." The cold blade cut across his neck, and a torrent of blood gushed out. The last of the supernaturals died. Although they were unable to resist, or even fight back, they all died standing up. These supernaturals were not good people. When the apocalypse broke out, they also engaged in acts of robbery, bullying the weak and oppressing the weak. But when the foreign invaders invaded the Dragon Empire, the nature had already changed. The survivors of the Dragon Empire can compete with each other in any way they want, because they are all family members. Why should a small country like Japan interfere? Are they worthy? The Dragon Empire has never made a mistake in its united defense against foreign invaders. Anyone who dares to betray the country to a foreign power will be cursed for thousands of years. What a bunch of damn guys. They are as hard and smelly as rocks in a cesspool. They spat on me before they died, it's just disgusting." Inoue wiped the disgusting saliva off his face and said angrily. Peach looked at him unhappily and said, "You killed all four of the supernaturals. How can we get any clues? It's not my fault. They were the ones who insulted me first. Besides, I don't think they know anything. Even if we keep asking, we won't get any results." Inoue shrugged his shoulders and said with disdain. Peach shook her head and said, "Forget it, let's move on to the next base. Hey, before I leave, I'm going to kill everyone in this base. Everyone in this base is going to die." Inoue's face showed a crazed expression. He stuck out his long, disgusting tongue and licked his lips. Peach frowned and, with a quick movement, came to the front of Inoue, directly extending her white jade hand and instantly grabbed Inoue's neck, coldly saying, "I won't repeat my order twice. Stop your senseless killing. Our priority is to find Liu Yang, not to satisfy your perverted desire to kill. If you continue to do things that may endanger the team, I don't mind, I'll kill you right now." Looking at Tao's cold eyes, Inoue was shocked. The expression of disdain on his face also began to become serious. This was the first time he had seen Momoko angry, and he had never imagined that she was so strong. Before he could react, his neck was already being squeezed tightly. If the other person exerted even a little more pressure, his throat would be crushed. This was the first time Inoue had seen the strength of the top 100 on the rankings. It was strong. It's really too strong. If a top 100 Peach is so strong, then how strong is Liu Yang, the number one on the list? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Fighting against the strong is really exciting. In that case, killing these ordinary survivors is meaningless. If you want to kill someone, kill the number one on the list. Inoue gave in and said to Tao, "I know, let me go, I won't kill them if that's the worst that happens." Peach then let go of her hand. The five then left the base, leaving behind 4 bodies. An hour later, a psychic led the team back, pushed open the door to the room, saw the bodies, and froze in place for a moment. A few seconds later, he exclaimed, "Big brother! Big brother! What happened to you? Who killed you? Who?" Who did it? Chapter 80, Looking for a Beautiful Girl. The room was filled with a pungent smell of blood, and the floor was covered in blood. For powerful superpowered people all died in the room at the same time, and there was no trace of a fight, indicating that they were killed by the other party in seconds. The only one who survived was the one who went out to look for food and didn't come back. Now that he has returned and seen this scene, he is completely shocked. The few ordinary survivors behind the superpower were even more shocked. They were all tough guys before. But seeing such a miserable scene still made them feel a little scared. They didn't understand how strong their boss was as a second-level psychic with a strength of over 800 on the yellow list. Even a second-level zombie is a being that can be killed in an instant in front of the boss. But now, the boss was killed without even having the strength to fight back? The enemy's power is unimaginable. One survivor said to the psychic, "Donga, what should we do? Even the boss was killed in seconds. Should we run away too?" The other civilians in the base were not killed, and the resources in the base were not taken away, which means that the other party came here to kill people. Could it be that the boss provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked? Lin Dong shook his head and said, "Don't be silly. Even if he really provoked someone after he killed the boss, he would definitely take the food with him, because in the end times, food is very important to any base." The other survivors looked puzzled and said, "Why is that? Could it be that the mutant zombies killed the boss?" It's impossible. The zombies kill humans to eat them. They can't leave the bodies here, and they don't attack other civilians. Why only kill the supernaturals? Another survivor said, "What should we do? Donga, we don't even know who the enemy is, and the other party is so strong. If he wants to kill us, we can't stop him at all. Why don't we run?" They were really scared. There were 4 superpowered people killed here, and the base leader was a second level superpowered person, but they were all killed in seconds. And the opponent used a dagger to slit their throats, not using poison or other tricks. They had no ability to resist under such circumstances, which is enough to show that the opponent's strength is overwhelming. Now the entire base is in danger. They will die at any time if they stay here, so of course they want to escape. Lin Dong shook his head and said, "If we run away, this base will really be finished. Any second-level zombie that comes in will be able to massacre the ordinary civilians." The other survivors said, "Donga, if we don't run, we may all die here. It's already the end of the world. Everyone is sweeping the snow in front of their own door. Who can still manage the frost on other people's roofs? Come with us. At worst, we can find a new base and start over." Lin Dong thought for a while, his eyes full of struggle, and finally shook his head. "Forget it. The young and strong can leave, but what about the old, weak, sick, and disabled? Can they withstand the long journey? This base was built up little by me and the boss and the others. It started with more than 100 people and now there are more than 1,000. With so many survivors, without the protection of the supernaturals, they are no match for the second-level zombies. You help me bury the bodies of the boss and the others. Then if you want to leave, I won't stop you. If anyone wants to stay with me, I welcome them too." Several survivors nodded with gritted teeth. They buried the 4 dead supernaturals with a heavy heart. Then they began to pack their things and prepare to leave, and told everyone in the survivors' base about this, letting them choose to stay or leave. In the end, 500 people chose to leave. Those who chose to stay were mostly the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, who were afraid to travel far. This once powerful small base is now only half as strong as it was before, with at least 90% of its strength gone. 500 people left the base. Before leaving, several survivors came to Lin Dong and said to him, "Dong Gu, we are all brothers who have sworn to die for each other. When we find a good place, we will definitely come back to tell you. We'll take everyone with us when the time comes." This survivor base has already been targeted, and staying one more day will increase the danger. Although they had only known each other for less than a month, they had spent a lot of time together, searching for food, fighting off the zombies, and helping each other through countless life and death situations. It can be said that each of them has a lifelong friendship. Now that Lin Dong is left alone here, they feel a bit sorry for him. But they also understand Lin Dong's personality. Lin Dong is the type of person who never backs down from a decision and believes in a single principle. Since he can't let go of the survivors in this base, he definitely won't leave. As long as he is alive, he will protect this base from the invasion of the zombies. Lin Dong said with a complex expression, I wish you all the best. Then he looked at the survivors and disappeared from his field of vision. Time goes back to the present. Lu Yang has successfully developed the 15 beautiful girls in the villa next door. In order not to interrupt his streak, Lu Yang came to the survivors' base. It's time to look for new girls. This is the advantage of having a survivor base. In the past, Lu Yang would search for food outside and look for girls on the side. This way, he would find girls very slowly, and if he didn't find any one day, it would be easy to interrupt his streak. With a survivor base, it's different. The existing beauties have succeeded in starting a family, so in the future, all you have to do is go to the base and pick some more. Moreover, as time goes by, the girls inside are also becoming more mature. She's 16 this year, and in 2 years she'll be 18. There are no girls who are always 18, but there are always 18-year-old girls. With the base as a backup, Lu Yang's streak of kills will never be interrupted. In the survivor base. When Lu Yang fell from the sky, everyone's faces showed excitement. Lucian hasn't come down for almost half a month. Scarface and Lao Wang and the others were all overjoyed to see him. Old Wang said, Boss, you're here. Scarfaced Mouse said, Boss, you haven't been to the base for so long, I thought you had forgotten about us. How could that be? I've been busy lately. Lu Yang said casually. He has been busy searching for supplies during the day and working overtime at night for the past 10 days or so. Scar Mouse quickly said, Of course, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Boss, the things you are busy with are unimaginable to people in our realm. It is already rare to be able to come to our base to take a look occasionally. Boss, I'll show you the potatoes we planted in the villa area. They've all sprouted, and we should have a good harvest in 3 months. The survivors were all very happy, and the entire base seemed full of hope for the future. This had never happened before. Scar Rat became more and more excited as he spoke. He had never seen such a grand occasion in the base before. Black Tiger only wanted to exploit the civilians. How could he possibly think about sustainable development? The civilians were also exploited by Black Tiger, and their lives were getting worse and worse every day. Everyone's face was lifeless. But now it's completely different. Everyone's faces are full of hope and anticipation as they watch the green sprouts of the potatoes grow. Lu Yang nodded and said, Okay. Let's go take a look.